Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. The Green Blur Part 3299 Chapter 24. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on the last chapter, it really means a lot. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. All of Japan was grieving. All Might had won, but it came at a cost. The man who protected them for so long was no longer able to. And thanks to Izuku's and Kaguya's race around the world, they almost doomed the entire world, the same one they wanted to protect. Izuku, 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 come on, I know you're awake, said a voice calling out to the speedster. Snapping his eyes wide open, Izuku found himself floating in a black void of nothingness. Where am I? Am I dead? Not yet, but you would have been if you stayed in the water for any longer. Besides, if you were, there would have been something far worse than Melissa chasing you, said the voice. Izuku looked around. Who said that? He asked, unable to find the source. You don't remember me? I talked to you once, remember? I was that voice you heard. Izuku thought back and faintly remembered hearing this voice before. You wanted me to save someone. Who? He asked. I can't tell you yet, but don't worry, you'll meet them soon enough. Just then a bright light appeared behind Izuku. The light was blinding, so Izuku shielded his eyes, but he could barely see the faint outline of a girl through the light. Kaguya? Is that you? The unknown person shook their head. Kaguya is dead, explained the person in the light. Well, technically not dead. The one you know is dead, but there are many other versions of her in the multiverse. The multiverse, it sounds crazy, but after what happened I have to believe it. So how do I get back? I need to see if Mei and the others are safe, said Izuku. And you'll see them again. I only temporarily pulled your mind into here. Your body is currently recovering. The person then sighed. Izuku could faintly make out a smile. You've been through a lot, rest now, we'll talk later, I hope. And remember what Kaguya said, it's time for you to stop holding back. Waving their hand, another blinding light shined on Izuku. Wait, I still have questions. Wait, he yelled, waking up in the real world. Izuku, yelled someone, as they hugged him. Izuku then looked around to find himself sitting upright on a hospital bed with bandages around his arms and head. Looking down, he also noticed who was hugging him. It was Mei. Mei? You're safe, thank goodness. Izuku hugged her back. Kaguya, she's... I know. Clank explained what was going to happen. She sacrificed herself to save you, to save the world, said Mei. Izuku hugged Mei tighter. It should have been me. Maybe I could have controlled the energy. Maybe I could have redirected it, or used my speed to disperse it. Kaguya. My own daughter is dead because I was too weak, too slow. No, you're wrong. There was nothing you could have done, said Mei, hoping to comfort Izuku. There was something more I could have done. Izuku broke the hug, I was holding back. Mei wiped away a tear. What? Before Kaguya died, he told me that in the future we'd race and she would win. But she always knew I was holding back. She knew then, and she knew now. Izuku hung his head. I wasn't running at full speed. Izuku, what are you saying? Asked Mei. Why didn't you use your full power? Izuku grit his teeth. Izuku, tell me, why didn't you use your full power? Because I'm scared, answered Izuku. Scared of my own power. You don't know what it feels like, Mei, to have everything around you slowed to a stop. To see the world in ways others couldn't even begin to imagine. To get lost in it, in a speed trance. I almost lost myself once to it, but now I know, I shouldn't have been afraid of it. Izuku lifted his hand and saw green sparks jumping off. I should have embraced it. Mei was about to say something when the doors to the room opened and in walked All Might, Aizawa, and Nezu. It's good to see you up, Midoriya. Quickly changing his demeanor, Izuku smiled. It's good to be up, although I am getting sick of hospitals. Well then, I'm happy to inform you that you will be discharged soon, said All Might, banged up. That's great news. No offense, but why are all three of you here? Asked Izuku. Am I in trouble again? Technically yes, but this time with the US government. Something about a nuke? But Japan should be able to keep you out of trouble, said Nezu. But that's not what we came here to talk about. It's actually about what happened to those things in the sky. Oh that, but before that, can I ask you something first? Nezu nodded. How did All Might have my super speed? All Might looked at Nezu before looking back at Izuku. Well, it was a serum. Made of your own blood. Izuku and Mei were stunned. Excuse me, what? We took some of your blood for research purposes and made a temporary speed enhancer serum, explained Aizawa. When did you take my blood? I don't remember giving my permission. That's when Izuku realized. You stole my blood. The three stood in silence. "How could you do that?" said Mei, standing up. "That's a complete violation of Izuku's privacy. Who did you even give his blood to?" "Me," said a voice behind All Might. The former #1 hero recognized the voice. "Why, you shouldn't be here," warned All Might. "It's fine, besides, I've always wanted to meet him." Appearing behind All Might was Melissa Shield. Izuku's and Mei's eyes widened. "My name is Shield, Mel." But before Melissa could finish introducing herself, Izuku threw the sheets off of him. "Melissa." The entire room was hit with a powerful shockwave that threw everyone to the ground. Melissa was as well, but before she had time to hit the floor, Izuku ran in and grabbed her by the neck. Running at a wall, Izuku slammed the back of Melissa's head up against it. Melissa struggled to breathe as Izuku tightened his grip. "I'll kill you." With his eyes burning green, Izuku began to vibrate his hand. "Midoriya. Wait. This is not the same Melissa that killed your mother," yelled All Might, getting up. Izuku turned to All Might. "Bullshit. Melissa warned me that she'd be back." "This isn't the same Melissa, because she was held hostage by the other Melissa," explained All Might. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku turned back to Melissa and eyed her up and down. The green light from his eyes dimmed. "You're not the same Melissa, but you have the same face." Tossing her aside, the blonde slid on the floor. "After losing my daughter, I wake up to find that the US government wants me. UA has taken my blood, experimented on it, and now someone with Melissa's face shows up. You all better start explaining what is going on." Izuku pointed at Melissa, starting with her. Getting up, Nezu thought it would be best that they move this conversation somewhere else, to which Izuku readily agreed. Leading the way was Nezu, followed by Melissa, with All Might, Aizawa behind them, and last was Izuku holding hands with Mei. All the way Mei noticed Izuku glaring at Melissa, and every time she would glance back, Izuku would tighten his grip. Almost as if he was fighting the urge to kill her. Entering one of the conference rooms, Izuku took a seat at the end of the table, as far as he could from Melissa, or just far enough to kill her. Mei sat beside him. The air was electrifying, so let's start with the big one. "As you know, this is Melissa Shield. But she is not the one who killed your mother," explained Nezu. "She was." But as Nezu was speaking, Izuku put his hand up, motioning the principal to stop talking. "She can speak for herself, and make it simple." Everyone turned their attention to Melissa. "Well, to put it simply, the other me visited me about a year ago." She explained that she was a distant relative from the far future. Naturally, as a scientist, I was intrigued by their sudden appearance. I asked her what she was doing in the past, and that's when she attacked. It happened so fast that I didn't even see her move. But from what I can remember, she punched me in the face. I was knocked out, and when I awoke I found myself in a pod. Turns out that she placed me in a cryo chamber. But as she put me to sleep, I asked why she was doing this. "Simple, I'm here to kill Izuku Midoriya and make his life a living hell," quoted Melissa. "After that I was frozen for what seemed like months. I came to find out that it had been just that, months. My father reported me missing. This other me was attending UA, and you had either killed her or left her to die. Once she was dead, the pod opened up. After that I reached out to Uncle Might here and explained everything. I've wanted to meet you for a while now, but Uncle Might feared what you'd do to me if you ever saw me. I know this sounds weird and you might not believe me, but I'm not the same Melissa that killed your mom." Izuku stayed silent for a while before speaking. "I know you're not the same Melissa. I knew it when I grabbed you. It was your pulse. I could feel it, and it was fast, like you were scared. That other Melissa wasn't scared of me. While I did jump to conclusions, I won't apologize for what I did to you. I didn't expect one. It's only natural for you to hate me. I would too if someone did what she did," said Melissa. "Now that that's cleared up, how and who developed that speed formula?" asked Izuku. Melissa raised her hand. "Again, that was me. My father was given a sample of your blood by Nezu." Izuku turned his attention to Nezu. "Well, is it true?" Nezu nodded. "Yes. We wanted a way of stopping you if you'd ever choose to turn against us or the world. So we reversed engineered your blood and isolated the speed cells within you. What it resulted in was a serum that grants the person super speed for a limited amount of time. Usually about 10 to 20 minutes. What you saw All Might do was a sample of it." "And where are you developing this serum? If a villain gets to it, then it will spell disaster," said Izuku. "We are working on it on I Island. A remote movable island that goes around the world," but before Melissa could finish explaining, Izuku left. A few seconds later he came back with a hard drive in one hand, and 2 syringes of green liquid in the other. "You violated my trust. As long as I'm alive, no one else will have access to my speed again." Vibrating both hands, Izuku disintegrated the hard drive and caused the 2 syringes to explode. Nezu flinched as he saw the items get destroyed in front of him. Melissa got up from her seat. Our research, do you know how many days I put into that? I couldn't care less, said Izuku. Your research was done without my express permission. Neither of you will be doing this again, do I make myself clear? Melissa turned to Nezu. Sir, he can't just, oh but I can, said Izuku, now standing behind Melissa. Nezu knows that I have the power to stop you anytime I want. It's just a matter of how I want to do it. So I suggest you sit down and move on to another project. Alright Midoriya, you made your point. We won't do any more research on your speed without your permission. Nezu then looked at Melissa. I assume you don't have a problem with that? No sir, reluctantly Melissa sat back down. Nodding Izuku did the same. Now to another question. What exactly happened? Those things in the sky, what were they? Asked Aizawa. Those were rips in the fabric of space and time, explained Izuku. When Kagaya and I ran we somehow tore through it, destabilizing multiple worlds and sending them hurtling towards each other. If we didn't do anything about them our world would have collided with another resulting in both dying. Other worlds? Are you saying the theory of multiverses is true? Asked Melissa. Yes, and so is time travel, for example, Kagaya Midoriya. The other speedster was Izuku's own daughter from the future. A future where I become a villain, said Mei. According to Kagaya, it will happen in a few years. I will build a machine that is capable of wiping out entire cities. The hero's eyes widened. But you're not, are you? Asked Aizawa. I was, said Mei much to their surprise. But everything was already destroyed. Kagaya made sure of that. But even after all that she still wanted to kill me. Izuku reached over and grabbed Mei's hand, and before you say anything, if for some reason Mei does something that threatens humanity, I will stop her. End of story. Seeing that Izuku refused to engage that subject again, Nezu and the others moved on. I see, then we will let you deal with that if the time should arrive. But now we must talk about what is next. Effective immediately, All Might has retired due to him no longer being able to conjure his power. Villains are bound to become bolder once the official announcement is released. That's where you come in. What I'm about to tell you only few people know. My quirk is called One for All, a power that is nothing like the others. Explained All Might. This quirk can be passed down to anyone I choose, granting them my power. Mei and Izuku couldn't believe what they were hearing. That's impossible, there's no quirk on this earth that can do that, said Mei. Mei is right, that is just too far-fetched. And why are you even telling us this, unless, that's when Izuku began to put it together. All Might nodded. Izuku Midoriya, will you become the next symbol of peace? Mei looked at Izuku, who had an expression of pure shock. Me, become the next symbol of peace? Izuku hung his head. Thank you All Might, truly I'm honored that you'd give me this chance. All Might smiled. But my answer is no. The hero lost his smile. Can I ask why? Izuku got up from his seat. Because if I were to take your power I'd only have to hold myself back even further. After this most recent fight I know what I have to do. Stop holding back. I can save more people than all of Japan's heroes have in a second. Are you suggesting you'll become a vigilante? Asked Aizawa. You do know that's a crime? Izuku nodded. I'm well aware, but even so, the benefits outweigh the consequences. And besides, who could stop me? The heroes feared this. They feared the day Izuku would realize that there would be no one on this earth that could ever catch him. Think this over Midoriya, if you do this we'll be coming for you, said All Might. Izuku was about to say something when Mei got up and grabbed Izuku by the arm and began to pull him. I think we need to talk. Forcefully dragging Izuku, Mei went up to the rooftop. Okay, now that we are alone, want to tell me what the hell that was all about? What? I'm right aren't I? I can save people, I can make sure no one else dies, said Izuku. You are not a god Izuku. You may be fast but you can't be at two places at the same time, explained Mei. You already tried to play god once, remember? This isn't about saving people is it? Izuku looked Mei in the eyes. Of course it's not, yelled Izuku out of frustration. Everyone I care about dies. My mom, my dad, even my own daughter who went through so much just to have a chance to meet me. But yet, when they needed me the most I failed. Falling to his knees Izuku had tears running down his face. What's the point of being the fastest man on the planet, when I can't even be there for the ones I care about? Maybe this world is better off without a speedster. Mei wrapped Izuku in a hug. Do you remember the first time we met? You were so scared to even get close to me that I built a little claw extension just to get you to play with me. I also remember the first time we saw the hut, it was broken, trash riddled the sand, yet, you thought it would be a good place for a secret base. And look at it now, well it's destroyed but we'll rebuild it. What I'm trying to say is that you have gone through so much, more than any high school kid should. But you always kept your smile, and that's what makes you, you. And you're wrong. This world will always need a speedster, the green blur. And I will always need the person underneath the mask, I'll always need Izuku Midoriya. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes. Thank you Mei, I needed that. Mei smiled, no problem, come on. Let's head back down to the others. Oh, and try not to kill this Melissa, she's not the same one. We don't know that yet, but I won't do anything if she doesn't, explained Izuku. Oh right, and before I forget, I'm not going by the green blur anymore. My hero name will now be the Flash. The Flash, not bad. Mei's face then lit up. You know what that means, new name, new suit. She then grabbed his hand and pulled him back down the stairs. Come on. Let's get this meeting over with and rebuild the hut. The two then made it back down the stairs. The meeting went on and Izuku was eventually let go and told that there would be an announcement for all hero students on Monday of next week. But for now Izuku needed to rest. However, several cities around Japan were still in shambles as a result of All Might's fight and Izuku's race. So as a gesture of good fate, Izuku spent the entire day helping rebuild the cities to their former glory. The days soon passed and the final building Izuku rebuilt was the hut. Melissa, not wanting to piss off Izuku anymore, decided that it would be best if she stayed away, for now at least. As Izuku helped where he could, Nezu, who was sitting in his office, watched the news coverage. It's amazing what he's capable of doing when he has the right mindset. Isn't that right, Night Eye? That's when we saw a man sitting down across Nezu's desk. He was tall, wore glasses and had on a suit. That is yet to be seen. We'll see. So, what brings you here today? I assume this isn't a friendly visit, said Nezu. Night Eye nodded, you are correct. This isn't a friendly visit. The hero then reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a folder. The situation has changed, and not in our favor. Grabbing the folder, Nezu began to read it. His eyes widened as he read through it. Then I believe it's time we bring him aboard. I agree, but not yet. I still need some time to figure some stuff out. Izuku Midoriya is the key to all of this. I just know it, said Night Eye as his eyes changed. He may be, but he is also a student here at UA. Nezu turned his chair, and their safety is my priority. Many of their parents have expressed concern for their safety. And now that All Might has retired, it has become more of a concern for me as well. I think it's time to bring them here. The students had been given a week off to collect themselves. Izuku spent it with Mei working on a new suit they were developing. But as Izuku worked, he suddenly got a call. Picking it up, he noticed that it was Bakugo. Hey Kachan. What's up? Kind of in the middle of something. Yeah, I'm sure you are, said Bakugo. Get your ass back home, we have some company and you need to be here. Izuku pulled off his goggles. Huh, a guest? Who, and why do I need to go? Just shut up and get home. You got 5 minutes, said Bakugo, hanging up the phone. Izuku sighed as he put down the phone. Sorry Mei, I'll be right back. Something came up. Mei, who was working on the HUD in Izuku's suit, looked up. That's fine, just hurry back. I'm almost ready for a test. Nodding, Izuku took off, making it home in 5 seconds. He opened the door. I'm back, so who's this guest you were talking about? Walking into the living room, Izuku was surprised to find All Might sitting down, still banged up. All Might? Oh Izuku, you're back, good, take a seat, said Mitsuki. Taking a seat on the sofa next to Mitsuki, Izuku was still a bit surprised. Go ahead All Might. Thank you, well I'm here on behalf of Nezu and Ua. You see, the school has been worried about the safety of students recently. With my retirement and villains becoming more bolder, we think it's time to turn Ua into a boarding school for heroes. That is why I'd like to ask permission for both Midoriya and Bakugo to come and live at UA. Mitsuki smiled. Sure, you can take this twerp with you, she said, smacking Bakugo over the head. What the hell was that for, you old hag? Yelled Bakugo. You need it. You weren't there to save Izuku from those villains. You need to get stronger, said Mitsuki, slapping Bakugo over the head once again. Hearing that, Bakugo stayed silent as he held his head. You have our permission to take Bakugo, but Izuku is another thing. We may be his guardians, but he should decide for himself. They all looked at Izuku. It's your call, son, said Masaru. Izuku clenched his fists. I owe the two of you everything. You gave me a place to stay, food, clothes, you've lectured me, praised me, and there's nothing in this world that I can do to pay you back. And for that I thank you, But I think this might be for the best. I don't want to be a burden on you any more than I have to. Mitsuki's eyes softened. You don't have to thank us for that, not now, not ever. You'll never be a burden, we took you in because we wanted to. You are and will always be part of this family. We may not be your real parents but we love you like our own. And we will support you with any decision you make. Izuku smiled. Getting up he walked in front of the two and hugged them. Thank you. Mitsuki and Masaru hugged him back. We sure are going to miss the both of you. It was now the weekend before class was set to start up again, which meant it was now move-in day. The students were taken to their new dorms. Standing before them was a multi-layer building split down the middle and in two. Alright everyone. Welcome to your new place of residence for the foreseeable future. Genders are split and you have your assigned room. Get to unpacking. Aizawa expected them to walk towards the door but instead they began to talk amongst each other. What are you doing? It's going to take you a while too. But before he could finish his sentence a flash of green light hit the hero. 5 seconds, slower than I thought. Boxes are difficult to hold and run with, said Izuku walking out of the dorms. If this hero thing doesn't work out maybe I can be a professional mover. Done already Midoriya? Asked Mina. Izuku nodded. Yeah, everything is already inside your rooms. All you need to do is unpack. Oh right, before I forget, Momo, Todoroki. Can you two-tone it down a bit next time? Remodeling a room and fitting a queen-size bed inside wasn't easy. Momo blushed. Sorry about that. I just wanted to feel more at home. Nah, it's fine. Anyway, let's go check this place out. The class then followed Izuku inside and began exploring the dorm. It was now nighttime and Izuku was up in his room looking at a picture of his parents. I guess this is a new beginning for me. Make sure to watch over me you too. Laying down on the bed Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes for a moment. But in that moment of relaxation something happened. Normally when someone closes their eyes you see nothing, but in Izuku's case he saw something. Something white and glowing in the distance. Izuku tried to force himself awake but found that he couldn't. That's when the light suddenly got closer. Help me. Hearing a voice Izuku looked around. Help me, said the voice once again. Is that light talking? Asked Izuku, looking at the ball of white light. Instinctively Izuku reached out for it. But once his hand touched it, both it and himself began to scream out in pain. Izuku fell to his knees as he tried to pull his arm back but found that he couldn't. What is going on? Help me, cried out the light once again, but this time in a much clearer voice. It's okay, yelled Izuku. I'm here, tell me what's wrong. Pain, so much pain, don't want this, need help, said the voice. However, before they could say anything else the light disappeared. Back in the real world Izuku snapped his eyes open. His breathing was heavy, and he found himself sweating. Looking around the room Izuku found that some of his stuff was either thrown to the ground or burned by something. A glass door that led to a balcony was shattered, but by what? What happened? Izuku, are you alright in there? Asked Bakugo, banging on the door. Come on, open up. Slowly making his way towards the door Izuku opened it and found everyone in his class standing outside his room. What's going on? He asked, barely able to stand. That's what we want to know, said Iida. The building began to shake and we all suddenly heard thunder. We thought it was Kaminari at first but we saw green light coming from your room and ran up here. I don't remember that, I remember hearing a cry for help, and I felt as if I was thrown to the side, explained Izuku. Crying for help? I didn't hear anything, said Jiro. I heard it, it sounded like a kid crying for help. They were in pain. Izuku took a deep breath. Maybe I'm just tired, sorry about this guys. I'm fine now, although, Aizawa is going to be pissed that I broke the glass. After that the teachers were informed about the incident and after being checked out by Mei, Izuku was allowed to go back to the dorms. But Mei did want to run more tests on Monday. Monday the class had a different feeling now that they were all living together. People were talking to each other more and were being more loud than usual. But that soon changed when Aizawa walked into the classroom. Alright everyone, settle down and take your seats. Today is going to be simple. You will be all working on improving yourselves. This means developing a super move. Everyone head over to Delta facility, from there we'll meet other heroes and help you to develop such a move. The students quickly moved out and just like Aizawa said they found other heroes to help them. Getting to work quickly everyone went off to practice or came up with a super move. Those like Bakugo already had something in mind. A concentrated blast from the palm of his hand that could punch through anything. Or as he called it, a P-shot. Izuku on the other hand was trying to perfect a technique he picked up watching Kagaya fight. Focusing, Izuku began to vibrate his body at super speeds. Alright Aoyama, fire. Aoyama wasn't sure. Will this actually work? I can turn down my laser but it will still hurt if it hits. Nodding, Izuku readied himself. I'm sure, now fire. Firing his laser at Izuku, the speedster stayed still. The beam of light was on target and was going to hit Izuku when it suddenly went right through him. Once the beam went past him, Izuku stopped vibrating. Yes, it worked. Intangibility. That was impressive, Midoriya, said All Might, walking towards Izuku, still bandaged up. Izuku turned. All Might, you should be resting, you're still injured. I'll be fine, I just came to see how everyone was progressing, explained All Might, and by the looks of things, I say it's going fairly good. I'd say so, said Izuku, rubbing the back of his head. So what to tell me why you're really here? Can't get anything past you. Well, I'm here about my offer again, said All Might. Izuku sighed. Thought so, but my answer is the same, All Might. You need to give it to someone more deserving. Not me, an unstable kid who can blow up planets by moving too fast. You need someone who already inspires hope. Wait, was that second part true? Asked All Might. Izuku shrugged. Beats me. Maybe. Regardless, I'm not changing my mind on this, All Might. Sorry, but you'll have to find someone else. Now if you don't mind, I have to get back to training. Rejected once again. All Might watched as Izuku walked away. Maybe you're right, kid. Maybe I should find someone else. Sir Night Eye had someone in mind. I wonder if they'll be a good pick. Elsewhere, Yakuza hideout Shigaraki was being escorted by two men wearing masks. The hallway was dark, but at the end of it Shigaraki could see the faint glow of light. Reaching out, Shigaraki was met by a man wearing a purple jacket and wore a plague doctor's mask, surrounded by men. Shigaraki from the League of Villains. What a pleasure to finally meet you. Would you like some tea? Shigaraki looked at the tea before turning his attention back to the man in the mask. I'm not here for tea, Overhaul. I'm here to talk business. Then by all means. Overhaul sat down. Let's get started. I'm here to offer you an alliance. If we join our forces, then we should be able to take on all of the heroes in Japan, explained Shigaraki. Overhaul was about to say something when one of his men leaned in and whispered something. Again? Who the hell is this guy anyway? What's wrong? Asked Shigaraki. Someone has been attacking my trucks for the past 2 days. At first I thought it was the heroes. But I soon realized that wasn't the case, explained Overhaul. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? Overhaul waved his hand and made a bodyguard hand over some pictures. Laying them down in front of Shigaraki, Overhaul pointed at one. You think a hero would do this? Shigaraki looked at the photos and was shocked. On one were the corpses of several men, blood running down as they laid lifeless. Another picture had the image of a man holding his neck as it bled. And that was just yesterday. 40 men killed, 8 transport vehicles destroyed, millions lost. But I can't seem to kill this bastard. Every time my men find him they immediately start shooting, but every time he gets back up as if nothing ever happened. And the way he kills is brutal as well, explained Overhaul. Taking a closer look at the photos, Shigaraki noticed something. What is this, on the walls? That is his signature marking. 3 claw, scratch marks. How about we make a deal? Help me with this problem and I'll help you with yours, proposed Overhaul. Do you have a way to take down the speedster? Questioned Shigaraki. Overhaul smiled underneath his mask. I actually have 2 ways. So what do you say, want to team up? 2 ways? How? Some sort of machine, said Shigaraki. Not a machine, but a person. I have one person who can get rid of the boy, permanently. Any more you have to agree to work with me. So I ask once again, will you team up? Asked Shigaraki. Shigaraki nodded. Sounds like a plan to me. Alley, unknown city. Walking down an abandoned alley was someone wearing a trench coat, their face hidden. As they walked, however, the man's ear twitched. I know you're there. I also know you've been following me since I killed those men. You're no cop, so who the hell are you? The man asked. I'm surprised you could tell I was following you, said another man floating down into the alley. Yeah, well, you'd be surprised at what I can do. Suddenly a snikt sound was heard and 3 blades came out from each of the man's fists. So who the hell are you? Easy, I'm not here to fight you. I just want some answers, said the man landing on the ground. That's when the man with the claws saw his face. You, another clone? No, not again, never again. The man with the claws jumped towards the other man with his claws at the ready. Raising his hand, the man who floated down suddenly made a ball of green energy appear in his hand. Guess we are doing this the hard way. The alley was then engulfed in a bright yellow light. An. Done done done. A bit of a slow chapter, but that ending, if you've read some of my other work you know who they are and you know what's coming. That's right, it's crossover time. This is going to be my most ambitious story plan ever, so wish me luck. Theories are welcome to write them down. In the meantime, please stay safe. Point 299 Chapter 25. Unwilling. An. And we are back with another chapter. Sorry it took me so much time to get this out, but I needed a break. But I'm back and ready to write, so I hope you enjoy it. So without future ado, let's just jump into it. Unwilling, exhausted, was what the entirety of Class 1A was feeling right now. Well, all but Izuku. They had just finished taking their provision license exams, and thanks to their hard work they all passed. Those hellish weeks of training paid off. Man, that exam was harder than I thought it was going to be, said Mina, throwing herself onto the sofa. Right. I just want to rest for a bit, said Kirishima, also falling on the sofa. One by one the class fell or sat down to relax. Izuku looked at everyone. How are you guys tired? I didn't even sweat, plus, I wasn't running at full speed. Well, not all of us have super speed, said Bakugo. But since you're not tired, think you can bring us some food? Sure. What do you guys want? Asked Izuku. Momo slowly raised her hand. That pizza you brought over last week was good. Here, I have the money. Walking over, Izuku grabbed a bundle of cash from Momo. The class nodded in agreement. Bring that, please, said Toru. Alright. 5 pizzas coming up. Be back in a flash. In a streak of green lightning, Izuku took off. The class sighed when they heard Izuku say that. Does he always have to say that? Asked Kirishima. I know, I already told him about it, but he still does it, said Bakugo. I guess it's his catchphrase now. He'll get over it soon, I hope. 2 minutes later the dorms were lit up with another flash of green. Sorry I'm late, guys. I made a quick stop in Mexico and picked up some churros for dessert. I got your authentic Italian pizza right here. Buon appetito, he said in a broken Italian accent. The class immediately got up and grabbed the 5 boxes of pizza along with the churros from Mexico. Digging in, the class enjoyed their meal and talked with each other. But as they did, Izuku stealthily sneaked out and was now standing outside the dorms eating a slice. What are you doing out here by yourself? Asked someone from the dorm entrance. Izuku turned to find Uraraka walking over to him. Oh, Uraraka, nothing, just thinking about the exam. Uraraka stood beside him. Yeah, it was tough. We could have gotten it done sooner if you helped us. Izuku shrugged. Yeah, but if I did that it wouldn't have meant much to you guys. True, we needed to be the ones to pass. Although your help was appreciated. So thanks for that, said Uraraka, smiling. I do what I can, said Izuku, finishing up his slice. So, that wasn't the only reason why you came looking for me, was it? Uraraka nodded. Yeah, and I think you know what I want to talk about. Kagaya, said Izuku. Our daughter. Uraraka turned to Izuku. Ever since that day I've gotten the feeling you've been avoiding me. At first I understood. But time passed and every time we would see each other, you'd actively try to avoid me. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but it's just, Izuku sighed. I don't know. You're worried about the future, this future, our future, aren't you? Asked Uraraka. Izuku nodded. Yes. Knowing what the future holds, it's terrifying, and what happens with Mei. You still don't get it, do you, Midoriya? Asked Uraraka. Our future still hasn't been set in stone yet. On the contrary, I think it's diverging. Think about it. Knowing our future already changes that future. Maybe we do end up together, maybe the world does end. But it can also not end. And Kagaya, there is a part of me that likes you and wants for her to be born. But your future could lead to something else, to someone else. No one's future has been decided yet. We choose what kind we want. But we sure as hell better make it a good one. Uraraka, Izuku's eyes softened. You're right. I'll make my own future. Smiling, Uraraka nodded. Good, now come on. Let's head back to the others. She then turned her back. Oh right, before I forget. Uraraka then suddenly leaned in and kissed Izuku on the cheek. Izuku was surprised. What? With her cheeks blushing, Uraraka looked away. I know you have Mei and that you love her, so I won't do anything to get between you two. But I just wanted to let my feelings be known. Sorry. Izuku tried to talk to her, but Uraraka quickly went back inside with the others. Still a bit shocked, Izuku took a minute. I'll have to apologize to Mei later. But Uraraka is right. My future isn't written yet. Walking back inside the dorms, Izuku went back to socializing with his class. Back on the main campus, Aizawa had just finished giving Nezu the good news about the class. Walking to the dorms, he was going through some papers and was about to cross the quad area when he suddenly felt something or someone watching him. Turning around quickly, Aizawa found nothing, not a single student or teacher in sight. Was I just imagining it? It was now Monday morning and Class 1A was currently sitting around waiting for Aizawa to walk in. So now that we have our provisional licenses, do you guys think things will be different? Asked Kirishima. Maybe, they might switch up what we learn, said Sue, voicing her thoughts. Whatever it is, I just hope it's not boring, said Bakugo, leaning back on his chair. The lessons were boring. I'm sure it'll be fine, said Izuku. Just try not to fall asleep. Just then the doors to the room swung open and in walked Aizawa. Walking towards the podium, he nodded as the class was now silent. Good, you're learning. Let me once again congratulate everyone for passing the exam. But now that you all have it, it's about time we move on to bigger things. For example, work studies. This will be another opportunity for you to learn with heroes. That's when a hand went up. So is this like the hero internships? Asked Mina. In a way, yes. But this time around the heroes will not be holding your hand. It will be as if you were all full-fledged heroes. Aizawa looked around the room to find that they were still a bit confused. Thought so, that's why I brought over some third years to explain. These students are ranked in the top 3 for the third year, or as we like to call them, the Big 3. So listen to what they have to say. Walking into the class were 3 students, a skinny-looking boy with messy hair, a girl with sleek long hair, and a bulky boy with a face that looked generic. Alright, you 3, introduce yourselves. The first one to go was the boy with the messy black hair. The name is Tamaki Imajiki. Is all he had to say before turning his back to the class. What the heck is up with this guy? Thought Izuku, along with most of the class. Oh, me next, said the girl with long hair. My name is Nijire Hato. Nice to meet you all. Nijire scanned the class and found who she was looking for. With a big smile, Nijire walked over to Izuku. You're the first year I've been hearing a lot about. I also heard you are fast. Izuku was nervous. Nijire had gotten so close to his face. Yeah, I'm fast. Nijire's eyes sparkled. I want to see, do something fast. Izuku wasn't sure, so he looked over at Aizawa who, to his surprise, nodded. Izuku sighed. Alright, done. Nijire looked at Izuku confused. But you didn't do anything. Izuku lifted up his hand and revealed that he had 3 ties. Missing something? Looking down at her chest, Nijire saw that the tie she wore with her uniform was missing, along with both Tamaki's and the final boys. What? I didn't even see you move, said Nijire, surprised. Oh, and you might want these back as well. Here. Izuku then placed 3 ID cards down on his desk. Picking them up, Nijire's eyes widened. These are our school IDs. Mine was in my skirt pocket. Nijire then smiled. You really are fast. I bet you can even do naughty stuff. Izuku blushed, but his shyness soon turned to fear when he felt people gazing at him. He looked at his class to find all of the girls were giving him a look that said, "Don't you dare." I would never do anything like that, he said nervously. Alright Nijire, that's enough, don't go causing problems for him, said the plain-looking boy. Hey there, my name is Mirio Tagata. It's nice to meet you. And there you have it. These 3 will talk about the differences between work study and the internship, said Aizawa, as Nijire handed back everyone's ID and tie. Actually Aizawa, I think it's best if we show them the difference between the 2. With a demonstration, suggested Mirio. Aizawa shrugged, do what you want. Mirio gave a thumbs up, awesome. Let's meet up at Gamma Gym in 10. With that the big 3 walked out of the class, leaving 1A very much surprised. What just happened? Asked Kaminari. I think we just got into a fight, said Jiro. 10 minutes later. Now wearing their gym clothes, Class 1A were face to face with Mirio. So does anyone know what this guy's quirk is? Asked Mina. Nope, not at all, said Kirishima. We'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Aizawa stood and watched as Mirio warmed up. Mirio Tagata, ranked 1 for the 3rd years. And the closest to becoming the number 1 hero, including the current roster. Not to mention his connection to All Might, who has taken a liking to him. In all intents and purposes, he is a prodigy. He then shifted his attention to Izuku, but 1A also has a prodigy. Now loosened up, Mirio looked at Class 1A. Let's get started, shall we? Izuku narrowed his eyes. Guys, make sure you watch out. We don't know what his quirk is. But before Izuku could finish explaining, Bakugo rushed in. "No time for that. I'm taking the first crack at him." Pointing his hands out in front of him, Bakugo fired off a massive explosion. Nijire and Tamaki were a bit surprised that a first year had this kind of power. "Hey, he's not bad. Still, do you think Mirio will take it easy on them?" Tamaki had his head against the wall. "This is Mirio we're talking about, he won't hold back." As the dust from the explosion settled, Bakugo was confident that he got him. But much to his surprise, Mirio was nowhere to be found. "What the?" "That was a nice explosion," said Mirio, appearing behind Jiro and far away from Bakugo. Turning, Jiro screamed out in shock. The class turned to find a very much naked Mirio appearing from the ground. "He can teleport?" questioned Kaminari. "Nope," answered Mirio. "Want to take another guess?" Punching Jiro in the stomach, Mirio knocked her out and then disappeared underneath the floor. Izuku then noticed something. "I see what's going on. He's not teleporting, but rather he's slipping through the floor." "Oh, fast and smart. You really are something else. Unfortunately, you're not fast enough," said Mirio, appearing behind Izuku. Taking a swing, Mirio was inches from hitting the back of Izuku's head when all of a sudden his target disappeared. "So slow," said Izuku, now behind Mirio, green lightning cracking around him. Nijire and Tamaki couldn't believe what they were seeing. "He got behind Mirio. Now that's double impressive," said Nijire. "Still, it won't do him any good," said Tamaki. Going in for a neck chop, Izuku was about to hit Mirio when his hand phased right through. Swiping at the air, Izuku looked at Mirio. "Interesting." Countering, Mirio twisted his body and went in for a chest shot. But much like what happened to Izuku, his fist went right through. Two can play at that game. Sliding to a stop, Mirio stood face to face with Izuku. How did he do that? But Mirio didn't have time to think when a laser, tape, and acid came flying through him, causing Izuku to dodge. "Don't let up," ordered Bakugo. Shifting focus on the rest of the class, Mirio would instead target them. "Let's get rid of the distractions first." One by one, Class 1A fell. Even the strongest couldn't stand up to him. Once finished, Mirio grabbed his pants. "Power." You do know I could have gotten them out of the way, right?" asked Izuku. "I mean, I didn't, since this is a lesson, but still. You only knocked them out because I let you." "Oh, is that so?" questioned Mirio. "So you think you're faster than me?" Izuku rubbed the back of his head. "I mean, I know I am. Come on, in those 10 seconds you took I already know how your quirk works, what you need to do to use it, what your limit is, and how to counter it." "Oh, and how is that?" asked Mirio, ready for anything. "Easy, with speed." In a flash of green, Izuku appeared in front of Mirio and landed a hit. Izuku's fist pushed Mirio back as he held his now bruised nose. It takes about 10 milliseconds for your brain to send a signal to your muscles. It takes at least another second to think about using your quirk. Not a lot of time, but more than enough for me. Sorry about this. I know you're my senior, but you've been matched up with the wrong person. I see, then I guess it's time to stop messing around. Closing his eyes, Mirio suddenly began to generate yellow lightning. Izuku's eyes widened. What the hell, yellow lightning? Could he be? No, I destroyed that research. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku could see and feel that Mirio was now completely different. "What did you just do?" asked Izuku. But Mirio just smiled. "Did you take something?" "You could say that," answered Mirio. "But now I'm ready for whatever you got in store." Faster than Mirio could see, Izuku was suddenly in his face. What? Out of panic, Mirio swung wildly. Izuku dodged and took this chance, now that Mirio could be touched, to attack. But right as his fist was about to land, something came in from the roof. Seeing it, Izuku opened his fist and pushed Mirio out of the way, just as whatever it was hit the ground. With the two now separated, Izuku relaxed. "Hey Mirio, let's call it a day. I really don't want to deal with those two," he said, pointing towards the sideline. Mirio turned to find Nijire and Tamaki ready to fight. Seeing that even his friends wanted to jump in, the lightning around Mirio died down before disappearing. "Yeah, I think that's for the best. I didn't think the two of you would take it this far," said Aizawa, getting between the two. "Sorry, after I saw that lightning," Izuku shook his head before smiling. "No, it's nothing. Although, it is funny to see All Might choose his successor this early after his retirement. Seems to me that he already had you in mind." Turning, Izuku waved his hand. "When it comes to physical strength you have me beat, most of the time. But when it comes to raw speed there's no comparing us. Anyway, I'm going to check up on my class. If you ever feel like sparring again, let me know."
Walking over to his class, Izuku checked each of them. They were fine and some were even waking up already. I heard what he did, what he's gone through. I'm surprised he can still smile after all that, said Mirio.
It's a farce, answered Aizawa. The smile he wears isn't for himself, it's for others. He doesn't want people worrying about him. I've only seen him happy when he's with Hatsume. The rest he hides behind that smile, and the only thing holding him together is Hatsume. Mirio watched as Izuku helped his class up. Mirio, yelled Nijire, running over to him. Were you about to fight him for real? Would you have won? Maybe, if I could land a hit. But it's more likely I wouldn't even get close to his speed. Mirio closed his fists. Even with All Might's power I wouldn't be able to touch him. With the lesson now over and the big three explaining the difference, everyone began to head back to the classroom. But as they did, Izuku looked back at the floor and noticed that there was a scorch mark. It was too fast for anyone else to see, but Izuku saw it. Whatever came crashing down was green and seemed to be made of pure light. A green light falling from the sky. Who could have done that? Little did Izuku know that the person who fired that beam of light was currently looking down at him from above, bathed in a green light and with a ring around their finger. Later after school, Izuku and Mei were walking up a familiar path. In one hand Izuku held Mei's hand. In the other, 2 bundles of flowers. Trailing off the path, the two stepped on grass, but Mei stayed behind. Walking over to a pair of headstones, Izuku was in a cemetery. Hey mom, hey dad, he said, stopping in front of the graves of his parents. Sorry, it's been a while since I've been here. Some crazy stuff happened and I got a bit distracted. So to make it up to you, I brought some flowers. Hope you like them. Bending down, Izuku placed 1 bundle on each of his parents' headstones. It's kind of a long story, so I'll tell you 2 about it later, promise. I brought Mei with me, but I kind of promised I'd be her test dummy for today and let her experiment on me. Izuku sighed. I better go, I'll be back soon. Walking back, Izuku met up with Mei. Done already? She asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, just wanted to say sorry, that's all. I'll be back. With that, the two walked back down the path. Once outside the cemetery, Izuku stretched. Man, training has really been exhausting recently. I didn't think you could get tired, said Mei. Well, not really. I'm sure I do, but it's only when I push myself to the max, explained Izuku. Speaking of which, you ready to find out my top speed? Mei excitedly smiled. You bet. I can't wait to see how much faster you've gotten. But as she thought about all the tests she could run, her phone began to vibrate. Pulling out her phone, when she read the message, her eyes widened. Izuku, we may have a problem. What is it? He asked. Someone broke into the hut. Izuku couldn't believe it. What? He yelled out. Picking up Mei, Izuku suddenly began to generate lightning. Hold on tight. In a flash, Izuku ran through the streets. But as the trail of green dissipated, someone was watching them from behind a tree, their eyes glowing green. Within 10 seconds the two made it to the hut. Now standing inside, he looked around but found no one. Huh? There's no one here. A small projection then appeared from the watch. No, that doesn't make any sense. The sensors picked up someone inside here. There's no way they could have left without making a sound, or the cameras picking them up. Here, let me pull up the cameras. Walking over to the main computer, Mei brought up the cameras. An image popped up which showed the place empty. But only a few seconds later a flash of green light blinded all the cameras. Damn, they blinded our cameras, said Mei. Izuku then looked around, but it doesn't seem like they took anything. So they broke in just to show that they could. There are tons of my babies that are expensive here. Not to mention your prototype suits, which are top-of-the-line suits, explained Mei. Wait, we got here in 10 seconds. How were they able to escape before we got here? Izuku raised an eyebrow. That's a valid point. Are they still here, or did they know we were on our way? Either way, I think some upgrades are due on this place. Think you can make some babies to fortify this place? Mei smiled as she pulled down her goggles. Making babies is what I do. You should make the adjustments on your suit. We'll find out your top speed later. Nodding, Izuku went to do just that. A few days had passed and Izuku was keeping his guard up when he went out. But that would prove difficult now that the hero work-study program was in full swing. On the days leading up to the final decision, Izuku wasn't sure who and where he wanted to go with. And to make matters more difficult, hero agencies from the US were calling. Most likely a trap to lure him in, but the offers came from heroes that typically worked without government support. But that didn't matter. Izuku wanted to stay in Japan. After some thinking, Izuku was going to go with the hero edge shot, but after some very persistent convincing, Izuku gave in to Mirio's suggestion. A hero named Sir Night Eye. And it even surprised Izuku to see All Might happy about this decision. Something was up and Izuku wanted to know what. Arriving at Night Eye's agency, Izuku was accompanied by Mirio. Walking past the front desk, the two immediately went upstairs to Night Eye's office. "Hey sir, we're back," announced Mirio. Walking in, Izuku was met by the gaze of a rather tall man with green hair that had yellow streaks on it. The man also wore glasses and wore a suit. "So you're Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure to finally meet you." Night Eye then extended out a hand. "Yeah, nice to meet you too," said Izuku, reaching out and shaking it. "Thanks for having me." "Think nothing of it. Before we do anything, I wish to see if you are worthy of being here. Mirio, please step outside for a second." Nodding, Mirio walked out of the room, leaving Izuku very confused. "Now then, shall we begin? Your test is simple. Take this stamp from me within 5 minutes. Do that and I'll accept you, deal?" "No offense sir, but I'll probably get it faster than you could see," said Izuku. "Overconfidence can get you killed on the field. Trust me, this won't be as easy as you think," said Night Eye. "Now, go." With the signal now sent, Izuku activated his speed. Green lightning cracked around him as he took a step forward. With his surroundings slowed down, Izuku reached out to grab the stamp, but just as he was about to reach it, Sir Night Eye moved out of the way. Izuku slid to a stop in front of an All Might poster. "How did you do that?" "I told you, this wasn't going to be easy," Night Eye said, still holding the stamp. Without saying a word, Izuku suddenly ran at Night Eye again. But just as he was a few steps away, Izuku shifted towards the wall and jumped. Now bouncing off the wall and surrounding Night Eye, Izuku jumped all around the hero. But every time he would reach out for the stamp, the hero simply moved out of the way. "Gah! What is going on? I'm moving so fast, how are you reacting in time?" That's when Izuku noticed Night Eye's eyes. Both of them had a purple glow coming out of them and the entire pupil had a futuristic look. "That's your quirk, but what does it do?" For 3 minutes straight, Izuku would move around trying to get at the stamp, but nothing was working. But as the seconds passed, Izuku smiled. "I get it now. You know what I'm going to do next. Your quirk allows you to see into the future." "How right you are, but knowing this won't help you," said Night Eye, "and time is still running out." "Man, you really should have done your research on me," said Izuku, sighing. "I'll be taking that stamp now." Night Eye couldn't help but smirk. "You can try, but with my quirk I can see exactly what you are going to do." A look of horror then filled Night Eye's face. "Why your future? I can't see it. Why can't I see it?" Now it was Izuku's turn to smirk. "It's a closely guarded secret that only few know. Let's just say that I can manipulate time." The entire room was then filled with the rapid flashes of green lightning. Night Eye shielded his eyes, but it was already too late. By the time Night Eye could see again, Izuku was standing in front of him, holding the stamp. "Looks like I won." "Tell me, how did you do it? How did you make it so I couldn't see your future?" asked Night Eye. "I've manipulated time before. Do you honestly believe I couldn't manipulate your quirk? Either way, the results were the same," said Izuku, tossing the stamp back. "So have I proven myself?" Catching the stamp, Night Eye nodded. "You certainly have. Make yourself comfortable, your hero study starts now." Leaving the room, Night Eye was left thinking about what just happened and how exactly Izuku could do such a thing. But as he was thinking, his quirk suddenly activated again. However, something was wrong. A pulsating feeling was felt coming from the hero's head. Night Eye couldn't even think about what was going on when he suddenly got a vision. The image was in black and white, but Night Eye could see every detail. It was a city, a destroyed city. The image then went through and saw piles of dead people lining the street. The image then went through the city and stopped when someone was seen kneeling down as explosions and heroes leapt behind them. The image then panned to the person's front, where Night Eye could see that another person was present. But they weren't moving. The person kneeling down dropped their head as tears ran down their face. Soon bolts of lightning came crashing down around the person. Night Eye couldn't believe it. It was Izuku. He watched as Izuku cried out. What followed was a flash of light and nothing else. Night Eye tried to make out who it was he was holding but couldn't. Now breathing heavily, Night Eye tried to compose himself. What did I just see? Was it Midoriya's future? But I couldn't see 5 seconds into his future. How can I see much further than that? Either way, I need to tell Nezu about this. Uame was currently working on an end-of-the-year project for her class. She was given the task to build a working prototype for a hero that jumps really high. The end goal was to minimize the shock from landing from a high distance, without losing power or speed. Simple enough on paper, but Mei had a tendency to build large, sometimes bulky babies.
Working at her station, May had her goggles down and was soldering a few electrical components together. This magnetic absorber in the Kevlar is too heavy. Maybe if I used another material, or maybe I can integrate the shock absorber into the material itself.
I would go with aerogel. It's soft, light, and you can basically mold it to whatever shape you want, said a voice beside May. Startled, May took off her goggles and was surprised to find Melissa. What are you doing here? You agreed to stay away. Melissa smiled. I did. Stay away from Midoriya, that is. I'm still able to visit the school when he's not here. What do you want? Asked May, in a cold and stern voice. Sensing some hostility, Melissa backed up a bit. Easy, I just want to talk.
May went back to her project. About. I sure hope it's not about Izuku. No, nothing like that, but it is related to him. May raised an eyebrow. After my encounter with the evil me, I spent months trying to detect any space-time ruptures. And since then I've detected two. One of those is when that other speedster arrived. The first one was during the sports festival.
Yeah, I know that already. What are you getting at? Asked May. Well, I've detected several dozen ruptures. Hearing that, May stopped her work. Each right after Midoriya's fight with AFO. But this wasn't someone traveling through time. What I detected was vibrations. May then looked at Melissa. See what I'm getting at?
Izuku said that in order to fix everything they needed to vibrate at a certain speed. Melissa nodded. And there is also a theory that suggests that the reason we can't see other universes, other worlds, is because they vibrate at a different frequency than ours.
Melissa nodded, and if those two ruptured the divide between them, that would mean we may have some visitors from other worlds. The very thought of other people from other Earths both scared and excited May. Have you told anyone about this yet? No, but I was going to tell Uncle Mike later today, explained Melissa. May thought about it. We should also tell Izuku about this. He should know more about this than me. But I'm warning you now, do not do anything to Izuku. He's already on edge since he lost his daughter, don't make it worse. With Izuku, night had fallen on the city. Izuku was currently standing in the middle between two people arguing in the streets. Alright, you two, please stop. But try as he must, the two men wouldn't stop yelling at each other. However, the situation changed when they both activated their quirks. One had some sort of an ocular quirk that fired a laser, while the other could throw spikes from his mouth. Seeing this, Izuku now had the right to use force. Activating his speed, green lightning sparked around him. Then, everything came crawling down to a complete stop. This was, as Izuku put it, speedster time. In a flash, Izuku grabbed the man who fired the laser and threw him into a trash can. Once he was in there, Izuku looked around and saw a civilian with some sunglasses. Grabbing them, he placed them over the man's eyes, preventing him from firing more lasers. Izuku then turned his attention to the man who could throw the spikes. Noticing that he had already fired 4 spikes, Izuku grabbed all 4 out of the air. He then appeared in front of the man and lightly tapped him in the chest. This caused the man to go flying towards a wall. Izuku then threw the man's own spikes at him. Now pleased at what he did, time once again began to speed up before returning to normal. The man in the trash can was hit in the head with the lid of said trash can. The other man was pinned against the wall, with the spikes he threw hitting the loose parts of his clothes. You know, I tried to be reasonable. But once you used your quirks, it became another story, said Izuku, his green lightning still sparking around him. Good job, Flash, said Mirio, walking up to him in his hero suit that had 1 million printed on the chest. You handled that situation perfectly. Thanks, said Izuku. Still, I can't seem to find out why these two were fighting. They weren't drunk, nor on any substance, and according to witnesses they didn't even bump into each other. Weird. Mirio thought about it. That is weird. Could it have been someone's quirk? Could be. Whatever, the scene is clear and people are safe. That's all that matters, said Izuku, smiling. Right. I don't know if you need a break, but take one anyway. I'll wrap things up with the police. Just then Izuku's communicator pinged, signaling a call. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be over here if you need me. Walking over to the side of the road, Izuku pressed the communicator in his ear. Hello? Izuku, it was May. Are you busy? For you, May, never. So what's up? You're calling pretty late. Is everything fine? Izuku asked. Yeah, everything is fine, for now I think. Look, there's something you need to know. It involves your fight with AFO. Izuku flinched when he heard that name. Do you think it's possible if? But before May could ask her question, someone tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Hey, are you that super guy from the sports festival? Izuku smiled with his back turned. Sorry, May, give me a second. Yeah, I am. Are you a fan or something? He asked, as he turned around. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Izuku was then met by the face of a very scary-looking man. His eyes were wide, his teeth showing, and he wore a dark hat. Izuku was so fixated on the man's face that he didn't even notice that the man was holding something. A loud bang was then heard rippling through the crime scene. Heroes flinched and citizens ran. Mirio turned to find Izuku's body falling to the ground and the man holding the smoking gun. Without a second thought, Mirio ran over and tackled the man, knocking the gun away before he could fire again. The officers already on the scene helped as they cuffed him. Mirio then turned to Izuku. Flash, flash. On the floor, Izuku gasped for air as he held his chest with blood running down his chest and onto the floor. Mirio examined the wound. It didn't go through. The bullet is still inside. We need to move him now. All the while Mei was hearing what was going on. Izuku. I heard a loud noise. Izuku. Can you hear me? She then checked his vitals and noticed that they were dropping. Izuku is in trouble. Back on the scene, Izuku tried to keep himself awake. Fuck. This hurts. I should have been paying attention. No, I can't worry about that now. I need to get the bullet out. I can feel it. It missed my heart, but it punctured a lung. Slowly raising his hand, Izuku began to vibrate it. Mirio was surprised. What are you doing? Izuku gritted his teeth as he plunged his hand into his own chest. Groaning in pain, Izuku felt the bullet inside his chest and began to move around for it. Eventually he found it. Grabbing it, he began to slowly pulling his hand free. The police and paramedics were astonished as Izuku now held the bullet he was just shot with. I got it, said Izuku, his breathing heavy. Mei, I'm fine. Mei sighed as Izuku's vital signs returned to normal. Thank goodness. Izuku coughed a few times before moving around, much to the paramedics pleading not to. But he wouldn't stay still. Besides, his wound was already healing. By the time the EMTs got to him, the wound had already closed. How are you feeling? Mirio asked. Like I just got shot, said Izuku, feeling his chest. I can still feel it inside. Still though, that was real dumb of me. I should have seen it coming. I could have phased through it or taken the guy down at least. Don't beat yourself up over it, said Mirio. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, but a bullet really does hurt, said Izuku, holding the bullet in his hand. That's when Izuku noticed something. Hey, it might be because of the shock, but does that look like a needle to you? Mirio got a close look at the bullet and did notice that the end was pointed. It is, so, should you get checked out? Izuku looked at his chest and watched as the wound healed completely. Nah, I'm good. Are you sure? We could just have them look you over, said Mirio, motioning to the EMTs. I'm sure. Watch. Izuku then pressed his communicator. Mei is monitoring my vitals and she says it's all good. Trust me, I'm fine. Seeing that Izuku wasn't going to back down, Mirio offered him instead a hand up. Well then, get up. We still have a job to do. Taking his hand, Izuku got to his feet. Right, where to next? We just got a call of a villain robbing a convenience store. It's on the other side of the city, explained Mirio. Race you there? Izuku smiled. You're on. Facing down an empty road, Izuku and Mirio got ready. On your marks, get set, go, yelled Mirio. In a flash and boom, the two raced down the street. Together they dodged and moved in between the people, careful not to hurt anyone. In that time frame, Izuku had a slight lead. But as his lightning sparked around him, Izuku's eyes suddenly widened. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Izuku got scared. But his fright soon turned to horror as he suddenly lost his lightning and with it, his speed. With the sudden loss of his powers, Izuku couldn't slow down. Shit. He yelled out as he tripped on his own feet and began to tumble. Rolling on the floor, Izuku came to a sudden stop when he slammed up against a car, denting its driver's side door. Izuku, now pinned, had severe road rash, blood running down his forehead, and had one of his arms dangling. Slowly Izuku's vision began to fade, but not before seeing Mirio run up to him. Flash. Flash. Can you hear me? Flash? Oh god, what happened? Hold on, I'm calling for help. The final thing Izuku saw was Mirio frantically calling someone and a green light in the sky. Yakuza Hideout Overhaul was currently on a call with someone. And are you sure it worked? Good. Even though it's temporary, this little test run showed us her powers can disrupt even his speed. Keep an eye on his condition. With that, Overhaul hung up the phone. I assume everything went as you wanted to? Asked Shigaraki. They went even better than I had hoped for, said Overhaul. Good, so are you going to tell me how these bullets are made? Questioned Shigaraki. Overhaul got up from his seat. I will, in due time. All I can say is that the source of the bullets is a person and their quirk is unique. Going down deeper into the Yakuza hideout, there was a door that stood out from the others. While the others had nothing on them, this one had a name tag, Airy. Inside the room was dark, there was only a bed and a small blanket. And hiding under that blanket was a small child, no more than 4 years old. They rocked themselves back with tears in their eyes and the blanket over their head. Someone, please, help me. Dun dun dun. People are watching Izuku's movements. But who? Find out next time. 299 Chapter 26, Friends. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on the last chapter, it really means a lot. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. Friends. Opening his eyes, Izuku once again found himself in a hospital setting attached to machines. Again with the hospitals, if Mei finds out she's going to kill me, he said, sighing. Actually, and it's a little late for that, said a voice beside him. Izuku slowly turned to Mei sitting down beside him. Izuku swallowed nervously. Mei, so what happened? That's what I want to know. From what those upperclassmen told me, it seems that after you got shot you ran off and suddenly began to lose your speed, said Mei. Izuku nodded. That's about what happened. It's weird, I can still feel that my powers are not all back. It feels as if someone is blocking it. I ran a few tests while you were out. When you got here your cells were not only just abnormal but some were slowed down. Even now some haven't returned to their normal state. That explains the cast on your arm, said Mei, pointing to the cast. So am I stuck like this forever? Izuku asked. Fortunately no. It does seem like your cells are starting to kick back into super speed. You should be out of that cast in an hour or so, said Mei. But that's not the only thing I found. Once I got here I told everyone to leave so I could conduct some tests on your blood. What I found is bizarre to say the least. What, did I get hit by a bioweapon? Said Izuku in a joking manner. He looked at Mei, and noticed that she didn't respond. Whoa, you serious? A bioweapon? Technically no, but I did find this. Mei handed Izuku a tablet. Taking it, Izuku read through the findings. What? This doesn't make any sense. How? I don't know, said Mei. But I double-checked it before the sample expired. You got hit by a bullet that had someone else's DNA in it. Could that be the reason why I lost my speed? Asked Izuku. Most likely, but there's more, said Mei, clenching her fist. The cells that were present aren't ones you find in your veins. You find them in bone marrow. Izuku looked at Mei confused. Meaning what? You can get bone marrow one of two ways. One is by sticking a needle into the bone itself. Mei stopped. What's the other way, Mei? Asked Izuku. You break down the bone and extract the cells. But that requires the bones of the person to be ripped out of them. Izuku's eyes widened. They're torturing this person for their quirk, said Izuku. We need to tell Nezu what you found. They already know. I should have waited for you to wake up and asked you first, but this was. Putting up his hand, Izuku stopped her. You did the right thing, Mei. Where are they? He asked. They are currently in a conference room here at UA. They even called other heroes, including the one you were with, said Mei. Then I need to be there, he said, trying to get out of bed. You can't. You broke your arm, 4 ribs, ruptured your spleen, and suffered a concussion. You're healing, so stay here, said Mei, trying to push him back down. But Izuku pushed past her. I can walk, so I'm going, he said, taking a seat on the bed's edge. Izuku then ripped out the IV and monitors attached to his arm. I'm going even if I have to crawl, so will you help me or not? Mei sighed. Fine, if I don't you'll probably end up running over there anyway. Let me go find a wheelchair. UA conference room. Several heroes sat around a large table, some even had students from UA. This included Uraraka, Su, Kirishima, Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire. Now, as you know, Midoriya was hit by what we are calling a quirk erasing bullet. Fortunately for him, it seems like with the other cases, the effects are temporary, said Night Eye. Unfortunately, he was not the first to be hit by these bullets. A few days ago we raided a house. During the raid one of my sidekicks was hit by the same bullet. I have been trying to track down where these bullets are coming from for months now but haven't found much. But there could be a connection to this man. Night Eye pressed a button and behind him a picture of a man wearing a green jacket, and who wore a plague doctor's mask was shown. This is Overhaul, leader of the Yakuza, explained Night Eye. The team and I have traced back the bullets to his organization. As to how the bullets are made, that remains a mystery. They are made of human cells. said Izuku, as Mei wheeled him into the conference room. Aizawa got up. Midoriya, what are you doing here? You should be resting. I'm fine, said Izuku. My speed is returning and my body should heal up soon. What was this about the bullets made of human cells? Said another hero, Ryukyu. She was the Dragonoid hero that was currently mentoring both Uraraka and Sue. I'll let Mei explain the rest. Izuku turned to Mei and nodded. Stepping forward, Mei messed around with the tablet. A second later the projector flickered before showing what was on Mei's tablet. When Izuku got to Ua after the accident, I took a blood sample. I found another person's cells inside him. I also found that Izuku's supercharged cells were slowed around this other person's cells. I managed to isolate the DNA for a second before the sample became unusable and managed to find proteins, similar to those you find in children. Every hero in the conference room went wide-eyed. A child, so they've been taking the kid's blood, said Aizawa. But Mei shook her head. No, the type of the cells in the sample were ones you only find in bone marrow. Night Eye slammed his podium. Are you sure? Mei nodded. I'm sure. Do you know anything about this person, Night Eye? Asked Mirio. I do. My intel network found out that Overhaul has a daughter, a 6-year-old daughter. But it seems that she is not her true daughter. Eri was the daughter of the past Yakuza's son. After they died, she was handed over to Overhaul. Explained Night Eye. He's using his own daughter, his family, to make these bullets. Wait, what is his quirk? Asked Fat Gum, another hero who is currently taking Tamaki and Kirishima under his wing. He has the power to break anything down and reshape it into whatever he pleases, explained Night Eye. Then that means we have to save this girl before this happens again, said Mirio. Midoriya, once you gain your speed back fully, you should search all of Japan. Izuku was going to agree to this, but Mei stepped in. No, he can't. Izuku looked back at Mei. What? Why not? Once I'm good, I should be able to look for this girl. But Mei stayed firm. No, and there's a reason why. She then leaned in and made sure no one else could hear her. I'll tell you later. Nodding, Izuku trusted Mei, and if she said no, then there had to be a good reason. We'll wait for that. Night Eye, any idea on how long it would take to find their hideout? With the team I have, we've been following several known henchmen working for the Yakuza. If everything works out, it should be as early as 2 days, said Night Eye. Good, more than enough time for me to heal, said Izuku. In the meantime, stay on standby. Once we find the location of the hideout, we go in and save the girl, said Night Eye. You're dismissed. With that, everyone began to walk out of the conference room, all but Izuku, Mei, Night Eye, and Mirio. Izuku grunted in pain. The power to disrupt my power, not even Aizawa could do that, said Izuku. It's terrifying to think about, said Mirio. Even more so when you think that they could be making the bullet last permanently. If everyone finds out that there's a way to lose your quirk, there would be panic in the streets, said Mei. Society itself would fall apart. Which is why we are going to keep this a secret until we rescue the girl. She's already lost her parents, we won't let anything else happen to her, said Night Eye. An expression of sadness washed over Izuku's face. No one should go through that. He then looked back. Mei, let's head to the hut. My new suit is almost done. Think you can finish it up? Mei nodded. Leave it to me. Good. I'll rest up for a bit more, and once I'm at full speed I'll join you. With that, Mei rolled Izuku out of the conference room. Still inside, Mirio looked at Night Eye. You didn't tell him about the other thing, why? Because what if by telling him what I saw comes to pass? I can see someone's future, predict people's movements, but with Midoriya, Night Eye took a pause. With him, well, I would compare him to a loose cannon. Outside, Mei was pushing Izuku to the dorms. Once outside, Izuku spoke. So Mei, want to tell me why you don't want me using my speed? It's not that I don't, it's just you need to be extra careful. I ran some tests, and if you get hit by another one of these bullets, there is a good chance you'll lose your speed, forever. Izuku's heart stopped for a second. Then why didn't it shut me off the first time? Asked Izuku. Mei clenched the handlebars on the wheelchair. I don't know, luck maybe. Or maybe your body reacted fast enough to the chemical. I just don't know. Just promise me you'll be careful, alright? Izuku nodded. I'm always careful, but yeah, I promise. Good, now let's get you back on that hospital bed. You need your rest. Oh right, I almost forgot, there is one more thing I need to talk to you about. I was going to tell Nezu, but I think it's best to tell you first. Izuku slumped over the chair as he was pushed back to his room. 2 days later, Night Eye was waiting patiently for his phone to ring. Today was the earliest he would get the call that they found the base. Izuku was allowed to stay at UA until they needed him, but time was running out. They needed to save the girl before it was too late. Nighttime had now fallen over the city. Suddenly his phone began to ring. He picked it up instantly. Night Eye here. Are you certain it's the place? Pretty sure? No. You can't be pretty sure about this. I need you to be 100% certain. Alright then, get ready to move by tomorrow morning. I'll get everyone ready. Hanging up the phone, Night Eye rubbed the brim of his nose. Please let us make it in time. With Izuku, he was currently tinkering with his new suit with Mei when he suddenly got a call. Clicking the earpiece he had on, Izuku continued to work. This better be important, I'm kind of in the middle of something. Flash, it's me. Izuku pulled up his goggles. Aizawa, he said, surprised. If you're calling, that means Night Eye found the hideout. He did. Get your stuff ready. We move out tomorrow morning. We still need to evacuate all civilians from the area tonight without them noticing. Normally we would ask you to run them out, but having a green streak of light at night would give us away, said Aizawa. That wouldn't be the smartest. Alright, I'll be ready. See you there. With that, Izuku hung up the phone. Placing it down, he then turned around. Hey Mei. Appearing from behind a pile of components, Mei removed her goggles. What's up? It's time. He said, plain and simple. Mei's eyes widened. The updates are almost finished. You should rest, I'll finish things up here. But Izuku wasn't so sure. We should both get some rest, you've been up since yesterday. I'm fine, really. But you need to be at 100% for this mission. Now get some rest. Izuku was about to protest, but Mei put her foot down. Rest, now. Izuku reluctantly put down his work. Alright, I'll rest. And none of that super sleep, said Mei, much to Izuku's dismay. What, but I can get a full rest in less than a second. If anything, I should be telling you to rest. You spend more time up than I do, said Izuku, pouting. While that is true, I sometimes get a full 6 hours, she said with pride. Mei, it's supposed to be 8 hours, said Izuku, but Mei wasn't listening. Never mind, I'll just go and rest. Walking over to the other side of the hut, Izuku laid on a sofa. He didn't feel tired, but he found himself falling into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Afternoon, the next day, everything was set. The heroes were ready, the police were in position. All they needed to do was wait for Night Eye's signal. They hid about 2 blocks away from the hideout. What's taking so long? Asked Mirio behind Night Eye, who were both wearing their hero costumes. The heroes were split up into 2 teams. One would stay outside and deal with any. This team consisted of Uraraka, Su, Nijire, and Ryukyu. They were supported by several other small local heroes and the police. The second group was going to be the one who stormed the Yakuza hideout. The team consisted of Night Eye, Mirio, Tamake, Fatgum, Kirishima, and Izuku. This job would be tricky since they expected heavy resistance. Fortunately for them, however, they had a plan for that. You ready, Flash? Asked Night Eye, looking back at Izuku. His green suit now being a bit brighter and the bolts of lightning around his waist and wrists now thinner but sharper. The symbol on his chest remained the same as well as his mask. Izuku nodded. Ready. Good. Looking down at his watch, Night Eye gave the signal. Go. With green lightning appearing from his body, Izuku took off. Appearing in front of the gates, Izuku placed his hands on it. Knock knock. Vibrating his hands, Izuku began to disable the door at a molecular level. The door bent and shook when out of nowhere it exploded outward, sending pieces of metal flying in every direction. What the hell was that? Yelled out several henchmen, running out to see a dust cloud where the gate used to be. As the dust began to clear, green lightning sparked throughout the area as they saw Izuku standing in the middle. You should have stayed inside. Kill this punk. Someone yelled out. The henchmen soon readied their quirks, but before they could fire, the heroes came out from the dust. Team 1, you're up, yelled Night Eye. The first engaged the enemy. Coordinating their attack, they began to separate them, allowing Team 2 to advance. Making it to the door of the home, Fatgum knocked it down. Night Eye. Running through the door, Night Eye took the lead. Follow me. The group of heroes ran down the halls, and much to their surprise, they didn't encounter anyone else. Hey, is it just me or is this place empty? Asked Kirishima. You're right. Besides the initial henchmen, they didn't throw anyone else at us, commented Aizawa. Flash, search the compound. Nodding, Izuku generated lightning before taking off, leaving everyone. 5 seconds passed when Izuku reappeared. The place is empty, but I did find something strange. Take us, said Night Eye. With that, the group made it to a flower arrangement embedded into the wall. This is it. When I ran past this place, I felt the ground was different, explained Izuku. Night Eye felt around when he accidentally tripped a wire. The heroes got into a fighting stance as a massive metal door began to reveal itself behind the wall. An underground passageway. "This must be where they're hiding Eri," said Mirio. "Then let's not waste time here," said Izuku, running towards the wall. But as he got closer, a hand suddenly came out from the darkness. "We got villains here," yelled Night Eye. Fortunately, his sidekicks sprung into action and apprehended them before they could attack. "You guys go, we'll make sure no one else goes down," said Bubble Girl, one of his sidekicks. Night Eye nodded. "Very well, let's go, we are wasting too much time." Going down the stairs, the group was surprised to find another much larger section of the compound. "This place is huge," said Kirishima. "A testament to how rich and powerful the Yakuza are. This must be where they're keeping the girl," said Night Eye. "Izuku, search the entire area again."
Izuku nodded and was just about to take off running when he suddenly felt himself fall. A pit had opened up underneath the speedster. "Flash!" yelled Aizawa, trying to reach him. But as he extended out his hand, the hole that Izuku fell through closed up. Where the hell did he go?
"Don't worry, he's alive. For now at least," said a voice through an intercom. Night Eye narrowed his eyes. This could only be one person, Overhaul.
"You heroes made a grave mistake coming here. But now that you're here, how about a tour? But be careful, you wouldn't want to get lost." With that, the intercom shut off. The heroes all looked at each other when the walls suddenly began to move.
The cement walls rippled like a wave and began to shift. Hallways began rooms. The sizes of the walls shrunk, causing the heroes to panic. "We need to get out," yelled Fatgum. "Break the wall," ordered Aizawa as the wall closed around him. Pulling his fist back, Mirio charged up All Might's quirk, Power. With a mighty blow, the wall came crumbling down, exposing an untouched area. The heroes quickly shuffled their way towards this area, but as they did, the walls began to change again. Different heroes fell into different areas, much like what happened to Izuku. Kirishima fell one way, while Fatgum another. "They're trying to split us up," yelled Aizawa as he tried to look around for the person responsible. But he too would fall victim to a trap when the wall swallowed him up. The one unified group was now split and scattered. Any semblance of cooperation was shattered, and all thanks to a single villain. Watching this all unfold was Overhaul through several security cameras installed around the facility. "Good. Now that they are divided, we can conquer. Kill them all, starting with him," he said, pointing at the feed with Izuku. Turning, Overhaul walked through the halls with his men and eventually came upon a room. Opening it up, he walked in and headed towards the bed. "Eri, get up, we are leaving." Hiding underneath the sheets was a small girl with silver-colored hair, red eyes, and who had several bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Please don't hurt me." "If you don't want to be hurt, then get up," ordered Overhaul. Eri flinched, but she ultimately removed the sheets and got out of bed barefoot. Picking her up, Overhaul walked out of the room and once again down the hall. "Hey!" yelled out a voice. "Leave her alone." The group turned to find Mirio. "How did you find us so quickly?" asked Overhaul. "No, it doesn't matter. You too, kill this wannabe hero." Making the first move, Mirio ran forward, but as he took a step, he suddenly felt his head spin. Disoriented, Mirio caught himself against the wall. What is this?" "One of my men has a quirk that allows him to transfer his drunken state onto others," explained Overhaul. "And now that you are disoriented, we can kill you more easily." The two men beside Overhaul rushed Mirio. But even in his drunken state, Mirio still managed to slip through the wall just as their attacks could connect. Appearing out from the floor, Mirio managed to uppercut one of the men. But as he landed onto the ground, Mirio just couldn't seem to stand up straight. "I have to save the girl." "Sorry kid, but that ain't happening," said Overhaul, turning his back on Mirio. "Deal with him, when you're done join us." Nodding, the second man pulled out a revolver and aimed it right at Mirio. "Those must be the quirk erasing bullets. Alright, time to take this a bit more seriously." Closing his eyes, Mirio activated All Might's power. Yellow lightning began to appear around his body. "Oh, a power-up? We have something to deal with that. Now if you'd excuse me, we are leaving." Mirio watched as Overhaul disappeared from view with Eri in his arms. The last remaining henchman then pulled the trigger, firing a bullet, the same one Izuku was hit by. Seeing it coming, Mirio disappeared, and faster than the man could reach, he punched him across the face and sent him through the wall. But the effects of the unknown henchman were still affecting Mirio. That single punch managed to discombobulate him even further. Falling to one knee, the lightning around his body faded away. Damn. This quirk, it's affecting me more by the second. Hey look! There's one of them! Yelled out a voice from behind Mirio. Turning, the young hero found several more henchmen appear. He looks like he's down, get him. The group of 10 or more men ran down the hall. Mirio tried to get up, but as he did, his head spun, forcing him back down. And no, even with all this power, I'm still unable to do anything. The men were just a few feet away from Mirio when all of a sudden a ball of green energy came crashing down atop of them, resulting in a small explosion. Mirio was surprised. Who could have done that? No one in our group has that kind of power. The henchmen were still alive and were starting to get up when from the smoke a snikt sound was heard. That idiot, this isn't where the other one is. Oh well, looks like I still get to have my fun. Mirio could barely see straight, but he managed to see the outline of someone and what appeared to be knives coming out of their fists. Another hero? Asked one of the henchmen. No, it can't be. No hero would have tried to kill us. Oh, I assure you bastards that I am a hero, but unlike those other ones. Running through the smoke, the mystery person got up and close to one of the men. The henchman didn't even have time to react when claws stabbed into his chest. With the claws still buried inside him, the mystery man lifted the henchman high into the air before tossing him aside like a rag doll. I kill. The other henchmen watched as their friend was butchered right in front of their eyes. Kill this bastard, they yelled out as they tried to all attack this person at the same time. Mirio watched in horror as the henchmen were slaughtered before his very eyes. Blood painted the gray cement walls red, limbs rolled onto the floor now detached from the body, and the screams of the men echoed through the hallway. But after a few seconds, there was silence. Walking over towards Mirio, the mystery person retracted their claws. Now in full view, the man squatted down. You alright? Mirio looked up to see that the man had on a suit and a mask that covered their face, leaving only their eyes and mouth exposed. It was green in color, with black streaks running down the side. But the mask he had on had whiskers that slicked back. Mirio was afraid. He just watched this person kill at least 10 people, and feared he was next. Seeing the fear in Mirio's eyes, the man put up his hands. Easy kid, I won't hurt you. Who are you? Mirio asked, trying to push himself up. Easy, you're still under the effects of a quirk. The person must be nearby if it's hitting you this hard, deduced the man. I got him, said another voice coming from the hole in the ceiling. This person was also clad in green, but his suit looked like it was made of pure green light and had a strange symbol on the chest. He too had a mask on that covered his eyes. Ring, scan for nearby quirk use. From this one's finger a ring was seen. It then suddenly shined with green light. The light then narrowed and pointed at the wall. There's the rat. The light then reshaped itself into a green-colored spinning drill. This green construct then suddenly began to move. Hitting the wall, it dug its way through it. Finding its target, it once again changed and pulled the quirk user out. So that was our rat. A snikt sound was heard as the claws came out. Mirio could now see them clearly and noticed that they were made of some sort of metal. We should kill him now. But before he could, something golden came falling down and knocked the quirk user out cold. The effects of his quirk then wore off, allowing Mirio to stand. Is your solution to everything killing? Asked the man, grabbing what happened to be a trident. It gets rid of the problem, said the man with the claws. Mirio was stunned at what he saw. The person that had the trident wore fine armor that looked like it was made of scales. The trident he held was a golden, three-pronged. But most astonishing of all was his appearance. His green hair flowed as he slicked it back. His green eyes shined like gemstones. It was the same. Midoriya, yelled Mirio. The person holding the trident looked at Mirio. Sorry, but I am not the Midoriya you know. Mirio was surprised. What? But you look exactly like him. Yeah, well, he isn't the only one, said the man wearing the green rain. Mirio watched as the mask on his face disappeared, revealing that he too looked like Izuku. I guess we are doing this now, said the other man who had the claws. Pulling back his mask, Mirio could see that this person also looked like Izuku. What is going on? Asked Mirio, more confused than anything else. Look, we are just as confused as you are. But there's no time to explain. We need to find Eri and this world's Izuku before it's too late, said the Izuku with the trident. Too late? For what? Is something bad going to happen? Mirio asked once again, his concern rising. The other Izukus looked at each other. Let's just say we've lived this scenario and it never ends well for any of us. But just as the green-suited Izuku said this, the floor suddenly began to rumble. Oh great, did he start fighting? asked the one with the ring. Mirio could see cracks starting to appear on the walls. Who's doing this? The entire building is going to fall on us if they don't stop. The Izuku with the claws sniffed the air. He's fighting, but not who you think. We need to find this world's Izuku now, he yelled, as he pulled down his mask. The group then followed the Izuku with the claws down at the hall, turning left and right until they finally came upon a wide open area. There they could see Overhaul still holding onto Eri. While on the other side Izuku, this world's Izuku was beating down a version of himself that had short but spiked up hair, and wore a green and black gi. Who brought you here? Was it Overhaul? You're working for him, aren't you? Yelled Izuku as he ran around punching the other Izuku. Hey easy, I don't want to fight. But Izuku kept beating on the other Izuku. Seeing that this would be the perfect chance, Overhaul took off with Eri in his arms. Seeing this, Mirio sprung into action. Hey, come back, he yelled, chasing after the villain. Just as Izuku was going to punch again, green handcuffs wrapped themselves around his wrists before completely encasing him in a green box. Hey easy, we aren't here to hurt you, said the Izuku wearing the green ring. Izuku looked at this other person. Do you honestly think a box is going to hold me? Speeding up, Izuku placed his hands on the green construct box and began to vibrate it. The green-ringed Izuku could see his construct breaking and began to focus even harder. At first it seemed as if it would hold, but sweat began to drip down his forehead when all of a sudden the construct shattered. The feedback pushed this Izuku back. What the hell? He actually broke my construct and my ring. That feedback almost broke my ring. Now free Izuku ran at the fallen ring bearer, but before he could even reach him, 3 sharp knives came slashing at him. Izuku managed to dodge under them and slid to a stop. Another one? Yeah, another one. Deal with it, Speedy. You need to calm down, Izuku said, popping his claws. Izuku narrowed his eyes. I don't know how Overhaul brought you to this world, but I'll make sure you regret it. Running at his counterpart, Izuku pulled back his fist. Throwing it forward, he managed to punch the other Izuku across the face, but as he did, a loud crack was heard. A sharp pain then resonated from Izuku's hand. The pain was enough to force him to withdraw. Now a few feet away, Izuku held his hand. What the hell? Are you made of metal or something? The other Izuku smirked. You can say that. Now, are you ready to talk? Generating more lightning, Izuku refused to back down. Not until I put you guys down. Both Izukus ran at each other, one with their claws out in front ready to slash the other. Our speedster vibrated his hand as he got closer, ready to take him out. However, before they could meet, the Izuku with a gi came in between them. Grabbing both of their hands, he spun them around before throwing them away. Both of them slid to a stop. I think that's enough. Getting up, Izuku narrowed his eyes. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. I'm done messing around. Guess I should take this a bit more seriously. Getting into a sprinter's stance, Izuku began to generate lightning. The Izuku who threw him turned. Trust me, or rather yourself. You don't want to do this. I will fight back. I'd like to see you try and hit me. With that, Izuku ran at top speed towards his copy. Stopping in front of them, Izuku suddenly flashed around them and threw a punch aimed for the back of their head. But much to his surprise, the hit didn't land. Saw it coming, huh? Fine. Then how about this? Suddenly appearing to his side, Izuku took another swing, but much like the first time, he missed. Now frustrated, Izuku began to appear from every direction trying to land a hit, but every time he did, the other Izuku would dodge, even without looking. Stopping, Izuku looked at him. How are you dodging my attacks? You even dodge without looking. The other Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I really don't know how to explain it, but the most accurate description is instinct. But in that moment, Izuku took the chance to appear in front of his copy. With his fist centimeters from the other Izuku, he smiled. Whoa, I didn't expect you to attack me. You're fast, but you lack real power. Here, let me show you what true power is. The emerald green eyes of this Izuku suddenly began to change to a light green color. His short but spiked hair suddenly flashed yellow. Flowing from the base of his head, the color eventually overcame the black. From his feet, the air swirled around him when out of nowhere a bright yellow aura erupted outward. The force of the aura hit Izuku, sending him back towards the wall while simultaneously breaking the ground underneath his feet. The aura swirled around this Izuku before spiraling upward and blowing a hole in the roof. Everyone outside was shocked to see a pillar of yellow energy suddenly appear. Back underneath, Izuku shielded his eyes from the bright light. A few seconds had passed when the light finally began to dim. Slowly, Izuku opened his eyes only to find the other Izuku, his hair now golden yellow, his eyes light green, lightning crackling around his body, and it seemed as if he grew in muscle mass. What is this? He asked, shocked. This power, it's overwhelming. So, do you still want to fight? Asked the golden-haired Izuku. Izuku grit his teeth. There was a chance he was faster, but that meant nothing if he couldn't put him down or at least hit hard enough to do enough damage. Reluctantly, Izuku began to power down. The golden-haired Izuku saw this and nodded as he too powered down. Good, now let's talk. But that's when Izuku got a call. Izuku. Izuku, can you hear me? It was Mei. She was talking through the earpiece in his suit. Mei, what's wrong? He asked. What the hell was that power spike? She asked. My baby's nearly broke. Yeah, about that. I think I found some of those visitors you were talking about, explained Izuku as he looked back to the group of other hymns. And wow, do they have some strange powers. Flash! Yelled out someone coming down from the opening in the ceiling that led up to the surface. Izuku looked up to find Uraraka, Tsu, Nijire, and Ryukyu floating down. Touching down, Uraraka looked up to find there was more than one Izuku. What? There's more than one Midoriya. Who are these people? Asked Ryukyu, on guard. Izuku stepped in between them. They're not here to fight. Actually, I don't know why you guys are here. Why are you here? About that, said the Izuku with the green ring. It's kind of a long story. But before he could explain, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. What's going on? Asked Tsu, barely able to keep herself up. The golden-haired Izuku's eyes suddenly widened. Flash, GL. Help me get everyone out of here. Take them to UA. Izuku looked up at himself. Now. Without a second thought, Izuku ran through the facility. He quickly gathered everyone he could, be that hero or villain, and ran them away from the compound. 5 seconds had passed when Izuku went back to check one final time for anyone. But as he ran through the hideout, he found Mirio. Running over, he grabbed him but also noticed someone in his arms. But that didn't matter. What did was the fact Overhaul was about to reshape the entire building. Normally he would only be able to reshape a small area around him, but this time it was the entire compound that was affected by his quirk. Curiously, Eri was nowhere to be found. Getting Mirio and Night Eye to Ua, Izuku looked back one final time, just in time to see the compound implode in on itself and turn to spikes that rose high into the sky. Stopping once again at UA, Izuku breathed out in relief. Did we get everyone? He asked, looking around. We did, said the ring bearer as a green construct cage was built for the villains. Izuku nodded. Good. He then turned to Mirio. How are you holding up, Lemillion? Flash, said Mirio, his voice trembling. Help him. Falling over, Mirio fell unconscious. Mirio, said Izuku as he checked up on him. But that's when the speedster saw the pool of blood underneath Night Eye. Following the trail, Izuku came upon a spike impaling Night Eye through the abdomen. Recovery girl. Someone get recovery girl. Done. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Everything went wrong, and Eri wasn't saved. And now there is more than one Izuku. Also, if you don't know, they are from my other stories, so check them out. Another thing, I plan on sorting the whole name thing out in the next chapter, so every different version of Izuku will have a name attached to them, not just Izuku. What will happen next? Find out next time. 299 Chapter 27, For Hope. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on the last chapter. It really means a lot. Sorry for the late update, as well, got super busy these last few weeks. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. For Hope, it was a difficult moment for everyone involved in the attempted rescue of Eri. Overall, the mission was a complete and total failure. The heroes failed to capture Overhaul, failed to keep the surrounding homes safe, only managed to bring in low-level thugs, failed to save Eri, but maybe worse of all, Night Eye was dead. Mirio sat in the waiting room of the hospital with his hands up to his forehead. His mentor was dead, and the only one who knew what happened was himself. Mirio, the young hero in training, looked up to find Izuku. Midoriya, how's everyone else? Are they fine? He asked, not worried about his well-being. Izuku nodded as he sat down beside him, a bit shaken up, but they'll be fine. Good, said Mirio. What happened back there? Izuku asked. Mirio tightened his grip. I messed up, that's what happened. Flashback: Mirio was chasing Overhaul through the corridors of the facility, dodging spikes that came out of the wall. Turning a corner, Mirio stopped suddenly when he saw a hand reach out for him. His eyes widened, but he still managed to lean back and dodge it. This one is fast, isn't he? Said Shigaraki. Retreating, Mirio slid to a stop. You're part of the League of Villains. Why are you helping the Yakuza? Simple, to get what I want, explained Shigaraki. The more heroes we eliminate, the easier my job becomes. You won't get away with this. I'll take you down, and save Eri at the same time, said Mirio, charging up one for all. You mean this girl? From behind Shigaraki, Overhaul appeared with Eri in his arms. She was in tears as they approached. Mirio took a step forward, but as he did, Shigaraki raised his hand right in her face. You know what my quirk does, don't you? Take another step and you'll watch as the girl dies. Gritting his teeth, Mirio stopped. Okay, just don't hurt her. That will all depend on you, said Overhaul. Do as we say and the girl lives. Mirio nodded. What do you want? For starters, you can call that speedster over here. He and I have some unfinished business, said Shigaraki. Flash? Asked Mirio, confused as to why they would want him. Yes, him. Bring him here. Shigaraki's blood began to boil. He's the reason why the master's plans have gone wrong. He's the reason why he hasn't won yet. If it wasn't for him, we would have taken over by now, he yelled as his anger grew, causing his hand to get closer to Eri. Okay, I'll bring him here. Just stop, said Mirio, watching in horror. Relax, warned Overhaul. Your emotions are out of control. Shut up, yelled back Shigaraki. You don't know what it feels like to have everything you worked for just fall apart. That's when Mirio saw it, an opening. Waiting for the last possible moment when both villains weren't paying attention, he struck. Quickly activating his powers, he flew through the ground. Both Overhaul and Shigaraki turned and saw as Mirio disappeared. Overhaul looked back at Shigaraki. Run, is all he could say before Mirio suddenly appeared from the floor and grabbed Eri. Snatching her from his arms, Mirio managed to kick both villains away. You okay? Asked Mirio, now holding Eri in his arms. She nodded. Good, hold tight, I'll get you out. Eri, give her back, yelled Overhaul. Mirio tightened his grip on the girl. But much to his surprise, Overhaul began to smile. Is that what you expected me to say? Please, why would I ever say something so cliché? Mirio was confused. But I have Eri now, she is safe. Are you sure that's Eri? Asked Overhaul. Before Mirio could even make sense of what was going on, he suddenly felt something prick him on the neck. Gah! He then felt something inject itself into him. Looking down, Mirio was surprised that it was Eri. She just stabbed him with a small red dart. Eri. Mirio watched as Eri's innocent face began to twist into an evil smile. Sorry, try again. That's when her face began to melt off. Jumping out of his arms was Toga, almost completely naked. Man, that transformation was hard. It's really difficult to change into someone younger and smaller. Good work, Toga. You did well. Siad Shigaraki. Pulling the dart free from his neck, Mirio threw it aside. Where's Eri? She's gone, you won't find her here, said Overhaul, walking over to Mirio. Seems like you just missed her. That's it, I'm taking you down. Mirio tried to activate his quirk but felt nothing. Huh? That's when it hit him. Oh no. You finally realized it. That bullet was one of the upgraded versions, which means your quirk is gone, said Overhaul. Mirio kept trying to activate either one of his quirks but couldn't. They were really gone. But he didn't have time to dwell on it when a shard of floor came flying, cutting his shoulder. Blood trailed down his arm as he stood in disbelief. I didn't even see him move. That's when another spike came in and cut the student across his chest. One by one, small sharp pieces of the ground flew towards Mirio. By the time Overhaul stopped, Mirio was on his knees, blood running down the cuts the villain caused. That was easier than I thought, said Shigaraki. See, that's what happens when your sense of justice is blinding. Touching the ground, Overhaul reshaped a portion into a spike. So long, kid. Throwing his arm forward, the spike went flying into the air. Mirio could do nothing as the spike grew. I messed up, I really messed up. I should have just taken these two down. I should have checked to see if that was really Eri, damn it. Mirio closed his eyes and waited, but the pain of being stabbed never came. Instead, he felt nothing. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to see the tip of the spike right in his face. But what shocked him was how it stopped. Sir, yelled Mirio as Night Eye was the one who stopped it using his own body. The spike impaled Night Eye through the abdomen. Why, you alright, Lemillion? Asked Night Eye. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Lemillion froze in fear as blood splattered onto the floor underneath the hero. But even in so much pain, Night Eye smiled. It will be fine, Mirio, trust me. Flashback ends. And that's all I remember, said Mirio. After that, my mind went blank when I saw Sir fall over. I see. Getting up, Izuku touched Mirio's shoulder. Get some rest. With that, Izuku began to walk away. Wait, Izuku turned. What about the others? The other versions of you? Where are they now? In a prison cell. We have no idea if these other versions of me are friendly or not, explained Izuku. Until we do, they will be locked up. Arriving back at the school, Izuku stopped beside Mei. So how are things here? Mei looked down at her tablet. I mean, they are who they say they are. You. Izuku looked through clear prison cells with each and every one of Izuku's lookalikes. Well, this just became more complicated. Also, when did you build these? Anti-vibration glass, stable at a molecular level. It's as if you built these with me in mind? Mei looked at Izuku. That's because they were. But can you really blame me? The speed you run at. If you're not careful, you could destroy the world. Izuku nodded. Alright, fair enough. So what did you find out about these Izukus? Well, let's start with Claws over here. Or you can call him by his hero name, the Wolverine. Mei pointed at one of the cells. Claims to come from a world where he was born quirkless. He was then abducted, experimented on, and had his memories wiped clean. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Experimented on? What kind? Mei raised the tablet to Izuku. These kinds. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the tablet. His entire skeletal structure is coated in a super dense metal. Those claws we saw are also part of him. This is insane. This kind of procedure should have killed him, said Izuku. Nodding, Mei agreed. Normally it would, but apparently he has a super regenerative quirk as well. Enhanced speed, super strength. And he possesses an indestructible body. He's the perfect weapon. Izuku looked at the other Izuku. He's been through so much, maybe even worse than me. Shaking his head, Izuku looked over to the other cell. What about green guy over here? Claims to be part of an intergalactic police force called the Green Lanterns. Explained Mei. That green light you saw comes from his ring, which he claims is the most powerful weapon in the universe, able to create constructs and only limited to the imagination of the person wearing it. But other than that, he too is quirkless. Oh, and he goes by GL. Interesting. Where is the ring now? Asked Izuku. Mei reached into her pocket and pulled out a small box. Taking it, Izuku opened the box and removed the ring inside. He then lifted it up and slid it on. And much to his surprise, it didn't work. Doesn't work for me. In the cell, GL got up from his seat and noticed that it didn't work. Oh, looks like this me still hasn't conquered their fears. Putting the ring back, Izuku moved on to the third version of himself. You took off his armor. And took his trident. This Izuku claims to be the king of Atlantis, said Mei. Izuku was taken aback. Atlantis, like the lost city? Mei nodded. Apparently, he also has super speed, strength, and is able to control water at will. His armor and trident is made of super dense metal. If I had something to compare it to, I'd say it is slightly below Claw Izuku over there. Interesting. Alright, what about this one? This is the version of me that scares me the most, said Izuku. Arriving at the final cell, the Izuku dressed in a GI was meditating. Honestly, I don't know. I tried to get a sample of his blood, but the needle broke when I tried. I also saw that transformation and I have no explanation for that. It's as if it was magic. Izuku narrowed his eyes. I don't know, besides that, what can you tell me? Goes by the Golden Warrior. Fitting actually. And apparently, he isn't human, or at least not fully. Izuku looked at Mei. He says he's half human, half something called Saiyan. They are an ancient alien race that has the power to control their ki. Whatever that is, said Mei. Other than that, I don't know. Now for the million-dollar question. Are they friendly? Asked Izuku. From what I can tell, yes. Well, maybe Wolverine over there has a bit of a temper, but overall he's a decent guy, explained Mei. I heard that, said Wolverine from the glass prison. You do know we can break out of here if we wanted to, right? You can try. These prisons were designed to handle me at my extreme speeds, said Izuku. Brute force won't be enough. Oh, is that a challenge? Asked the Golden Warrior. I love a good challenge. Placing his hand on the glass, this Izuku closed his eyes. Snapping them open, he pushed against the glass with enough force to shatter it. Izuku stepped in front of Mei as one by one each Izuku in containment got free. Alright, that's enough. You've proved your point, said someone, coming into the room. Unless you want to fight me, I suggest you don't do anything rash. All Might then appeared. All the other Izukus looked at the number one hero. I was built to kill you, just so you know, said the Wolverine, scoffing at the sight of the hero. So don't threaten me. Enough, said Izuku, stepping between them. I'll ask you this once, and depending on your answer I might have to fight you. Are you here to hurt us? The other Izukus looked at each other. Actually, we don't know why we are here, said GL. I arrived here a couple of days ago. Same, said Wolverine. The last I can remember I was in my world fighting when I was covered in metal and then I died. GL looked at Wolverine. You too? Last thing I remember was being shot through the chest. Oh god, are we dead? Is this hell? That's not possible, we are talking right now aren't we? Questioned Wolverine. Besides, I know a dead body when I smell one, and we don't have that smell. Which begs the question, what, or who brought us here and why? Questioned King Izuku. That I can kind of answer, said Mei. Basically, this Izuku, ripped a hole in space and time, opening rifts to other worlds, more specifically, your worlds. You must have gotten pulled here after your death, and now you are stuck here until we figure out a way to send you back. We can't do the same thing as last time since going that speed almost destroyed the world. All of the Izukus looked at each other. To achieve that level of power shouldn't be possible, said GL. The amount of pure kinetic energy needed to make space collapse in on itself would be equal to that of a black hole. Not to mention it has to be done at a specific frequency to open the rifts to other worlds. Yeah, I know it's impossible, but yet here you are, said Izuku. Look, I'll try to figure out a way to send you back home, but for now stick around. Actually, I think it's best if we help you find Eri, said Saiyan Izuku. Oh, and why's that? Asked Izuku. Saiyan Izuku looked at Izuku. Because there's something in your world that has me worried. Their power is insane and you need to find them and take them down. Izuku was confused. Wait, why me? Can't you find them and take them down yourself? Saiyan Izuku thought about it. I would if I could, but after that initial burst in energy I can't find them anymore. It's as if they just vanished. So after he finds them, then what? Asked Mei. You take them down and rescue Eri? It's not that simple, said Wolverine. It's not like you guys could explain why there are 4 different Izukus running around all with different powers. Besides, this is your world so you deal with it. So you're not going to help rescue a scared little girl? Questioned Izuku, stepping up to his clawed counterpart. Do you even care? Wolverine grabbed Izuku by the costume. Listen bub, just because you're me doesn't mean I won't kick your ass. If you weren't so focused on us, you could have saved her yourself. Don't push your failures onto others. And for your information, my world's Eri is my daughter, so don't say I don't care. Throwing Izuku back, Wolverine crossed his arms. Then help us save her, said Izuku. GL sighed. Well, where do we start? Izuku looked up to see his other selves nodding. First we have to find her. Any of you guys good at tracking? Wolverine, Saiyan Izuku, and GL all lifted up their hands. More than I thought. Good. All Might, call Aizawa. We'll need any and all intel he has on Overhaul's location. All Might nodded. I'll call him over right away. Going to get Aizawa. All Might disappeared, leaving all the Izukus alone. So, what's with her? Asked GL. You two seem rather close. Izuku and Mei looked at each other. Oh well, it's because we are, said Izuku. We are actually a couple. The other Izukus couldn't believe what they just heard. What? They all yelled out in unison. Geez. Why is that so weird? Asked Mei. Well, it's just, none of us saw you in that light, said Wolverine. Yeah, exactly, said King Izuku. From what I could tell all of us like the same girl. And who might that be? Asked Izuku, curious as to why this was a big deal. Ochako Uraraka, they all said at the same time. Both Izuku and Mei flinched. Wow, okay, really all 4 of you like the Uraraka in your world? Asked Mei. King Izuku raised his hand. Married actually, she's my queen. Saiyan Izuku also lifted up his left hand and showed a ring, same. GL nodded. My Ochako has a very special ring, like mine, but more violet in color. Wolverine looked at Izuku. I was going to ask her before this all happened. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Wow, okay, so I'm the only one who has Mei as a partner. Special case I guess, said Wolverine. But that's not important. What is finding that girl. If she's anything like the area worlds, she's special. GL nodded, agreed, but we should move carefully, this isn't our world. They might be similar, but we don't know how our powers would affect this world. Yeah, I probably shouldn't use all my transformations, unless I have to, said Saiyan Izuku. You have more than one transformation? Asked Wolverine. Saiyan Izuku nodded. Yeah, in total I have 2, not counting Kaioken or Great Ape forms, so yeah. Izuku was amazed. Whoa, he then shook his head. Anyway, we can talk about powers later, right now finding Eri should be our #1 priority. Eri doesn't have the same energy signature here, so I can't track her, Izuku said. Looks like it's my time to shine, said GL. Rain, scan the world for Eri. Creating a green construct of Japan. A pin then appeared and landed on said construct. There she is. Seems like it's in the middle of nowhere, said Izuku, confused as to why they would be there. Whatever, Mei, get in touch with All Might and tell him we are looking at a possible lead on Eri. Mei nodded as Izuku pulled down his mask. I will. Just be careful, alright? Izuku looked at Mei and smiled. I'm always careful. He then turned to the others. Let's go. Taking off, Izuku ran towards the location, and within a second he had arrived. Man, you really are fast, said Izuku as he landed. The area around them was empty, nothing but dried up plants laid. I can say the same about you. You almost caught up to me, commented Izuku. I would have won if I didn't have to carry these two, said GL, as Wolverine and King Izuku were in a green bubble. I hate flying, said Wolverine as he stepped out, but as soon as he did he sniffed the air. Something isn't right here. I can smell several dozen of the same person. Ring, scan for traps, said GL as a green light shined onto the ground. A few seconds later the light stopped. There doesn't seem to be any traps, but Wolverine is right. The ring says there are several of the same people here. King Izuku narrowed his eyes. Guys, if multiple versions of us appeared, wouldn't it stand to reason that several other versions of the villains might appear? Izuku's eyes went wide. Then that means, Izuku raised his fist and threw it down, striking the ground below. The earth then began to crack before splitting open, revealing a metal platform. So this is where they crawled to. Alright everyone, stand back. I'm blowing this place up. Opening the palm of his hand, Izuku began to charge up an attack. That's when a green ball suddenly appeared. Izuku looked at the ball in shock. How did he just create energy from nothing? Was it magic, or something else? But he had no time to think about it when they had to get clear. Throwing down the energy blast, it erupted into a massive explosion. Through the smoke and debris, Izuku floated down. Looking around he noticed that it was a large open area with no one around. It's safe, guys. Coming down were the rest of the Izukus. What is this place? Some sort of bunker? Asked GL as his green light illuminated the area. Seems that way, said Izuku. Let's go. The quicker we find Eri, the faster we can find a way to send you guys back to your world. The group then walked through a set of doors and were greeted by a long hallway. They pressed on, but as they walked, Wolverine put his hand out, stopping the group. Someone is coming, he said, sniffing the air. GL readied his ring. King Izuku lifted his trident. Wolverine popped his claws. Izuku got into a fighting stance. And finally Izuku's green lightning jumped off of him. Seems like the gang's all here, a voice said, coming into view. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw who it was. Overhaul. Izuku dropped his guard. Really? That's it? His power level is normal? Wolverine stepped up. If that's the case, why don't I deal with him? He said, cracking his neck. Overhaul smirked at the sight of Wolverine. You want to play with me? Please. You're not even tall enough to go on a roller coaster. How could you possibly? But as Overhaul was speaking, Wolverine's fist suddenly appeared in his face. With a loud thud, Wolverine managed to punch Overhaul in the face with so much force that he sent the villain flying back. Overhaul crashed and rolled to a stop meters away. Just like that, said Wolverine as blood ran down Overhaul's nose. Wiping clean the blood, Overhaul balled his fist. Why, you bastard, I'll shred you to pieces. Slamming his fist into the ground, Overhaul reshaped the ground into spikes. The spike train went forward, threatening Wolverine. But as the spikes approached, Wolverine disappeared from sight. It was only until Overhaul felt a sharp pain from his back that he noticed what had happened. Looking back, his eyes widened as Wolverine had his claws dug into his back and coming out his front. You're a real piece of shit even in my world. Pulling his claws free, the blood began to run. It dripped down onto the floor, but soon, Overhaul himself would fall to his knees before collapsing, dead. Izuku was stunned. Why, you killed him? Retracting his claws, Wolverine looked back. People like him don't deserve to live. Besides, I can already tell, you would have let him live. Trust me, if you don't kill people like him, others will get hurt. Izuku looked down to see the blood pool underneath Overhaul. But before he could say anything else, King Izuku walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Do not fret over this too much. The beast is right. These type of people can't live. All we can do is save those they've hurt. Come now, let's find the girl. They then began to walk, but they didn't get far when something came flying from down the hall. Izuku was barely able to see it as it flew right in Wolverine. Whatever it was, it stabbed into his abdomen. "Rog, fuck," he yelled out in pain. Using his claws, Wolverine slashed at whatever it was that hit him. He split the unknown object in two pieces. One part fell to the ground while the other stayed with Wolverine. A piece of stone has pierced Wolverine. Normally this type of injury would be fatal, but thanks to his high pain tolerance he grabbed the piece. Pulling on it hard, Wolverine yanked it out of himself and tossed it aside. Breathing heavily, Wolverine looked up and snarled. Blood splashed down onto the floor, but as it did, the wound on his abdomen healed completely. "Who the fuck did that?" "That would be me," said another voice appearing from the hallway. It seems like this me wasn't enough. Stepping into the light, the group was shocked to see Overhaul. Wolverine growled, "How? I just killed you." Overhaul laughed, "You killed one of me. But as you already know, the multiverse is grand, infinite versions of me exist." Izuku stepped forward. "Those rifts May detected. How many of you are here?" Smiling, Overhaul lifted his hand. "Enough." From the hall, several Overhauls suddenly came running out from every direction, even from behind them. "Damn it. We are surrounded," yelled Izuku as he ran at a group of Overhauls and punched them across the face. GL was creating construct animals. "They keep coming." Throwing his trident, King Izuku impaled several villains through the chest. Jumping over, he grabbed his trident and spun it around. "We can take these guys down easily, but if they touch us we are as good as dead." Saiyan Izuku ducked and countered every one of the Overhauls that tried to touch him. Flying up into the sky, he cupped his hands together and fired a barrage of energy blasts into the ground. "We keep fighting, we have to save Eri." As Izuku and his counterparts were fighting, he suddenly got a communication from May. "Izuku, come in." Izuku, touching his earpiece while fighting, Izuku answered, "A bit busy right now, May." "You have to." May tried to tell him something, but he heard only static. "There's..." "What, May? I couldn't hear you, May, what's going on?" he asked, but before he could get an answer, the ground suddenly began to shake. "Great, now what?" Saiyan Izuku's eyes widened. "What is that?" He turned and looked below him. He could sense something, no, rather someone. "There you are. You guys stay here, I'll deal with the strong one." Flying down, Saiyan Izuku crashed through the floor and went deeper into the base. "Great, he just left us," said Izuku as he rapidly punched an Overhaul away. "We need a way to take all of them down at once." GL thought about it and got an idea. "I got it. Hey Flash, get ready to take them down, fast." Izuku nodded. Getting to work, GL created a massive green bubble around them. Expanding inward, it began to push the Overhauls towards the center. The trio of Izukus braced for the bubble, but to their surprise, the green went right through them. Now all bunched up, GL looked at Izuku. Now, taking off, Izuku ran around the bunch and began to knock them out with a precise and hard punch to the side of the head. Green lightning circled the group before sliding to a stop. Izuku dusted his hands off. "That should do it. For now at least." Izuku then suddenly felt someone smack his back. "Nice going, kid. You didn't kill them, but you got the job done," Wolverine said as he stood beside him. "A fine job indeed," said King Izuku. "Now, let's go see where the other one went off to." They then walked over to the hole in the floor Saiyan Izuku left and noticed that it went down far, really far. "He tore through the ground like it was nothing," said Izuku. "So are we just going to stand here or what?" asked GL. "Let's go." He was about to create a platform for everyone to stand on when an explosion rocked the base. From the hole, flames erupted, throwing everyone to the floor. From the flames something came flying out. Izuku shielded his eyes as whoever it was clad in golden light. The explosion disappeared, revealing Saiyan Izuku floating in the air. His clothes now ripped and with cuts on his body. "Man, you really are a tough bastard, aren't you?" "Hey, what the hell happened?" asked GL as he floated up towards the Saiyan. But as he flew, something came flying out from the hole. GL saw it and quickly put up a shield, but whoever this was smashed right through it like it was nothing. "What?" As the shattered pieces of his construct fell, GL's eyes widened when something came swinging at him. In a desperate attempt, GL put up a shield of green light around him. But whoever this was grabbed the shield and began to crush it. Focusing with everything he had, GL gritted his teeth. But even so, cracks began to appear around the shield. "Let him go!" yelled King Izuku as he sprung into action. Jumping into the air, he threw his trident at this mystery person. The trident flew into the air, but just as it was about to hit this person, they suddenly reached up and managed to grab it out of the air without looking. King Izuku couldn't believe it. "You dare stop my attack? I am a king." Landing back down on the ground, King Izuku's eyes began to glow green with power. Lifting his hands into the air, the king forced the ground beneath him to break, sending pillars of water spewing high into the sky. Closing his fist, the king threw a punch, causing the pillars of water to spiral before shooting into the sky. The water crashed into the person still crushing GL's shield, completely engulfing them. But only a second later a piercing sound was heard. Izuku then looked over to the king to find his own trident dug into his chest. The water fell to the floor as the king lost his concentration. Wolverine, with the help of Izuku, ran on the wall. "I hope you know what you're doing," said Izuku. Wolverine smiled as he popped his claws. "You doubt yourself?" Izuku laughed. "Give him hell." Building up kinetic energy in his hand, Izuku lightly tapped Wolverine in the back, causing all that energy to push him away. Screaming through the air, Wolverine pointed his claws forward. "You're mine!" yelled Wolverine as his claws were inches from hitting. But at the last moment, the mystery person turned and connected with a hit to Wolverine's head. The impact rattled his brain, causing it to crash into his adamantium skeleton and pinball inside. Now knocked out, Wolverine's body went limp, but the person wasn't done. Grabbing him by the claws, the person flung his body towards the Saiyan. Not expecting it, Wolverine's claws dug into the Saiyan's chest before the rest of his metal body crashed into him. Back with GL, he was still desperately trying to keep his shields up, but now that the other person wasn't preoccupied, they crushed the shield. A massive wave of green light shined throughout the area. Falling to the ground, GL's costume was torn. As he hit the floor, the green around his body faded as he lost consciousness. Let alone Izuku looked around to see his other selves defeated. Panic began to fill his heart. Who are you?" Landing on the ground, the mystery person began to walk towards Izuku. "I'm the true Overhaul." Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was Overhaul. Just Overhaul. Lies. Overhaul doesn't have this kind of power. Overhaul laughed. "True, or at least I didn't. Not until I met my other selves. You'd be surprised what kind of power they have. That's when I thought, what if I took those powers? What if I had ultimate power? So I took it. Some gave up easily, while others didn't. But in the end I broke them down and forced them to be a part of me. You can imagine the mess." Izuku clenched his fist. Overhaul smiled. "Do you really want to fight me?" "I don't have a choice. I need to save Eri," said Izuku. "Oh right, the girl. Sorry, but you won't be able to save her, not with those injuries." Izuku was confused. He wasn't injured. But that's when several spikes came flying from underneath him. With lightning crackling around him, Izuku began to move, but he wasn't enough. The spikes slashed at his legs, before climbing and slashing at his arms, neck, and face. Now covered in cuts and with blood running down his body, Izuku fell to one knee. "Not bad. You managed to escape with mild injuries. I was trying to kill you just then. However, this is where you die. I will reshape this world. Not even the League of Villains would be able to stop me." Raising his hand, Overhaul was about to reshape the entire area into nothing but liquid earth and metal. Izuku closed his eyes. "Come on, Izuku. Do it. Stop holding back." Snapping his eyes open, green lightning sparked as he pushed himself up. The force of just getting up was enough to push Overhaul back a few feet. The room they were in suddenly was engulfed in lightning as Izuku ran around and grabbed everyone. Zooming in and out, Izuku dropped off his other selves at UA before going back one final time. Getting to GL, he hoisted him up and looked back at Overhaul, who was casually looking at Izuku. He was allowing Izuku to take them away. "I'll see you soon, Izuku Midoriya," he said, smiling. Izuku narrowed his eyes. "You can count on it." Letting out his speedster lightning, Izuku forced Overhaul to shield his eyes from the green glow. Once he was gone, Overhaul removed his hand to see no one left. "Now then, let's go see how Eri is doing." Making his way down to the holding cells, Overhaul couldn't believe it. The door to Eri's room was wide open. He bent down and inspected the broken pieces of metal door. These shards, only a speedster could have done that. Impossible. He didn't have time to take the girl, unless. Overhaul thought back to when Izuku left. That lightning, he wasn't just showing off. He was distracting me. Overhaul smiled. "Well played. But you just made the worst mistake of your life. You couldn't even comprehend the value Eri has. I will find her, and you will all die." Someone get recovery girl," yelled Aizawa as he tended to the fallen Izuku's injuries. Littered all over the floor of the nurse's office were all of the Izukus. What the hell happened over there? Just then a loud boom was heard. Turning, Aizawa found Izuku, bleeding. "I'll tell you what happened." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. In his arms was a scared little girl. "Where am I?" she asked, in a shaky and soft voice. Looking down at Eri, Izuku smiled. Don't worry Eri, you're safe now. That guy won't hurt you anymore. Come on, let's get you taken care of. Putting her on a bed, Izuku could feel her grip on his costume. She didn't want to let go. Please don't go. Pulling off his mask, Izuku ran his hand between his hair. Hey, it's okay. I won't go anywhere, promise. Eri slowly nodded. Okay. Aizawa then walked up behind Izuku. We need to leave. Ua isn't safe enough. Overhaul will be coming after her. All Might know somewhere we can take her, explained Aizawa. But Izuku shook his head. It won't be safe enough. Then what do you suggest? Asked Aizawa. Mei and I know of only one place that is isolated enough and well defended enough for her. Izuku looked at Aizawa. I need you to call Mei. Whatever you're planning on doing won't work, said Wolverine, waking up. Gah, my head. Izuku looked at his counterpart. Why? Because of you. It's clear to see that the rest of us have battle experience. But you have none or very little, explained Wolverine. You freaked out when I killed that one guy. You and that golden Izuku are probably the only two who can actually touch Overhaul. You can't fight is basically what I'm saying. I know how to fight, said Izuku. Aizawa taught me a bit. Yeah, well, it's shit, said Wolverine. So that's why I'll teach you. To fight, to win, but most important, to kill. Done. The gang of Izukus have just saved Eri, for now at least. Overhaul will come for her and they better be ready. But since Overhaul just kicked their asses, I'd say things won't go how they wanted. But what makes Eri so special? Maybe she has another power within her. Find out next time. 299 Chapter 28. Helping Yourself. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support. This took a while, so without further ado let's just jump into it. Helping Yourself. Izuku was currently running across the water with Eri in his arms. She curled up in his chest, afraid that he might drop her. Hey, it's alright. I won't let you fall, he said, comforting her. A second later they stopped. Eri, look, we are here. Slowly opening her eyes, Eri was surprised to see that they were on a mountainside. Wow, said Eri as the view was amazing. In front of her were lush green trees of a forest, with a river running through it. Pretty cool, right? Come on, let me show you a secret. Think you can keep it? Asked Izuku, to which Eri nodded. Good, watch this. Walking over to the rocky mountainside, Izuku leaned in. As he did, a scanner suddenly appeared and shined a light in his eye. Recognized, Izuku Midoriya. The scanner pulled back. As it did, the entire mountainside in front of them began to move. Taking a step back, Izuku and Eri watched as the rocks moved to reveal a passageway. Mei should be here already. Let's go. Walking in, Izuku walked down towards another door. There he scanned his hand to let him in. This time it led to a large command center. How are things on this end, Mei? Working the control panel was Mei. Everything is running normal. Power is holding up and reserve power is stable. Izuku nodded. Good, it seems like your baby is holding up. What about the others, are they almost here yet? Should be here any minute now, said Mei. Turning around she found Izuku holding Eri. So this is the girl. Izuku nudged Eri slightly. Eri, I'd like you to meet Mei Hatsume. She's my girlfriend. Eri didn't like talking to anyone, especially not one she knew or trusted. Don't worry Eri, you can trust Mei, I do. Leaning towards Eri, Mei reached into her back pocket and pulled out a small metal cube. Here, Eri looked at the cube when it suddenly began to move. It shook a bit before jumping up into the air and transforming. It reshaped itself in a butterfly and flew. Eri's eyes followed the metallic butterfly as it flew around her. Before long it gently landed on her head. It's pretty, said Eri, as it flapped its wings. Glad you like it. You can play with it if you want, said Mei. Eri looked at Izuku. Go, I'll be right here. Putting Eri down, the butterfly on her head began to fly away. Eri quickly gave chase. She's just a kid, said Mei as she watched Eri. A kid who had their childhood ruined. Izuku sighed. Guess we're alike in that way. That's why I'll make sure Overhaul doesn't get her. Glad you feel that way, said Wolverine, appearing along with the rest of the otherworld Izukus. Because we don't have time to be worrying about stuff like that. Overhaul can show up at any second and take the girl and kill everyone here. Unless we do something about you. So I have to know, are you willing to do anything to get this done? Izuku nodded. Yes. Even kill? Asked Wolverine. Hesitating, Izuku looked at Mei before looking at Eri. I only want to kill one person. I'll do what is necessary. Killing Overhaul is a last resort. Wolverine scoffed, that way of thinking will only get you so far. Come on, let's get your training started. Training room. Inside the training room stood the other Izukus. Well then, let's get started, said GL. How should we start? Or rather, who teaches him first? Saiyan Izuku stepped up. I'll go first. His fighting style is terrible to say the least. He needs to learn how to fight properly at his speeds. King Izuku nodded, agreed. Teach him what you can, the rest of us will wait. With that the other Izukus left, leaving only the original Izuku and Saiyan Izuku. So where do we start? Asked Izuku. We start by sparring, explained Saiyan Izuku. I need a feel for your speed and power. From there we can move on. Izuku nodded as he got into a sprinter's stance, while Saiyan Izuku got into his fighting stance. Ready? Go! With green lightning jumping off his body, Izuku took off. The two pulled back their fists before throwing them forward and hitting each other. The impact shook the entire island they were on. Inside, Mei was working on her own plan. She was currently working on a new baby when Wolverine appeared. Hey mad scientist, got anything to eat around here? Mei took off her goggles. Huh? Oh yeah, in the cafeteria just down the stairs. So, what are you working on? Asked Wolverine, suddenly appearing behind her and looking over her shoulder. Oh, chemicals. Let's see what you're working with. Sniffing the air, Wolverine recognized the smell. That's no chemical, that's blood. And it smells like mine. It's not, said Mei. It's my Izuku's. I'm trying to see if I can replicate his speed by isolating the supercharged cells in his blood and replicating them. Like Nezu did, but this time the effects should last longer. Too bad Izuku destroyed all of their research. I could have used some of it. So you're trying to make a copy of his powers? And what? Give his speed to someone else? Said Wolverine. In a way, or I can use it on myself and finally see and feel what he does every time he runs, said Mei. Wolverine thought back to his world. Listen, I've seen what copying someone's powers can lead to. This isn't safe. It could lead to disaster if it falls into the wrong hands. Maybe it already has, explained Mei. There's no way to tell if others have his blood and are replicating it. But if that ever does happen, we can fight fire with fire. Or, that fire could burn you, said Wolverine. Trust me, people will get hurt. Maybe even those closest to you. Mei looked at Wolverine. It's happened to you, hasn't it? Yes, my world's Eri was bioengineered using my DNA. All she knew was death. Wolverine looked away. I tried to save her but I couldn't. It's good to see that at least this Eri is saved. Just promise me when we leave that you'll take care of her. You're not my Uraraka, but you care for this Izuku. Please, don't let her feel alone. Mei nodded. I won't, I promise. With Izuku in the training room, Izuku was currently running around the room as blasts of energy were fired at him. Good, now try attacking me, yelled Saiyan Izuku. Quickly making a sharp turn, Izuku went in for a quick strike. Throwing his fist forward, Izuku was about to connect, but that's when a small explosion hit his side, knocking him down. Tumbling to the floor, Izuku groaned in pain. Damn, that hurt. And that's one of your weaknesses, explained Saiyan Izuku. When you run, you focus too much on what's in front of you, leaving your sides and back wide open to attack. Izuku sat on the ground. Yeah, I've been told that. Think you can help me? Saiyan Izuku smiled. Of course. Don't you worry, I'll have you in decent fighting shape in no time. But this won't be easy. Hope you're ready. The two got back to sparring. The two went back and forth, but all the while Izuku knew that his counterpart was holding back, at least when it came to terms of strength. When it came to speed, they were on par or equal if they both got serious. After a few hours of training, Izuku was ready. Normally, to get to the level he was at, it would have taken months if not years, but thanks to them moving at super speeds, the two squeezed in all that knowledge and technique in such a short time frame. Next on the list was GL. He wasn't going to focus on fighting. Instead, his main goal was to help Izuku get over his fear. Thanks to his ring, GL could tell when someone has great fear in their hearts, and Izuku certainly did. So what the hell am I supposed to do with this? Asked Izuku as he held the green ring in the palm of his hand. GL smiled. You put it on. Izuku looked at the ring. This won't hurt, will it? No, said GL, unsure. It didn't for me, and I only let one other person wear it, so I'm not sure. But, I'm sure it's fine. Still unsure, Izuku raised an eyebrow. Maybe I shouldn't. Just put on the damn ring, yelled GL. Izuku flinched. Alright, geez. It's a bit weird being yelled at by yourself. Grabbing the ring, Izuku lifted it up and slid it on. It did nothing. Huh, so what now? Now clear your mind. Focus on what's important to you. Who's important to you? Said GL. The ring will manifest your thoughts. With the ring suddenly glowing green, 3 constructs appeared. One of his father, another of his mother, and finally one of Mei. Good, you catch on quick, said GL. Now, try and. But before GL could give any more instructions, the 3 constructs suddenly began to attack Izuku. GL was surprised. What the hell? My constructs never turned on me. Still with his eyes shut, Izuku began to sweat. Immediately GL figured it out. This is his greatest fear. To have the people he cares most about turn on him. What's wrong, Izuku? Why aren't you fighting back? Taunted the green construct version of Inko. Are you going to let me die again? Asked the construct version of his father. This is why I've always hated you, Izuku. You are so worthless, belittled the construct version of Mei. Izuku did nothing but sit there and take it. You have to fight it, yelled GL. If you let your fears take over, there's no telling what could happen. Why even try? You already failed to save us, said the construct Inko. Give in to your fears, come join us. Izuku moved his head from side to side, and no. Don't you want to join your parents? Questioned the construct of Mei. You failed them, you should follow them. Izuku clenched his fist, and no, I have to keep Eri safe. Hisashi suddenly appeared in front of Izuku's face and grabbed it. Forcefully opening his eyes, Hisashi forced his son to look at him. Izuku, why did you let me die? Izuku's eyes began to water. You're wrong, I didn't let you die. I tried to save you, all of you. We won't forgive you, said Inko, joining her husband in tormenting Izuku. With tears running down his face, Izuku's face relaxed. I know, but I'm not looking for forgiveness. I failed you and I know that, but the least I can do is save the ones I can. Just then a construct version of Eri appeared and pushed the others away. Leave him alone, Izuku is a good person. The other 3 constructs slid to a stop a few meters away. Eri, said Izuku. This girl won't get in our way. Kill him, yelled the construct version of his dad. Eri watched as all 3 constructs flew through the air and headed towards Izuku. Outstretching her arms, Eri shielded Izuku. Scared and trembling, Eri closed her eyes just as the constructs were about to attack. However, that's when Izuku snapped his eyes open. Getting up, he used the ring and blasted the 3 away. Thank you, Eri. Even though you were scared, you stepped in to help me. You got over your fear, I guess I should do the same. Plastered on his chest was the symbol of the Green Lanterns. Raising his arm, Izuku began to create. A second later, he made a giant green lightning bolt. If I want any hope of saving Eri, then I have to get over my fears. Throwing his hand, Izuku launched the bolt right on top of the 3. The entire area was engulfed in a green light. A second later, the light disappeared, revealing the 3 constructs now broken. Izuku then walked over to the construct Eri and smiled. Thank you, I'll make sure to protect the real you. Smiling, the construct jumped at Izuku and hugged him. Do your best. With that, the construct faded before disappearing. Turning to GL, Izuku nodded. I'm ready, then let's get to work, said GL. 2 days later, taking a break from all of the training, Izuku decided to sit down near the cliff edge overlooking the water. Room for one more? Asked Mei from behind. Izuku turned. Yeah. Taking a seat, Mei looked at the ocean. This has been a crazy couple of days, hasn't it? You can say that again, Izuku said, sighing. Where's Eri? She's currently being taught how to use a sword by Wolverine, said Mei. Don't worry, I had them use a foam sword. Despite how he looks and acts, he's really friendly. What is he supposed to teach you anyway? Izuku looked at his hands. He's supposed to teach me how to kill. Mei stayed silent. We're supposed to start tomorrow morning. Well, do you want to kill? Asked Mei. Clenching his fist hard, Izuku looked up. There's only one person I want to kill, and that's Melissa. That hasn't and never will change. I see. Can't blame you for that, said Mei. In all honesty, I would like to get my hands on her too. Use some of my babies on her. Izuku smirked. A fate worse than death, it seems. Mei began to playfully punch Izuku in the arm. Sorry, but seriously, I hope she never comes back. Me too. I can't even imagine the horror she would cause, said Mei, but we'll be ready if she does. Nodding, Izuku got up. I sure hope so. Anyway, we should get some sleep, we have a long day tomorrow. Right. Any word on overhaul yet? Mei asked, also getting up. Izuku shook his head. Nothing, it's as if he disappeared from the face of the planet. Hopefully it stays that way, there's still so much I need to learn. Next day, just before sunrise, Izuku was currently in the forest around the island, walking and checking behind every tree or bush. Where the hell is he? Currently, Izuku was in the middle of training with Wolverine and the training was tag. His goal was to find and touch Wolverine before he could do it to him. Running through the entire island, Izuku checked every cave, behind every tree, and every cliffside but couldn't find him. Stopping in the middle of the forest, he took a moment to think. Where the hell could he be? I ran through this entire island and nothing. However, in that moment Izuku felt something come crashing down on him. The weight was so much that it flattened him, forcing his face into the dirt. On the floor he then felt something cold press up against the back of his neck. You should look harder. Wolverine was standing over Izuku with his claws pointed at him. How did you? Smirking, Wolverine retracted his claws. It's called blending in. I wouldn't be a very good weapon if I wasn't a master in the ways of killing. Oh, and FYI. I could have killed you a dozen times and all without you noticing. You're fast, but it means nothing if you're not ready to kill your opponent. Getting off of him, Wolverine allowed Izuku to get up, that many times. Getting up, Izuku rubbed his shoulder. Ask it, said Wolverine. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I can hear your heart rate shoot up suddenly. Now that means one of a few things. 1. You are aroused, which I doubt. 2. You are tired from running, which also couldn't be since I've never seen you sweat or breathe heavily. So that just leaves the third option, you're nervous, scared. And all for some questions. Go ahead, ask. Izuku looked away quickly before returning his gaze to Wolverine. Does it get easier to kill? Wolverine leaned up against a tree. For me it did. After doing it for so long, I no longer feel anything. It's like second nature to me. How many have you killed? Izuku asked. 1,529. Some of those were voluntary, while others weren't, explained Wolverine. Izuku's eyes widened. That many? Do you even remember their faces? Their names? Kakashi Mujikaya, age 24. I killed him on March 16 at 8:28 p.m. Wolverine pushed off the tree. Fukuyuki, age 27. I killed them on November 6 at 11:15 a.m. I remember them. I still remember their faces. I remember every single one of them. I see. Sorry if I brought up something you didn't want to talk about, said Izuku, apologizing. No, it's fine. It's like you said, it's my past. There isn't much I can do to change it. I've killed many who deserved it, and many who didn't. That's why life is precious to me. I end life in order for those around me to live it. That's why I fight, why I can hold my head up at the end of the day. I cross lines, sure, but I cross them to make sure there's still one there tomorrow. Wolverine touched Izuku's shoulder. Come on, kid, you still have a lot to learn. Izuku nodded. Let's go. The next day, Ua Aizawa was nervous, something he usually wasn't, but he had good reason to be. Overhaul was still out there and still hadn't made a move. He's planning something. Still worried, Eraser? Asked All Might, now in his skinny form. Aizawa turned. Yeah, we still don't know where Overhaul is or what he's up to. Not to mention where Midoriya and the others are since they jumped off the radar. We don't even know if Eri is safe. We have to believe in Midoriya. He said he would keep Eri safe. We have to trust him and the other versions of him, said All Might. Once we find Overhaul, we'll strike first. A good plan, but how do you plan on making that happen? Asked a voice. The two heroes turned to find Overhaul standing right behind them. Aizawa immediately activated his quirk, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Screaming in pain, he covered his eyes with his hands. All Might checked on his friend. What did you do? Overhaul smiled. A neat quirk I picked up from one of my other selves. You're just like AFO, yelled All Might. But your quirk shouldn't allow you to do that. Funny thing about that, it does, said Overhaul. Well, only when it comes to someone with my DNA. You see, quirks are in the DNA. My quirk allows me to break down anything I want and reshape it into anything I want. So when I'm in the process of breaking down the other me's, I reshape my DNA and make space for the new parts and boom, new powers, and all without mutations or disfigurations. All Might couldn't believe it. What do you want? Simple really, I want the girl, explained Overhaul. Why? Asked All Might. Why would you want someone who could get rid of your other powers? That's exactly why I want her, said Overhaul, to get rid of quirks. Then and only then will I have achieved my goal of total social downfall. And what about you? Asked All Might. If you want to get rid of quirks, then what happens when you achieve it? Of course I will use it on myself. It will be sad to part ways with this power, but the job will be done. Only the strong will survive, said Overhaul. We will stop you. The other Midoriyas will stop you, All Might said. And Eri, she's hidden away, you won't find her. Overhaul smiled. That's the thing, hero, I already know where they are. All Might's eyes widened. I know they are on an island. I only came here for one thing and one thing only. Now that I have it, there will be no stopping me. All Might stood up angrily. You won't win. Not with the others on Izuku's side. I wouldn't worry about them, they'll do the work for me. With that, Overhaul took off and crashed into the ceiling. All Might watched as he left. As he did, the pain Aizawa felt disappeared. What did he mean? He got what he came here for. I don't know, said All Might. Whatever it is, it can't be good. Come on, let's get you down to Recovery Girl. As the two made their way down, they passed several teachers running around. But someone caught their attention. All Might, Aizawa, come quick. They've been taken. It was Sue, running up to them in a panic. Sue, calm down. You're talking too fast, said All Might. Who was taken? But before Sue could answer, Aizawa put it together. Oh no, we need to find Midoriya now. Back on the island, Izuku was resting up inside the base while playing with Eri. Unfortunately, she wasn't playing much and just sat there unsure on what to do. Izuku tried to get her to play but nothing worked. You hungry, Eri? Want me to get you a snack or something? He asked. Eri slowly nodded. Getting up, Izuku walked over to the kitchen where he found Mei. Hey, she said. How is Eri doing? She's difficult. At first it seemed as if we were getting through to her, but now, it seems like she's cut us out. Izuku explained. That robot thing you gave her, is it almost fixed? She liked that one. Mei nodded. Yeah, just a few more adjustments and it should be back online. Good, maybe then she'll open up to us again, said Izuku. Where are the others? GL is in the game room. Wolverine is outside sitting by the cliff. King Izuku is in the water, and said he had nothing better to do. And finally Saiyan Izuku is meditating, said Mei. So overall, pretty normal. I see, guess they are doing their own thing. They've really helped me. I feel stronger already, said Izuku. Good, you'll need it for your fight with Overhaul, Mei said. And hey, if things go bad, I can always use some of my babies. Izuku smiled. Thanks Mei, I can always count on you. Leaning in for a kiss, Izuku was inches from her lips when Wolverine ran in. We got trouble. Just then the monitor turned on. It was King Izuku. Guys, something is headed our way and fast. Izuku pulled up the live feed from a satellite. There just above the ocean line was Overhaul. Damn it, he then looked at Mei. Do it. Nodding, Mei rushed over to the control panel. Activation in progress. 30 seconds to lock. You hear that? Slow him down for 30 seconds while we get a lock on him, said Izuku. Finally, I can let loose. With his eyes glowing green, a tattoo suddenly appeared on the king's back that traveled over his shoulder, back, and midsection. The markings looked old and glowed. Raising his hand, Izuku forced the water to his sides away from him. At first it started as ripples, then came the waves, and finally the divide. Whoever it was that was flying over the ocean looked around as they could now see the seafloor. You will go no further. With a quick motion the king raised his hand into the sky, which made the water on either side run up. Let's see how you handle this. Clapping his hands together, the king forced the water to come crashing down on the person, crushing them under tens of thousands of pounds of water. In the sea, Overhaul was swept underneath the water. As he regained his bearings, King Izuku came swimming towards him at incredible speeds. With the help of several sailfish, the animals brought him his trident. Taking it, the king twirled it around before running it through Overhaul. The villain's muffled voice rippled through the water, but the king wasn't finished. With the trident still in Overhaul's chest, King Izuku lifted him up. At that moment the long-thought extinct Megalodon appeared. Opening its massive jaw, it bit down right on Overhaul's torso. With the villain in its mouth, it swam down towards the seafloor. Once there, it threw the villain onto the seafloor. That's when King Izuku came down and stomped on the villain with enough force to crack the seafloor. Gaining some distance, the king watched as Overhaul laid there not moving. You may have taken me by surprise on land, but at sea, I am king. Just then laughter was heard. Is that what you think, your majesty? You may be king where you come from, but here. Shooting up at immense speed, Overhaul punched King Izuku hard in the stomach. The impact was hard enough that the water around them was pushed away for a second. Flying upwards towards the surface, King Izuku broke the ocean surface and flew a few feet into the air. Appearing beside him was Overhaul. Here, you are nothing. Throwing his fist forward, Overhaul cracked the king over the head, knocking him out. Falling into the ocean, his body floated there. I want to kill you now, but I'm not finished with you yet. Creating a bubble around the king's body, Overhaul lifted him out of the water. Continuing towards the island, Overhaul now had one less opponent to deal with. Watching all of this, the rest of them stood there in disbelief. I have a lock, said May. Should I fire? No, said Wolverine. The other Izuku is in the way. You fire now, you could kill him. Wolverine is right, said Izuku. May, I need you to keep it locked on, but don't fire, not until you have a clean shot. May nodded. My babies and I will do our best, won't we, Eri? Appearing in the hallway, Eri stood and nodded slowly. Good, then let's get to work, said Saiyan Izuku, cracking his knuckles. We take him on together then, Wolverine said with a snikt. He's coming from the far side of the island, we'll meet him there, said Izuku as green lightning appeared around him. Down at the far side of the beach, Overhaul landed on the sand. Oh, I didn't expect you to be by yourself. Standing just where the jungle started was Saiyan Izuku. Yeah, well, I should be more than enough to take you on. Overhaul put down King Izuku. That arrogance will get you killed. With his eyes turning teal and his hair turning a golden color, Saiyan Izuku transformed. The sudden outburst of energy uprooted the several trees behind him. You call it arrogance, I call it pride. Come, let's do this. We could fight, destroy this entire island with everyone on it, possibly putting Eri's life on the line. Or, you and your other selves can show themselves and listen to what I have to say. Overhaul said, looking into the forest. I know you're there, come out, you'll want to hear this. Unsure of what to do, Izuku appeared from the forest, while Wolverine appeared from the tree tops. They both walked and stood behind the Saiyan. What, come to surrender? Asked Wolverine. If that was the case, you should have used your words instead of kicking his ass. He was in my way. But you were right, I should have held back. Moving the king over to the other side, Overhaul waved his hand and actually began to heal him. A few seconds later, King Izuku was back up. Getting up quickly, he jumped towards the other Izukus and held his trident up, ready to attack. You will pay for what you did to me. No one touches the king of Atlantis. However, before he could attack, Izuku appeared in front of him. Wait, he has something to say. King Izuku was surprised. You are actually going to listen? Do I have to remind you what he has done to Eri? I get it, I really do. But if we fight now, we would destroy this island and Eri might get hurt or worse, said Izuku, trying to hold back his own desire to take Overhaul down. Not to mention he could take us down like he did last time. The king gritted his teeth in frustration, but he ultimately lowered his trident. Good, now, I have a proposition. I will leave Eri alone, and never try to take her away. What? Wolverine stepped forward. You expect us to believe that you'll just leave her alone? Bullshit. It's true, just one tiny thing. I still want this world's Izuku dead. He may not be as strong as some of you here, but his speed is a problem, explained Overhaul. So what? Exchange his life for Eri's? Questioned GL. Like hell, you aren't killing anyone anymore. Overhaul waved his finger. You got me all wrong. I'm not going to kill him, you guys are. Every Izuku flinched. Why would we ever do that? Asked Saiyan Izuku. Simple really. Because of her. Snapping his fingers, Overhaul controlled 4 bubble shields and put them out in front for all to see. GL's, Wolverine's, Saiyan Izuku's, and King Izuku's eyes all widened when they saw who it was inside the shield. Ochako, they all yelled out. Someone took a step forward, which caused Overhaul to once again snap his fingers, making the shield change. Now a ring around their necks, it began to choke them. Stop, yelled GL. The rings stopped choking them. Why? Their screams are music to my ears. But for you, hearing your girl scream out in pain is torture. Those aren't even their world's Uraraka. You made copies of them, said Izuku. Wrong again. Think about it, if the other Mi's were able to cross over and the other U's. What's stopping their Urarakas from crossing over? I'm willing to bet that they were in close proximity to one another when they crossed over. Am I wrong? Questioned Overhaul. The other Izukus looked at each other. What do you want? Asked Wolverine. I already told you what I want. Get it done, and I'll let them go, explained Overhaul. Oh, and I know how to get you home. But don't take too long, my offer is good for the next 15 minutes. One last thing, bring his girl for extra points. In the observation room, May could hear what they were saying. Oh shit, this isn't good. Guys, there's no way they are your Uraraka from your world, said Izuku. It's just not possible. Normally I would agree, said King Izuku. But it shouldn't have been possible for us to be here too. What if you were in our shoes, would you risk it not being your May? Questioned GL. Izuku stood there in silence. If taking your life means that she gets to live, then so be it. I've killed for less, said Wolverine as a snikt sound was heard. Saiyan Izuku powered up, causing lightning to surround his aura. Sorry, but her life means more than yours does. Izuku sighed. Then there's no other way? He asked, as they all turned around and faced him. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Izuku knew that there was no way out of this. So be it then. But I won't go easy on you guys. Green lightning began to jump off of Izuku's body as he watched the others walk towards him. Clenching his fist, Izuku really didn't want to do this, but there was no other choice. Now Mei, he yelled out. The other Izukus stopped as they wondered what he was doing. Just then a massive beam of energy came crashing down. It was the weapon that was meant for overhaul. But instead of hitting them dead on, the beam hit right slightly behind them. The impact shockwave was enough to throw the others into the forest, mountains, and near the ocean. Divide and conquer. Alright, time to get to work. An. Dun dun dun, Battle of the Izukus. Who will win? Overhaul has now turned them against each other. I wonder how this will turn out? Find out next time. 299 Chapter 29. No easy way out. An. Dun dun dun. And we are back with another chapter. Sorry for it took me so long to update, but I just needed a small break, but I'm back now and filled with ideas. So to make it up to you, here is a longer chapter than usual. No easy way out. We shouldn't be doing this, said Izuku as he ran around Wolverine. Of course we do, he said, swiping his claws around and missing Izuku. This is what I was made to do. He's trying to make us turn on each other, said Izuku as he stopped running. Wolverine jumped at him, but at the last moment Izuku moved out of the way. Don't give him what he wants.
You don't get it since you've not experienced it yet, yelled Wolverine, growling. I watched as my own claws dug into Uraraka's stomach. I watched her die right before my eyes, by my hands. To watch the only person that ever loved you die for who you were, die. Izuku kept dodging Wolverine's claws, until he reached out and grabbed his wrists. I do know how it feels like. I watched my dad die in front of me, and I could do anything. I let my mom die in order to save the world. So don't tell me I don't know what it feels like.
Gritting his teeth, Wolverine retracted his claws and pulled his head back before delivering a powerful headbutt. Blood splattered onto the floor as Izuku's nose broke thanks to Wolverine's metal skull. Letting go of Wolverine, Izuku stumbled backwards. As he fell, Wolverine grabbed his arm. Do you know? Did you ever think of putting a bullet in your mouth? Did you ever think about slaughtering everyone in your sight? You may have lost your parents, but you weren't the gun. Pulling his fist back, Wolverine connected to Izuku's ribs. Screaming in pain, Izuku fell to his knees, clenching his side. I wouldn't try to get up if I were you. I just broke 4 of your ribs. With blood running down his nose, Izuku spoke. I can save them. Wolverine scoffed. Like you saved your parents? No thanks. A snikt sound was heard as Wolverine popped his claws on one of his hands. Raising that arm high, he prepared to kill Izuku. But as he threw his claws down, Izuku's head snapped up. His eyes sparked green with electricity. Vibrating his body, he broke free from Wolverine's grasp. The shockwave sent the counterpart flying backwards. Getting up quickly and with everything around him slowed down, Izuku wiped the blood off his nose. Turning, he saw that Wolverine was still in the air. Running over, he grabbed him by the arm. My turn. Pulling him hard, Izuku ran through the forest. He dodged the trees, but Wolverine, who was being pulled, wasn't so lucky. Over and over again Wolverine would crash through the trees, but even that wasn't enough to knock him out, so Izuku had another idea. Turning sharply, Izuku made for the mountain. Picking up speed, it looked like he was going to phase through the mountain with Wolverine in tow. However, just as he reached the mountain, Izuku stopped suddenly. Swinging his arm, Izuku threw his counterpart into the mountain itself. Slamming against the mountain, Wolverine spit out blood. The rocks around him fell over him as he got to his knees. Ready to give up? Asked Izuku, appearing in front of him. Breathing heavily, Wolverine glared at Izuku, like hell. Raising his claws, Wolverine slashed at Izuku, but Izuku was ready and phased through the slashes. Over and over Wolverine would slash but wouldn't hit Izuku. You can't touch me, it's over. Placing a hand on Wolverine's chest, Izuku used his speed to launch him back into the mountain. Once again he slammed into it, and once again he fell to his knees. Enough. It's like I said, you can't even touch me. Is that what you think? Did you forget what I was? Questioned Wolverine. Growling, Wolverine lunged at Izuku. Rolling his eyes, Izuku let it happen, since he knew he would phase through it. What he didn't know was that Wolverine had a plan. As his claws were inches away, Izuku suddenly felt a sharp pain. His eyes widened as he screamed out in pain. Looking down, he noticed that Wolverine had just stabbed him through the foot. In order to keep yourself from phasing through the ground, you have to keep some part of you tethered to it. In this case, your feet. The pain forced Izuku to stop phasing as he needed to get free of the claws in his foot. But he also knew that if he did that, the claws that were aimed at him would connect. Caught between this dilemma, Izuku really had one option. His arms suddenly began to spark green lightning, and in a flash he moved. Wolverine's claws suddenly stopped. Izuku was looking right at him when he realized what happened. Slowly looking down, Wolverine looked down to see Izuku's entire hand in his chest. Izuku just phased his hand through him, but that's not all. Out from his back, Izuku's hand held something red, a heart. Izuku just ripped Wolverine's heart out. Pulling his hand free, Izuku watched as Wolverine fell to his knees. "Don't worry, I'll know you'll heal. Your healing factor is even more impressive than mine is. But this should keep you out of my way for a while." Vibrating his hand, Izuku destroyed the heart. "I'm sorry, but this is the only way." Taking off to find the others, Wolverine watched as he left and couldn't help but smile. "Well, look at you go, kid. Didn't think you had it in you. Guess I taught you well." With that, Wolverine fell face first into the dirt. He would get back up, he always does. On the other side of the island, GL was getting up from being hit by the blast. "Man, my ears are ringing," he said, shaking his head. "Little bastard actually hit us with that blast." "Yeah, sorry about that," said Izuku, appearing from the forest. GL jumped, turned, and fired a beam of green light. Izuku leaned back and dodged. "That ring really is something, isn't it?" said Izuku. "You don't know the half of what it can do." In an instant, GL created a minigun and began to fire. Green bullets flew out of the barrel of the gun. Izuku's eyes widened as he watched them fly through the sky. Moving fast, Izuku ran to his right just as the bullets tore through a tree. GL continued to fire as Izuku appeared and reappeared from every direction. "Stay still for a second," yelled GL, creating a massive green construct mech suit. In its head was GL controlling its movements. Reaching behind its back, the mech pulled out a massive sword. With a single slash, GL leveled a big portion of the forest. "Ha! Take that, you green bastard. Wait a minute, I'm green too. Shit, forget what I said." Suddenly appearing, Izuku ran up the treetops of an area that was unaffected. "Nope, too late," he said as GL once again swung his sword. But this time as Izuku ran, he jumped narrowly, avoiding the blade. He then landed on the blade itself and ran up it. GL saw this and knew he had to do something fast. From the mech's shoulder a beam rifle appeared. "Let's see you dodge this," yelled out GL as a beam of green energy shot out. Smiling as he ran, Izuku kicked it up a notch and slid underneath the blast. In an attempt to stop Izuku, GL raised the blade, but in doing so made a clear opening. Now level with GL, Izuku ran at the forehead of the mech. Jumping, Izuku began to vibrate. Normally anything that hit the construct would just bounce off, but not for Izuku. Haven broken free from the construct before Izuku already knew the vibration to destroy them, or in this case, phase through it. Izuku passed right through the mech's forehead. "What?" yelled GL, not expecting Izuku to get through. He then felt himself being pulled as Izuku grabbed his costume and pulled him out of the mech. Landing on the ground, the mech fell straight down and shattered. "Didn't expect that, did you?" mocked Izuku as he threw GL into the trunk of a tree. GL angrily closed his fist. "Oh yeah. Then how about this?" Lifting his hand up, GL tried to create something but was surprised to see nothing appear. "Huh. Looking for this?" questioned Izuku as he held the Green Lantern ring. GL looked at himself and saw his green costume disappear, reverting him back to normal Izuku. "Ah crap." In a flash, Izuku came in and punched him across the head, knocking him out. "Two down, two to go," Izuku said as he dusted himself off. But just as he was about to leave, a burst of water suddenly slammed into his side. Taken by surprise, Izuku wasn't able to see where it came from, but after a few seconds he found himself underwater and unable to breathe. He looked up to see sunlight and swam towards it. Before he could reach it, Izuku suddenly felt something wrap around his leg. He gasped and looked down to see a massive octopus. "Ah crap," is all he could think about before he felt it pull him down. Floating above him was King Izuku, his arms crossed as he watched Izuku sink down. "It will be a watery grave for you. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing. The water pressure will crush you instantly, no pain, my gift to you. I had to do something, and fast. I'm running out of air. Come on Izuku, think. You move fast, so think fast, you're underwater. What's super effective against water? Wait a minute." Izuku then looked down at the creature. "God, I hope this is like the games." King Izuku watched as Izuku was dragged deeper and deeper into the ocean. But before he could go down any lower, a powerful bolt of electricity coursed through the creature's body. It roared out in pain as it let go of Izuku. Now free, the speedster used his speed and swam up towards the surface at incredible speeds. Damn it! Electricity! How dumb of me! Swimming up after him, the king readied his trident. Breaching the waterline, Izuku smiled. Huh? Nice try, fish face. But you can't keep a speedster down for long. But as Izuku landed on the water, he suddenly had to lean his head back. Passing just millimeters by his face was the golden trident grazing his cheek. Looking down, Izuku was barely able to focus when a fist came up and clocked him underneath the chin.
The hit sent Izuku flying into the air. Falling, he then hit the water and bounced off it like a stone. Somehow the speedster managed to pop himself up and land on his feet. He slid for a bit before running at the king. He knew that if he wanted to win, keeping his feet moving was the key.
Seeing the speedster heading his way, the king's eyes began to glow green. Raising his hands, King Izuku began to raise two pillars of water. The water then reshaped itself into the heads of dragons. With a swift forward motion, the two water dragons launched themselves forward. With his lightning sparking around him, Izuku countered the dragons with his own lightning. Collecting it in his hands, he created two balls of green lightning. The two dragons roared as they tried to bite down on Izuku. One missed, which left it wide open. Ducking underneath it, Izuku twisted his body around and touched it with his lightning. The green lightning traveled through the water and ultimately ended up shocking the king. Then came the second dragon. It went up into the sky before diving down on Izuku. Yes! Yelled the king. Now Ochako will be safe. Just then the king was hit with another bolt of electricity. His body smoked as he watched the water dragon fall before his eyes. What? Sorry, your majesty, you may rule the seas, but let me run and there's no slowing me down, said Izuku as he appeared holding onto the trident.
The king smiled. You sure you want to do that? I can sink the entire island and kill the girl if I please too. Making it your own Atlantis. But, before he could finish talking, Izuku swung the trident around. And using the flat end, he smacked his counterpart across the face with enough force to draw blood. Over and over, Izuku would run around and smack the king as he ran by. Growing tired of this, King Izuku angrily threw his hand down, causing the ocean water to fall and Izuku along with it. Letting go of the trident, Izuku hit the seafloor. OWW. Damn, that hurt.
As he tried to get up, he opened his eyes to find King Izuku barreling down towards him. With little time to react, Izuku barely managed to move his head out of the way. Seeing a chance to counter-attack, Izuku charged his hand with electricity and fired it upwards. The electricity forced the king away and into the water. Now up, Izuku looked around him to see nothing but water swirling around him. You should have never let me into the ocean, said the king, his voice echoing from the water. Izuku turned and looked in every direction but couldn't pinpoint where he was. The others failed to kill me too. Why are you any different? Questioned Izuku. Because unlike the others, I am a king. Izuku then heard something splash from behind him. Turning around fast, he launched a bolt of lightning, but much to his surprise it hit a fish. Then another splash was heard, then another, and another. Izuku turned and found that it was actually swordfish that were coming out of the water trying to impale him. Izuku dodged and sidestepped at super speed, barely having enough time to dodge. But as he moved about, the king was diving from the top onto Izuku. He raised his trident high and was about to kill Izuku when the speedster looked up. Nice plan, but unfortunately for you, your majesty, I'm just faster. Sliding past the trident, Izuku slowly watched as the king came into range. Once he was, Izuku let out a flurry of punches, each of which hit at weak points. 5 seconds and 1,000 punches later, the king was bleeding from the mouth, nose, and lips. Falling to the ground unconscious, the king's powers faded, causing the water to come rushing back in to fill in the hole. Seeing this, Izuku grabbed the king and began to run around, up, and away from the rushing water. Making it to land, he placed the king down on the beach. He then went back to find his trident, to which he placed beside him. Alright, one more to go. May. I'm here, she said from his earpiece. Where is he now? Izuku asked. Dead center of the island. He hasn't moved from there since the blast, explained May. Izuku nodded. Thanks, May. Izuku, please be careful. The others may have been relatively easy, but with him. May bit the under part of her lip. I know, he will be more of a challenge, said Izuku. Listen, prepare to activate Dying Star. If I can't beat him normally, then I'll have to resort to using it. May's eyes widened. Dying Star? I thought that was just theoretical. Could you actually pull it off? It's possible. But it's also possible I rip myself to shreds if it goes wrong. Izuku sighed. I promised I would keep you and Eri safe, and I intend to do just that. Even if it costs me everything. Mei clenched her fist. Jay, just be careful, okay? I'll try, Mei, I'll try. With that, Izuku turned off his communicator. Taking a deep breath, Izuku steeled himself. Okay, let's go. Running over to the center of the island, Izuku stopped at a clearing. There he saw Saiyan Izuku standing there, his eyes closed. It's about time you showed up, he said.
Yeah, well, I was a bit tied up with the others. Izuku said, walking towards him. I'm surprised you didn't try to jump me along with the others. I prefer a fair fight. The Saiyan explained. I knew the others wouldn't be able to take you, so I waited. Bought my time, watched, learned, and figured out how to fight someone that moves as fast as you. Izuku got into a sprinter's stance. Oh yeah, and how do you fight someone like me? Opening his eyes, Saiyan Izuku looked at Izuku. You in particular, absolutely nothing. I won't even need my second form to stop you. Powering up, the Saiyan's hair turned golden and spiky. Really? Confident, I see, but confidence can lead to your downfall. Izuku said, charging his lightning. But let's see if you can keep up. Pushing off the ground with his heel, Izuku took off towards the Saiyan. The entire island was engulfed in a wave of green light as they met in the middle. Is that the best you can do? Questioned the Saiyan as the light dissipated. Standing, Izuku gritted his teeth as he saw his fist stopped by a single finger. Saiyan Izuku then moved in and hit Izuku with the open palm of his hand square in the chest. The hit forced Izuku back and through several trees. Falling to his knees, Izuku had blood running down the side of his mouth. Damn it, I was only hit once. How did he do so much damage?
However, as Izuku thought about it, he suddenly heard something.
Snapping his head upwards, his eyes widened when he saw several blasts heading his way. Using his speed, Izuku dodged out of the way of each attack, much like he did with the swordfish. But unlike last time, he couldn't just stay there and wait. If he wanted any hope of winning, he needed to counterattack. Pressing forward, Izuku advanced while dodging the blasts, but he was so focused on dodging that he didn't notice that the Saiyan was standing right behind him. Reaching out, he touched Izuku's shoulder, much to his shock. Izuku raised his fist, but before he could land a hit, Saiyan Izuku smacked him across the face. Rolling on the floor, Izuku bled from his nose. This is pointless, the Saiyan said, walking towards him. You can't win against me.
Izuku's legs shaked as he got up. I still can, but mid-sentence Izuku felt a sharp pain coming from his ribs. The Saiyan had just hit Izuku. Feeling and hearing something crack, Izuku quickly backed away.
Holding his side, Izuku groaned in pain. That was 4 ribs, and I was holding back. Not to mention I still have another form. Accept your fate and die. And never, if it means saving Mei and Eri. I will take you down, said Izuku, his face filled with determination. Stopping a few meters away, Saiyan Izuku, those eyes, you remind me of me. Well, that shouldn't be a surprise since you are me. You have the same fighting spirit within you. Unfortunately for you, there are ways to break your will. Lifting his hand over his head, the Saiyan charged a small ball of energy. Izuku readied himself. What did you mean by that? The Saiyan said nothing as the ball of energy grew to about the size of a bowling ball. I'm sorry, Izuku, but this is all for my Ochako. The ball of energy suddenly launched into the air. Izuku tracked it and was stunned to see it turn, headed right towards the mountain. Mei, Eri, Izuku yelled out as he ran towards the mountain. But before he could even make it into the forest, the blast accelerated and slammed into the mountain.
At first it was as if nothing happened, but a second later the entire mountain exploded, sending pieces of rock flying in every direction. Izuku fell to his knees as rocks fell around him. They were gone. Mei, Eri, gone in the blink of an eye. They did have a bunker, but there was no way Mei and Eri reached it in time. And no, Eri, Mei. Sadness filled Izuku's heart and mind. He just lost them, and it was all his fault. Hearing the Saiyan land behind him, Izuku turned with tears in his eyes. Why did you do that? Tell me. To break you, said the Saiyan. You are me, so I knew you wouldn't give up, wouldn't go down without a fight. So I broke you, took away what you loved the most. But as Saiyan Izuku was talking, there was a loud crackoom, as a bolt of lightning crashed in front of him. Looking through the lightning strikes, the Saiyan could see Izuku getting up. I told you once that I only wanted to kill one person, right? Turning his head slowly, Izuku's eyes glowed emerald green, and lightning sparked out of them. I should add you to that list. Saiyan Izuku's hair spiked up as he transformed into his second form. I don't know what you just did, but no matter how much lightning you make, it still won't make a difference. With the rage of losing those he cared about, Izuku suddenly appeared in front of his counterpart. The Saiyan's eyes widened when Izuku suddenly appeared. His speed, it's increased, doesn't matter if I'm tougher. The Saiyan raised his fist, but by the time he did, Izuku was already landing hits. Blow after blow, Izuku launched a flurry of super speed punches, each hitting harder than the last. This speed, this power. I know it too well, Saiyan Izuku smiled. The rage of a calm person. I know it all too well. Finishing his attack, Izuku managed to punch his counterpart across the face with enough force to move him back. With his head tilted to the side, the Saiyan began to laugh. Well, I'll be damned. Moving his head back, Izuku noticed blood running down the Saiyan's lip. That actually hurt. And I'm still getting warmed up, Izuku said, his body covered in green lightning. Wiping the blood off of himself, Saiyan Izuku's ki erupted outward. All I need is one hit. The two then ran at each other, ready to kill the other. Izuku knew that if his alien counterpart managed to hit him, it would be over, but that was simple enough to prevent. Simply don't get hit. Island base rubble, any remains of the mountain base were gone. Not even the bunker room was left untouched. There was no way Eri and Mei managed to stay alive if they stayed. So, they didn't. Catching her breath against a coconut tree, Mei was breathing heavily. I wasn't ready for that. Are you okay? Asked Eri, tugging on her shirt. Mei turned and began to pat Eri. Yeah, I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt? Eri looked at her arms and legs. Yeah, I'm fine. Mei nodded. Good. Oh man, if I didn't have this thing handy, then we would have been fried. Lifting up her other hand, Mei looked at the injection needle that was labeled IZ52. I didn't think it would work. Thinking back to just a few moments ago, Mei was looking at the monitor in the room when a warning symbol suddenly appeared. What? There's a large concentrate of energy building up. Oh god. This much energy could blow up a planet. Then alarms started blaring. Shit. It's headed straight for us. We won't make it to the shelter. Mei turned and looked at Eri, who was covering her ears. She then looked at the desk beside her and saw the needle. I never tested it, but I have no other choice. Without hesitation, Mei grabbed the vial and jammed the needle into her arm. Injecting the contents of the vial made Mei's eyes widened. That's when it took effect. Mei looked around to see everything moving in slow motion. Is this how Izuku sees the world? Mesmerized, Mei couldn't believe what she was seeing, but then she remembered. I can think about this later. I need to get Eri out of here. With pink lightning sparking in her eyes, Mei ran at Eri, picked her up gently, and ran out of the base just as the blast obliterated it. Back on the island, Mei finally caught her breath. Well then, that was quite the experience. I bet Izuku is worried sick about us right now. We should let him know that we're okay. Come on, Eri. Reaching out, Mei tried to grab Eri's hand, but before she could, something caught her eye. A black portal opened up. Mei got in front of Eri. Stay behind me, Eri. Stepping out of said portal was none other than Shigaraki. So this is where you were hiding, Eri. Shigaraki. What do you want? Mei asked, ready for anything. Shigaraki looked at Mei and noticed that she was different. You ever heard the expression, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Well, I'm here to see if that's true. Mei was stunned. You want to help take down Overhaul? But, why? Because he's in my way, explained Shigaraki. If he achieves his goals, then that means my dreams will be crushed. And there's no way in hell I'll let that happen. Aren't your goals basically the same? Questioned Mei. Yes, but if Overhaul gets his way, there will be nothing left to rule, explained Shigaraki. My master's plan doesn't involve getting rid of every single quirk on the planet. If Overhaul achieves this goal, then what's the point of taking over the world? Mei relaxed her guard. There wouldn't be one. Precisely. Take down Overhaul and there's still a chance I succeed. So what do you say? Shigaraki asked. Mei narrowed her eyes. How would we even do that? He has too much power and too much variety. That's why you'll use these. Reaching into his pocket, Shigaraki pulled out a small box. Opening it up, it was revealed to be the quirk erasing bullets. 5 of them. The ones created with Eri's blood. I managed to steal this from Overhaul before the entire hideout was destroyed. Idiots left them out for anyone to take. We just have to get close enough to inject all of them. Normally they would only erase quirks for a few hours, but these were designed to permanently erase your quirk. How do I know this isn't a trap? This could amplify his quirks for all I know, said Mei. Shigaraki smiled. You don't, but trust in the fact that I want Overhaul gone just as much as you. And now I see that you have super speed. This should go much smoother than I could imagine. Mei hesitated. I can't tell if he's telling the truth or not. If Izuku was here, then he would be able to tell. Damn it, what do I do? So, will you do it? Or will you watch your boyfriend die by his hand? The choice is yours. Mei shifted her gaze from Overhaul to the bullets. As she thought of an answer, a nearby island suddenly exploded. From it she saw Izuku run out of the explosion with the Saiyan hot on his trail. Fine, give them to me. I knew you'd come around. Shigaraki handed over the bullets. Now remember, all 5 have to be injected into him for it to work. Mei nodded, all 5, got it. Suddenly more explosions rocked the ocean, and that's my cue to leave. The black portal once again opened up behind Shigaraki. But before he could leave, Mei stopped him. If this is a trick, I'll come for you. Shigaraki smirked as he disappeared into the portal. Come Eri, I'll take you somewhere safe. Coming out the other side, Shigaraki smiled. What I said about Overhaul is true. But giving you all of the bullets would have been dumb of me. Walking over to the counter, Shigaraki looked down to see 2 more of the quirk erasing bullets. I do need insurance after all. Picking her up once again, Mei took her to the one place she knew would be safe, UA. Arriving on the campus, she noticed that the roof to the administration building was blown open, along with the main classroom building. What the heck happened here? Hatsume! Someone yelled out. Mei turned to find All Might, Nezu, Aizawa, and Mirio. Perfect, just who I wanted to see, Mei said as they stopped in front of her. Hatsume, where is Izuku? Aizawa asked. And why are you 2 here? Long story, but to sum it up, Overhaul appeared with 4 Urarakas and threatened them in front of the other Izukus and managed to convince them that they were their world's Uraraka. So they turned against Izuku, this world's Izuku, and they fought. Fortunately, he managed to take down 3 of them and is currently fighting the strongest one. I gained super speed by injecting myself with a modified version of Izuku's blood, which granted me his speed. Oh, and Shigaraki appeared and gave me these. She held up the box of quirk erasing bullets. Apparently he doesn't want Overhaul to win, so he said to inject him with the remaining 5 bullets and it should erase his quirks permanently. But I can't do that if Eri is in danger, so I brought her here. So take care of her while I help Izuku and finish this fight. Okay, let's go. Stay here Eri, I'll be back with Izuku before you know it. And with that, Mei took off once again in a flash of pink lightning. Everyone who was present was stunned. Did you catch any of that? Asked Nezu. Every 10th word maybe, said Aizawa. All Might? The former number 1 hero shook his head. I'm just as lost as you are. I heard something about Shigaraki and bullets. It's okay. Everyone turned to find Eri. Hatsume is going to help Izuku. They'll make the bad guys go away. Mirio smiled. Of course they are. Come on, let's get you inside. Picking her up, Mirio escorted Eri to the gym. Damn it, we didn't even tell her that Uraraka was taken, said Aizawa. Back with Mei, sliding to a stop on the island, she looked around to see the destruction their fight was causing. Half of the forest was on fire, while the river running through it was flooding. Come on Mei, you invent babies all the time. You can get close enough to inject him. What's this about injecting someone? Asked a voice as they pressed something cold against Mei's neck. Instantly Mei knew this was Wolverine. No, Izuku, listen to me. I found a way to take down Overhaul. Wolverine stayed silent for a second. You're not lying. Tell me, how do you intend on stopping that monster without getting our Ochakos hurt? With these, said Mei, reaching out and revealing the case of bullets. Wolverine knew what these were, quirk erasing bullets. They won't work. Trust me, they will, said Mei. Listen, I know things are tense right now, but believe me when I say this is the best chance we have to save your Uraraka. Wolverine narrowed his eyes as he thought of slicing her neck. Sighing, Wolverine retracted his claws. Fine, let's do this. Mei nodded. Then let's get to work. We need the other Izuku's help if we want to pull this off. I have Izuku's speed, but I can't control it. Not only that, but I don't know how long this will last. You used that serum you were making. Mei nodded. Untested, it could have killed you. You don't know how it will affect your body. I know that, but even so, if I didn't do it, we would be dead. But you're right. This speed could have negative and potentially harmful adverse effects on my body. Mei touched her chest and felt her heart racing. Even so, this time I can help Izuku. I'm tired of standing by. It's about time I really help him. Wolverine smiled. You sound just like my Uraraka. Come on, let's go to the others. They should be waking up soon. Lead the way. With that, Mei and Wolverine made their way into the jungle to find the others. Back with Izuku, sliding to a stop on an island, Izuku turned and faced the sea. That's it, follow me. With his golden aura surrounding his body, Saiyan Izuku stopped over the water. you really are fast. Izuku scoffed, I can say the same for you. I hate to admit it, but you are as fast as I am. Speed isn't everything. You'll soon learn that firsthand, the Saiyan said, crossing his arms. No, I don't think I will. Izuku stood up straight. It's time I take Kaguya's advice and finally stop holding back. Saiyan Izuku raised an eyebrow, what are you saying? Green lightning sparked around Izuku once more, it means it's time to end this once and for all. Jumping at the Saiyan, Izuku kneed him in the chest. Stumbling back, Saiyan Izuku grit his teeth. That is it. Come here. Chasing after Izuku, the two once again went across the ocean. Reaching his hand out, Saiyan Izuku was inches from reaching Izuku when the speedster looked back. This is for Mei and Eri. With a loud crackoon, Izuku took off at top speed, leaving the Saiyan in the dust. Stunned, Saiyan Izuku couldn't believe what he just saw. Back on the island, Mei and Wolverine had just found where GL and the king were and were actively trying to wake them up. As they were, however, the loud boom that Izuku caused hit the island. Trees shook as the boom rocked the island. Mei turned, oh no, he's doing it. Wolverine looked at Mei's worried face. What is it? Who's doing what? It's my Izuku, he's trying something that we didn't think was possible, Mei said, looking into the ocean. If he does this, there's a chance he could blow up the planet. What? We have to stop him, yelled Wolverine. We can't, said Mei. He's already crossed the threshold. Even with my speed there's no catching him, or stopping him. Now that sounds ominous, said GL, getting up and sliding his ring back on. Now covered in green and powers fully restored. Ring, what is this world's Izuku doing? Achieving the impossible for a human. The ring warned. GL tilted his head, what the hell does that mean? He then looked at Mei. Hatsume, what exactly is he doing? Achieving the impossible. Mei watched as Izuku's green lightning went past her. That are dooming the planet. We had something set up to contain it, but everything was destroyed in the lab. Izuku could feel the muscles in his legs tighten as he pushed harder. His breathing was steady and his fist closed. Opening his eyes, Izuku's vision began to change. The bright vibrant colors all soon began to change to blue. So this is blue shifting. I'm approaching the right speed. This can either go one of two ways. Izuku thought to himself. This works and I take him down. Or the worst case, I open up a black hole that sucks up everything on the planet. Oh God, please let this work. With the Saiyan, he watched as Izuku ran past him, picking up speed as he did. More speed? You're just delaying the inevitable. But as Izuku passed him one more time, the force of him just running by was enough to cut his arm. Now worried, he began to fire beams of energy at Izuku, in an attempt to hit him or at the very least slow him down. But by this point Izuku was already moving too fast and any beam fired would miss. Fine, if that won't work, how about this? Cupping his hands together, Saiyan Izuku began to charge an attack. From the space between his hands a blue ball of energy began to appear. Kamihami. The ball suddenly began to glow brighter as the Saiyan spoke those words. On the other hand, Izuku was ready. It's simple physics, the faster an object moves the more mass it accumulates. Pulling his arm back, Izuku clenched his fist. So if I move at near light speed, the mass of my fist should, in theory, be infinite. But there is a drawback. According to the theory of special relativity, it should be impossible for anything with mass to move at these speeds. If they did, everything we know about physics and rules of time and space will be thrown away. But even after all that, why can't I stop feeling excited? As Izuku came back around, he could see the ball of energy Saiyan Izuku was collecting. Another one of his blasts, doesn't matter, if I dodge it, I win. Throwing his fist forward, Izuku aimed for the Saiyan. On the other side, the Saiyan saw a faint glimmer of blue coming from the horizon. Seeing this, he threw his cupped hands together, ha! The energy beam flew over the water, slicing through and pushing the water underneath it apart. Izuku saw this and steadied himself. The blast approached and was centimeters from hitting Izuku when he suddenly twisted his body out of the way. Crap! Yelled Saiyan Izuku as he saw what just happened. Getting rid of the beam, he tried to put his guard up, but it was already too late. Saiyan Izuku tried to pull back, but he was too slow. Izuku's fist hit square on his chest. A fist traveling just under or at light speed hit the Saiyan. The moment of impact was loud as it was deadly. First came the sudden flash of green light that was seen for thousands of miles in the form of a massive pillar. Then came the sound. It was the loudest recorded sound ever in human history. Anyone within 65 kilometers, if they were so unlucky, were instantly deafened by the sound. Fortunately for Mei and the other Izukus, GL managed to create a shield around them that muffled the sound but didn't eliminate it. Then came the shockwave. The initial wave shook the very planet itself, along with toppling buildings and uprooting trees as far away as Europe. When it was all said and done, an area of 4 kms of pure ocean evaporated. The island Izuku was standing on before disintegrated. Mei's eyes widened as she watched everything happen from inside the green bubble shield. He did it, he actually did it. But even then Izuku knew that it wouldn't be enough to put down the Saiyan. With blood running down his mouth and his clothes torn, the Saiyan was still alive. Why you? That actually hurt. Spitting out blood, Saiyan Izuku smirked. Even after I strengthened my body with ki, it still did so much damage. But that was your one chance to take me down and you wasted it. Who said I was done? Questioned Izuku. Pulling his fist back once again, Izuku began to launch a barrage of punches at the Saiyan. They weren't as fast or as powerful, but they still did damage. Just one problem. Izuku was beginning to fall into the gap left in the ocean. Not a problem. Using the drop of seawater that was rushing back in to fill the gap, Izuku began to run on the droplets themselves and managed to get out while punching the Saiyan away. Now with bruises and cuts appearing on his body, Saiyan Izuku knew he had to get away. If Izuku did another punch like the last time, it would be fatal. So, he thought he could go to a place where Izuku wouldn't be able to use it. Flying across the ocean, the Saiyan flew back to mainland Japan. Izuku saw him take off and figured that this would be another chance to do his infinite mass punch. Letting the Saiyan go, Izuku crouched down and readied himself. Snapping his head up, he took off with a KRAKOOM. Mei saw Izuku take off. Shit. We need to stop him. The other Izuku is planning on luring Izuku to a populated area, hoping that he wouldn't do that move again. But I've seen Izuku lose control before. It won't matter if there are people around. GL nodded. Then you guys better hold on, I'm about to let this ring loose. With the shield still around them, GL took off into the sky and flew at top speed towards Izuku. With Izuku, he was quickly approaching the Saiyan when all of a sudden he stopped in the middle of a street. In the middle of a city. Not even he is dumb enough to put all these people in danger. With blood running down his arm, the Saiyan knew that he needed to create a chance to kill Izuku. But little did he know Izuku was already on his way. Making it to land, Izuku raced across mountains, valleys, rivers, and buildings and was in a straight line towards the Saiyan. Sensing his energy approaching Saiyan, Izuku was surprised. He wouldn't, would he? I mean, would I if I was in his shoes? The Saiyan thought about it. Oh crap. Pulling his fist back once again, Izuku pushed himself to reach near light speed again. Back with the others, Mei knew they were out of time. We won't make it. Let me out here. GL nodded and opened the bubble to Mei. Landing on the ground, she took off with a pink streak of light trailing behind her. You could use a boost, said GL as he fired a beam at Mei. The beam then reshaped itself into a backpack and began to fire off an engine from the back. Using the extra speed, Mei took off. With Izuku, he was just about to reach the threshold and cross into a state that he wouldn't be able to stop. No, Mei yelled out as she suddenly tackled him from the side. Crashing into a building, Izuku and Mei went tumbling and eventually stopped by slamming onto a wall. Izuku rubbed his head and in a fit of anger he swung his arm. His fist was inches from hitting Mei when he saw who it was. Mei, what the hell did you do that for? He asked, unaware of what he was just about to do. To stop you. Mei yelled back. You were about to do the same move inside the city. You would have killed thousands. This is the same stupid shit you pulled back with Stain. That's when tears suddenly ran down Izuku's face. Why, you're alive. Wrapping Mei in a hug, Izuku confirmed she was indeed alive. I thought you died in the explosion. Mei hugged Izuku back. I would be if it wasn't for one of my babies. Eri, what about Eri? Izuku asked. She's fine, I took her to Ua just before the blast hit the island, Mei explained. Izuku was a bit confused. Wait, how? Mei nervously put her hand up and began to vibrate it at super speed, causing pink lightning to spark from it. His eyes widened. Why, you have my speed, how? I made my own version of UA's speed serum. I took some of your blood and figured it out, explained Mei. I used an untested sample, so I had no idea if it was going to work or not. Fortunately it did, and I was able to get out of there with Eri. I know you didn't like it when Ua did it, but I just thought. But before Mei could continue, Izuku grabbed her hand. We'll talk about this later. Right now we have something bigger to deal with. Come on out, Izuku, yelled the Saiyan. Your fight with me isn't over yet. Izuku was about to go out and confront his counterpart when Mei suddenly ran out of the building. Stop, I have a way to save your Uraraka. The Saiyan raised an eyebrow. Don't lie to me. You're only saying that to save him. It's true, Mei yelled back. We can save all of them. Don't lie to me, flying at Mei. The Saiyan pulled his fist back. Mei put up her arm to block, but before the hit could land, a trident fell in between them. Then came a green chain that wrapped around the Saiyan's body. Easy bub, she ain't lying, said Wolverine, pressing his claws underneath the Saiyan's chin. The Saiyan's eyes filled with rage. You guys are getting in my way too? Don't you care about your world's Ochako? We do, but we also know that if she knew that we had to kill an innocent person to save her, she wouldn't approve, explained GL. Besides, if she can help us free them without killing ourselves, then it's a gamble worth taking, said the king, holding his trident in place. Saiyan Izuku looked around at his other selves. You're all idiots. But I guess that makes me one too. Powering down, his hair returned to normal. This caused the others to back down as well. Izuku then appeared beside Mei. What's the plan? Mei nodded and pulled out the box with the quirk erasing bullets. We have to inject all 4 of these bullets into Overhaul. Do that, and we erase all of his quirks. Well, this is certainly a surprise. I didn't expect you all to team back up, said a voice high above the group. They all simultaneously looked to see Overhaul hovering over them. Oh, and I see you have my bullets. Would you be so kind as to give those back? Mei clenched the box. Never. Overhaul hummed. That's too bad. I guess that means one of your world's Uraraka is going to die. Snapping his finger, Overhaul made one of the bubble shields appear in front of him. Final chance. Kill them and your lover is spared. But none of them moved. No? Very well then. This one dies. Closing his hand, Overhaul caused the shield around Uraraka to shrink. Soon, she couldn't even move around. After a short while, the shield began to crush Uraraka. Her screams sent shivers down every Izuku's side. Mei, give one of those bullets to each of the Izukus. Izuku explained. When I give the signal, follow my lead. We need to eliminate the hostages from the equation. Izuku then looked back at the Saiyan, reading his face, and nodded. Raising his hand, he fired off a blast right at Overhaul. Unfazed, Overhaul simply raised his hand, catching the blast with his hands. Really, you expected to hit me with this pathetic power? Crushing it in his hand, a small explosion covered him in smoke for a split second. Mei, yelled Izuku as he took off running. Mei quickly followed, but there was the challenge of getting up to Overhaul. That's when King Izuku saw what they had planned and created a path of the very sea itself up towards the villain. The 2 speedsters, now at Overhaul's level, ran through the smoke cloud. Vibrating their bodies through the shields, each of them grabbed 2 Urarakas. Sensing that his captives were free, Overhaul waved his hand, blowing away the smoke. Landing back down on the water, they made their way back to the others. Now on the island, the other Izukus ran to their Uraraka, but seeing this, Overhaul smiled. Idiots. Snapping his finger, he cancelled his quirk. That's when the Uraraka that Izuku and Mei had just rescued began to turn to mud before crumbling into nothingness. Did you honestly believe that lie I told you? Wolverine, in shock, glared at Overhaul. How? She smelled just like my Ochako. That's because you wanted her to be that way, explained Overhaul. I used one of my quirks to infect your mind and make you think that they were your world's Uraraka. Although, I did need to make these copies equal to the original. Fortunately, there was one. Izuku clenched his fist. What did you do to Uraraka? Don't worry, she's alive. But now that my little trick has been revealed, it's about time you all die, Overhaul said, smiling. Mei, give the bullets to each of the other Miis, said Izuku, stepping forward. I'll distract him while you guys go in. That's when a hand blocked Izuku's path. No, said the Saiyan. Leave that to me. Mei, take the bullet. Izuku was surprised. Are you sure? You're injured badly. The Saiyan smiled. There's something about us Saiyans you should know. We live for battle, and if we die while fighting, then it would be the best way to die. So yeah, I'm sure. Just make sure to inject that drug into him. Mei then came up to Izuku and handed him one of the darts. Alright then, we'll make sure we get our end done. Just make sure you don't die. The Saiyan smiled. Don't worry about that, I live for this. Overhaul motioned towards the group. Bring it. 299 Chapter 30. Together now and forever. AN. Guess who's back? Sorry it took so long to get this out. I had a bunch of stuff going on in my life, but things are returning to normal, so expect a lot faster uploads. So without future ado, let's just jump into it. Together now and forever. Without their Urarakas no longer holding them back, every Izuku could now go all out. But not against themselves, this time it was against Overhaul. With the Saiyan fighting in the sky, he needed to find a way to bring the villain down without being touched. The only one who could realistically get their injection in while in the sky was GL. But the speeds at which they were moving was too much. We won't get anywhere like this, GL said as he watched the two fly across the sky. We need to slow him down. Give the Saiyan a chance to bring him down. Izuku then looked at GL. Narrow the field. Force them to fight in one area. Nodding, GL pointed his ring into the sky. It glowed green as several thousand swords were created. Take this. Launching them, the sky was illuminated by the green swords as they flew. The Saiyan and Shigaraki fought while the swords passed inches from them. Seeing what his other selves were trying to do, Saiyan Izuku acted. Grabbing one of the swords out of the air, he stabbed it right into Overhaul's shoulder. The villain grunted in pain as blood splattered. But like the other times, Overhaul had a quirk for that. Suddenly, his blood exploded, sending the Saiyan flying back and leaving red flames on his GI. Explosive blood, said the Saiyan as he put the fire out. More quirks. Many more to come, said Overhaul. I'll make sure you never return to your world. Saiyan Izuku smiled. If I was at full strength, this wouldn't even be a fight. But that other me did some real damage. What are you getting at? Questioned Overhaul. I hate doing this, but it's the only way we can win. The Saiyan fired off a blast of energy at Overhaul, to which he dodged with ease. But in that moment the Saiyan put his hand to his head with his fingers spread out. Solar flare. A blinding white light engulfed the sky and Overhaul, blinding him. Coward! Overhaul yelled out, swiping his arm wildly. Taking this chance, the Saiyan appeared behind Overhaul. Making a double fist, he cracked the villain behind the head. Crashing down onto the island, the other Izukus also saw their opportunity. GL was the first to move. He created a shackle that attached to Overhaul's leg. Flying in, GL had the needle in his hand and was about to stab Overhaul when a pillar of earth came up and cracked the hero under the chin. GL went flying back as blood spilled from his mouth. That's when the king's trident came flying down. Digging itself into the ground, Overhaul was surprised to see the king flying at him. Using his trident like a spring, he jumped at Overhaul and cracked him across the face. The villain grunted in pain as he was pushed back and staggered. Insects, you can't defeat me, not when I have this power. Throwing his arms out, thousands upon thousands of spikes came flying off of Overhaul's body. The king grabbed his trident and spun it around, deflecting the spikes. Izuku and Mei used their speed to dodge the spikes. GL used his ring and created a medieval shield. Wolverine, on the other hand, just stood there. Using his claws, he blocked some of the spikes aimed for his head. But the rest, well, they stabbed into him. Dodging out of the way, Izuku looked over at Wolverine. What the hell is he doing? That's when a smile began to appear from Wolverine's face. Now this is more like it, yelled Wolverine as he ran at Overhaul. Protecting the quirk erasing bullet in his other hand, Wolverine ran through the spikes. Overhaul was stunned. He's crazy. Jumping up into the air, Wolverine came down atop of Overhaul and stabbed him right in the shoulder. Screaming out in pain, Overhaul was forced to stop his quirk. Now with a moment's rest, the spikes on Wolverine's body began to fall off. Blood dripped down them as they fell one by one. His healing factor was working. Pulling his claws free and with the final spikes falling off, Wolverine was about to stab again when he suddenly felt a sharp pain. His eyes widened as half of his body was blown off, the flesh from his arm, half of his torso, a leg, and half of his face were gone, leaving only the adamantium skeleton. You should have killed me when you had the chance, said Overhaul. But as he gloated, he suddenly felt something prick his neck. His eyes then looked up, as horror filled his face. There, just inches from his face, was Wolverine, his face healing. The side of his face that wasn't destroyed seemed as if it was growing over to the other side. His leg and torso were also growing back. Why you can't kill me? Wolverine had just stabbed the quirk bullet into Overhaul's neck. Feeling his powers disappear, Overhaul pointed his hand at Wolverine. The sound of flesh being torn from the body was heard once again. Overhaul had just stripped everything off of Wolverine: skin, muscles, nerves, and organs, all gone. Only his adamantium skeleton remained. Try and regenerate from that. Izuku saw as the skeleton fell to the ground. He wasn't sure if Wolverine could regenerate from that, but he sure as hell wasn't going to waste the opportunity that he created. Go! He's still in shock about losing some of his quirks. Taking off, Izuku was quickly followed by Mei, then GL. Overhaul saw them coming and decided he needed to get off the island. Jumping into the air, he thought he was safe, but that's when the Saiyan came in and punched Overhaul back down. Landing on his feet, Overhaul broke the ground underneath him. Grunting in pain, the villain had blood running down his lip. But that would be the least of his worry. GL pointed his ring and fired several green projectiles at Overhaul. Creating a shield, Overhaul blocked the incoming projectiles. But that's when he noticed the lantern was gone. Where did he go? Suddenly the ground underneath Overhaul began to crack, and in one swift motion, the earth exploded out. Overhaul was stunned as a green drill appeared, with GL inside. As the construct shattered, GL threw himself at Overhaul, bullet in hand. Seeing this, the villain used another quirk and controlled the pieces of the earth while in midair. Closing his hand and creating a fist caused the pieces to come flying right at GL's arm. Piece by piece, rocks slammed into his arm as cracks began to be heard. But GL pressed on. With his arms and hand now a bleeding mess, he let out one final yell and jammed the bullet into Overhaul's neck, injecting the drug. Falling to the floor, GL turned and smiled as he watched Overhaul lose even more of his power. Give him hell, you too. Overhaul didn't even have time to think about the quirks he lost when the speedster couple came flying in. With one on each side, the two ran across and punched Overhaul across the face. Circling back, the two were surprised to see the Saiyan flying beside them. They looked at each other and nodded. The duo now became a trio. Over and over, the three would deploy a hit-and-run tactic. One would come in and attack and run, but as they did, another one wouldn't give Overhaul a chance to recover. Falling to his knees and his arms over his head, Overhaul and stuck. Or so they thought. Their minds were changed when bone spikes appeared from both of his elbows, and in one quick strike he managed to impale the Saiyan in the shoulder. The spike went through his shoulder and appeared out from the back. Izuku and Mei slid to a stop as the Saiyan was lifted off the ground. His golden hair soon reverted back to its original color. You're the most troublesome, but now, I have you right where I want you. With blood pouring out of his shoulder, the Saiyan smiled. Why yeah. Guess what, the same goes for you. Confused, Overhaul raised an eyebrow, but as he did, a bubble appeared around him. An energy prison? I can break out of this in no time. Ha! Yelled the Saiyan as he began to gather energy. Small particles appeared and were pulled towards the Saiyan. What the hell is he doing? Asked Mei. Izuku shields his eyes as the energy began to concentrate on the Saiyan's body. I don't know. But be ready with that bullet, we only need 2 more. The concentration of energy was building rapidly as the Saiyan kept increasing the flow. Soon his entire body was nothing but a yellow and green glow. This is for tricking me. Releasing it all, the Saiyan's collected energy exploded outward. The explosion hit the barrier around them and bent but didn't break. Did he just blow himself up? Questioned Mei as she felt the ground shake underneath them. A few seconds later, the barrier fell as smoke began to rise. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku could see the outline of someone. Is that? They then fell to their knees. He got him, Mei now. Izuku ran in and while Overhaul was on his knees managed to inject the drug into him. Jumping back, Izuku turned in the air to watch Mei. Wasting no time, Mei ran in with the bullet in her hand. Running through the smoke, she raised her hand and was going to inject it when a black tendril wrapped itself around her arm and crushed her arm. Mei screamed out in pain as the bones in her arm and hand were cursed. After a loud crack was heard, the tendril threw Mei aside. Mei! Izuku yelled as he rushed back in. Avoiding another tendril, Izuku slid under it and managed to catch Mei. Getting to a safe distance, he stopped to check on her. Mei, are you hurt? With blood running down her forehead and her broken arm, Mei winced in pain. I'm fine, she said. But we have a problem. She then opened her hand slowly and revealed that the bullet she had was broken. Damn it. We needed all of them for it to work. Now what do we do? Izuku asked. Mei got to her feet. Can we even do anything about him anymore? Suddenly the dust and debris in the air was cleared out as Overhaul got back up. It looks like the other one blew himself up. Too bad, I was actually enjoying our fight. Izuku thought about it. There's still one thing I can try. What? Mei asked. The same thing I did to Melissa. Mei's eyes widened as he said that. No, she yelled. If you do that you might not come back. You remember the first time, right? It took all of us to pull you back out of that place. I know. But it's the only way we can beat him. Izuku looked at Mei. I have to try. That's when the ground beneath them began to reshape itself. Overhaul was changing the landscape of the entire island. Pillars of spiked earth shot up. Izuku and Mei dodged out the way as the island was being ripped apart. We don't have a choice now, said Izuku. No, I won't let you go through with this, said Mei, grabbing his arm. I won't lose you. The island was now nothing but pieces of floating rocks. Picking up Mei, Izuku ran. With her in his arms he looked down at her face and smiled. Just, remember me, okay? What are you? But as Mei was speaking, she could feel the speed within her being to siphon. Mei grabbed his costume. Don't do this. Sorry Mei, but this speed was mine to begin with. With that Izuku took all of Mei's speed and used it for himself. Also, sorry about this. Without warning, Izuku suddenly tossed Mei into the air. She yelled out in shock, but fortunately a green construct catcher's glove caught her. GL. GL nodded. I don't know what the other me is doing, but that look on his face says it all. Trust him. No, Mei yelled. I have to stop him. Let me out. She tried punching the construct with her good arm, but it wouldn't budge. Running across the water, Izuku focused as green lightning jumped off of his body. Alright Izuku, focus. Think back to when you did it against Melissa. Overhaul looked at Izuku as he approached. This again? You can't beat me with just your speed? Narrowing his eyes, Overhaul could see Izuku's intent on slamming into him. Idiot. He's too focused on attacking me that his movements are becoming easier to read. Whatever, I just need to dodge him one more time. Overhaul began to move, but as he did a yellow glow surrounded his body, preventing him from leaving. What is this? Thought I was dead, didn't you? Asked a voice to Overhaul's left. Little by little Overhaul managed to turn his head, and much to his surprise, the Saiyan was still alive. His GI was torn, he had blood dripping down his arms and legs, but he was alive. With his hand pointing at Overhaul and glowing yellow, he was using his own ki to bind the villain in place. Why you? I thought you blew yourself up. The Saiyan smiled. I did. I wasn't sure I was going to survive it, but here I am. Feeling the wounds on his body burning, the Saiyan could feel that his ki was running low. Hurry it up, other me. I can't hold him forever. Thanks for the assist. I'll take it from here. Kicking it up a notch, Izuku crashed into Overhaul and began to push him along. Now that his job was done, the Saiyan chuckled as he fell out of the air. Fortunately, GL caught him before he could hit the ground. Why did you do that? Asked Mei. Izuku is going to do something idiotic. He's going to disappear. The Saiyan lifted his head. No, trust him. Whatever he's doing with confidence, I think. Ua, get me to Ua. I can track his movements from there, said Mei. Nodding, GL flew towards Ua at top speed. Back with Izuku, he was currently holding onto Overhaul for dear life. Let go of me, yelled Overhaul as he elbowed Izuku in the back over and over again. But Izuku just grit his teeth and took the blows. Come on Izuku, I have to push him in there. It's our only chance. To hell with this, I'll break you down into nothing. Overhaul then began to reach down, his hand inches from touching Izuku with all 5 fingers. But that's when it happened. Izuku's muscles tightened up. His lightning began to become erratic, and he could feel it. It was calling to him. Lifting his head, Izuku's eyes glowed green. I'm home. With a sudden crackdoom, Izuku ran through a portal. Inside he looked around and saw his past, but not just his, he saw Overhaul's past. But now wasn't the time to sightsee. Pushing harder Izuku, and in one final effort, he made it. Overhaul's hand grabbed Izuku. Now die. But much to his surprise it wasn't working. Huh? What? Why isn't my quirk working? I should still have it, I feel it. Izuku began to laugh. It actually worked. Grabbing Izuku, Overhaul tossed him aside and tried to use another quirk, but found that quirk was also not working. What did you do to me? But as he asked that, Overhaul's eyes widened. He looked to the sky to see it. The sky wasn't blue, but instead a plethora of colors, with white being the brightest. He also saw islands of large rock, and what they were standing on was one of these islands. But most shocking of all, he saw images of different versions of himself, different worlds, different points in time. Where are we? Getting up, Izuku outstretched his arms. An alternate dimension of sorts. From here is where I draw my power. See, the rules in here are much different than outside, hence why your quirks don't work. But most importantly, you're in my house now, and here, I am king. The hut. 1 month later, Mei was sitting down on her chair looking up at a monitor that had a map of the world. After Izuku took Overhaul into the Speed Force, he never came back out, just as Mei feared. Any luck? A voice asked from behind. Mei didn't even turn around, her eyes still locked onto the screen. No, the satellites still haven't picked up his speed signature. The person then placed down a cup of coffee and a plate of food. Eat, Bakugo tells us you haven't eaten. Not hungry, said Mei. Come on, you have to try and eat at least, the voice said. Just relax a bit. Hearing that, Mei turned her chair around. Relax. Relax. How can I relax? Izuku is missing. He went into a place he knows nothing about. He could be hurt, or, May shook her head. How are you so calm about this? You do know without him, you can't go back to your world, right? That's when we see that it was Wolverine, his sharp eyes narrowing. I know that. But we can find other ways to go back. How? May asked. Wolverine stayed quiet. Exactly, so unless you know a way of getting super speed, or getting back to your world, just leave me alone. May then went back to the monitor. Wolverine sighed. You're an inventor, right? A scientist? Then you should know that the sooner you accept the facts, the sooner you can move on. And what fact is that? May asked. Wolverine looked away. This world's Izuku is dead. Getting up quickly, May tried to punch Wolverine in the face, but thanks to his metal skull she was the one that got hurt. Damn it, she said, grabbing her hand. Seeing that she was injured, Wolverine tried to help her. Hatsume. No, he's not dead, he'll come back, he just has to, said May, gripping her hand in pain. Wolverine, feeling sorry, tried to reach out, but May stopped him. Leave me alone. Go do something. Knowing that he no longer was welcomed here, Wolverine nodded. Fine, but just so you know, Ares been asking to see you. Remember, Izuku chose to save her too. With that, Wolverine walked away, leaving May to herself. After taking some time, May laid back on her chair. I should go see Ares. Wolverine said she's been asking for me. Getting up, May walked out of the hut to find Bakugo leaning up against a pile of scrap metal. What are you doing here? Bakugo looked at May. He then looked down to see her hand red. You tried punching him, haven't you? May stayed silent. Thought so, come on. You're heading to Ua, right? RC should be there. The two then walked over to the train station and hopped on a train to Ua. Once there, they were greeted by Aizawa. Hatsume. It's good to see you. May simply nodded. Come on, Ares been asking for you. Apparently she wants to tell you something important. May raised an eyebrow. Do you know what it is? Aizawa shook his head. No idea, she wouldn't tell us. But now that you're here, guess we'll find out. Actually, can we go see RC first? Said Bakugo. Little Miss Genius over here tried to punch the guy who survived having the flesh melted off of his body. At least it wasn't the other one, Aizawa said, surprised. Speaking of which, he's with Eri now. Going to see Recovery Girl. May got patched up and was allowed to see Eri. Walking through the halls of Ua, they made it to the third floor of the admin building. There they walked to a room. It was a fairly large room, with a bed, desk, and toys for a small child. Opening the door, May and Aizawa found the Saiyan sitting on the floor and Eri on the bed, and so there I was, face to face with the giant monster. I just watched those I love get hurt and I wasn't going to let it slide. Eri excitedly waited for the Saiyan to finish, and then what happens next? The Saiyan smiled, and then, you wait. It appears we have guests, and one you've been wanting to see. Eri looked at the door to find May. It's you. Jumping off the bed, she ran to May and hugged her leg, which is about how high she could reach. Surprised, May wasn't sure what to do. She'd never been good at dealing with kids. Why yeah, it's me. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Don't just stand there, do something. Panicking, May could only think of one thing. Patting her head. There. She's not a dog, yelled Bakugo. Oh, for crying out loud. He then lowered his voice. Eri, if you squeeze too hard, May here might pop. Letting go of May, Eri looked down. Sorry, that's when Bakugo nudged May. Don't worry about it, I'm fine, she said, kneeling down. Forget about that for now. Sorry I haven't seen you since that day. Eri shook her head, and no, it's fine, really. I just wanted to say something to you. Okay, tell me, said May. But Eri hesitated. Is it something you don't want the others to know? Eri nodded. Okay, hold on. May then turned to the others. Can you guys have the room, give us a little space? Aizawa nodded. Sure, come you guys, let's give them a bit of space. The Saiyan, Bakugo, and Aizawa then all stepped outside. Now gone. May looked back at Eri. So what is it that you wanted to tell me? Eri fiddled with her fingers before talking. The other boy, the one who saved me. The one who was really fast, do you know him? Yeah, I do. He is my boyfriend, explained May. Boyfriend? Questioned Eri, not sure as to what that word meant. May smiled. You'll understand when you're older, but yeah, his name is Midoriya. Midoriya? Do you know where he is right now? Eri asked. No, sorry. He disappeared after his fight with Overhaul, May said, sadness filling her face. Reaching out, Eri grabbed May's arm. I'll help you find him. May's eyes softened. Thank you, Eri, but I don't think you'll be able to help. No, I can help. My quirk can help. Eri then ran over to her bed and grabbed one of the toys they brought her. Look. Suddenly, the horn on Eri's head began to glow and grow. Sparks of white lightning began to spark around the room as the horn continued to grow. Mei shielded her eyes as the light was blinding, but in between the gaps in her hands she would see what Eri was doing. Lifting her hand up, Eri then swiped down as her eyes glowed white. The light died down and Mei was finally able to see clearly, and what she saw shocked her. She didn't know how, but Eri had just opened up a small portal inside the room. Mei got to her feet. What is this? Walking closer, she reached out her hand and caused the small portal to spark. But as soon as the spark hit Mei's hand, she felt an all-too-familiar sensation. This feels like when I had Izuku's speed. This is speedster lightning, then this is the speed force. The portal then suddenly closed. Mei turned to Eri. The horn on her head began to shrink. Breathing heavily, Eri collapsed onto the bed. Eri, are you alright? Mei asked, rushing to her side. Eri was fine, just a bit out of breath. See, can I help now? Mei let out a small laugh. You can do more than that, Eri. We can get Izuku back. Quickly rushing out of the room, Mei had Eri in her arms, to which Aizawa was surprised to see. What are you doing? Eri, her powers. What are they? Asked Mei. Aizawa thought about it. Well, I think the report said something about rewinding things. When the horn on her head grows and she touches something, it will begin to regress. If used on a person, they could be reduced to nothing. Why? Temporal displacement, but there is no other conclusion then, said Mei. Her powers are connected to how Izuku gets his speed. I need to run a few tests, but I think it should be possible. Possible for what? Asked Bakugo. Mei looked at Eri and smiled, getting Izuku back. 3 days later, Jim Mei, Eri, Bakugo, Aizawa, All Might, Nezu, Recovery Girl, and all of the other world Izukus were currently watching as Mei input some data onto a machine. The machine consisted of a control panel that was then linked with cables to a circular platform. So run through this one more time in simple terms, said Bakugo as he watched. Mei continued on with her work. Simple, this machine takes energy and pours it into whatever I want. Eri will open the rift, at which point GL will put up a containment field. Normally Eri wouldn't be able to keep it open due to the energy expenditure. But, with this and some help from the Saiyan, we can keep it open as long as we need to either get Izuku out. This is a lot of science stuff. I'm smart, but I'm not this smart, said Wolverine as he stood beside Eri. That's why you're in charge of keeping Eri safe, Aizawa said. But if anything happens, or this fails, I'm using my quirk on her and shut this down. Mei nodded. It will work, it just has to. Alright, we're ready. Everyone got into position as the machine powered on. Once on and ready, Mei turned to Eri. Alright Eri, it's time. Let's get Izuku back. Nodding, Eri began to activate her quirk. The horn on her head grew and before long began to glow bright white. Wolverine stood ready as Eri raised her hand. Now Eri, yelled out Mei. Swiping her hand down, the same small portal from last time opened up. GL, now, ordered Mei. GL pointed his ring at the portal and created a shield around it. Done. Hey Blondie. You're up, yelled Mei. Nodding, the Saiyan clenched his teeth as his hair suddenly turned golden yellow. Small sparks of electricity was seen around his body as he went for his second form. Let's hope this is enough. This is taking a lot more energy than I thought it would. Whatever you're going to do, you better do it fast, said the Saiyan as he directed his energy at the machine. Seeing the gauges go up, Mei quickly input some info and pressed a button. On the platform, energy began to surge within the portal's area. As soon as the energy hit the small portal, it began to open up. We got it, now what? Asked Bakugo. Now, we hope Izuku sees this, said Mei as she looked at the portal. But almost as fast they got the portal to open, trouble began to arise. It started with the Saiyan. Guys, this thing is pulling energy out of me a lot faster than I thought. Suddenly feeling his body being pulled, the Saiyan could feel a large chunk of energy leave his body. Warning signals began to pop up on the control panel. Mei was quickly moving back and forth trying to stabilize the energy. But by this point the ball had been rolling, and it was far too late to stop it. Falling to his knees, the Saiyan grunted in pain as he was forced to power down to regular Super Saiyan. Guys. Mei was frantically trying to stabilize the power, but nothing was working. Hatsume, what's going on? Yelled Aizawa. The portal, it's reacting to the sudden increase in energy. As Mei was explaining, the shield surrounding the portal began to break. Shit. Hey, the portal is growing, yelled GL as he focused on the shield. Inside the shield, Wolverine was standing in front of Eri, protecting her from the portal. "Hey fish face, get us out of here." Nodding, the king reached into the portal. Grabbing both Eri and Wolverine, he struggled to pull them out, but in one hard yank he managed to get them out. Aizawa used his quirk on Eri, forcing her to deactivate her quirk. Wolverine quickly regenerated from any damage and turned to Eri. "Hey, you alright?" Scared, Eri nodded. "I'm fine, but what happened? Is this my fault?" "No, this is something else," said Wolverine as he turned back to the portal. He saw as the cracks on the shield began to appear faster than GL could repair them. He then looked at the portal and noticed that it was growing. His senses were yelling at him, telling him to run. "You guys get out of here," he said, looking at the heroes. Picking up Eri, Aizawa saw parts of the green shield shatter. "Do as he says, this is beyond us now." "What about Midoriya?" questioned All Might. "We'll find another way," yelled GL, struggling. "For now, get out of here." Looking at each other, the heroes nodded and began to run for the exit. As they did, the green shield shattered. Mei watched as the portal ripped the ground underneath it into shreds. "Hatsume, you have to stop this," GL yelled. "Look, Blondie's hair is flickering." Mei was trying desperately to cut the flow of energy, but even after she shut everything down, the portal was still draining the Saiyan. But even then they were too late. The Saiyan's hair turned back to its natural color before falling to the ground. "Oh shit," is all Mei could say as the portal suddenly exploded outward. Outside, the heroes were still running away when the entire gym was blown apart. Hitting the dirt, they managed to escape with only a few injuries. Aizawa was the first to get up. Looking around, he saw pieces of the gym scattered around the floor. Hatsume, and the other Midoriyas. He ran to the place where the gym once stood. But as he pushed past smoke and debris, he could see a faint green light shining. Once clear, the light was shown to be GL. He had created a shield around himself and the others just in the nick of time. "Everyone alright?" Dropping the shield, GL laid on his back. "Never better, never been in the middle of an explosion like that." "Let's not do that again," said the king as he picked himself up. "So what the hell happened?" Mei sighed. "We messed with something we shouldn't have. Izuku's powers were never meant to be accessed like that. That explosion, I guess, was the result of his forcing our way in. That was our chance to find Izuku." "Mei, it's been 5 weeks now. I think it's time you accepted the fact he's not coming back," said Aizawa. "I can't," Mei said. "I know the probability of him coming back is next to zero. But there's still a chance, isn't there?" Aizawa placed his hand on Mei's shoulder. "Let's go, Mei." Getting up, Mei and the others walked away from the epicenter. However, as they did, a large bolt of electricity suddenly struck down, sending everyone to the ground. The air crackled as a loud "krakoom" was heard. The others turned to find the portal had reappeared. "How? It shouldn't have an energy source, and Eri isn't here," questioned Wolverine. "Better yet, who the hell opened it?" asked the king. Everyone was fearing what was about to happen. Maybe another explosion, or it could be expanding infinitely. Fortunately, neither of those scenarios came to pass, as the portal fizzled out in a puff of green lighting that blinded everyone for a second. As their eyes returned to normal, they all saw as someone stood where the portal was. "Who the hell is that?" questioned GL. Mei's eyes widened as they began to water. "Izuku." Running over, Mei couldn't believe it. Izuku was back. He was really back. In the middle, Izuku looked around at his surroundings. What? Where am I? He then saw UA's main building. "How the hell did I end up here? Wasn't I just over the ocean?" But as he pondered those questions, Mei came flying at him. Taking him to the ground, Izuku was surprised. Mei? Is that you, Mei?" Gripping him tightly, Mei nodded. "Yeah, it's me. What took you so long?" Izuku raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about? It's been like 5 minutes. Everyone looked at each other. "What?" Mei broke the hug. "Izuku, it hasn't been 5 minutes. It's been 5 weeks since that fight." "What? No, you guys are messing with me," said Izuku, looking at his other versions. "It's true," Aizawa said. "It's been 5 weeks since you fought Overhaul. We thought you died." Izuku let out a nervous laugh. 5 weeks. Feeling lightheaded, Izuku suddenly fell forward in Mei's arms. "Izuku!" everyone yelled out. But Mei silenced them. "He's just asleep. Poor guy must be tired." Waking a few hours later in a hospital bed, Izuku laughed. "Well, guess we're back here again." Jumping out the bed, Izuku found a change of clothes and quickly changed. Once he was done, Mei and Mitsuki suddenly walked in. "Izuku, you're already awake." Mitsuki dropped the coffee she was holding and ran over to give Izuku a hug. "It's good to see you again." Hugging her back, Izuku smiled. I'm sorry, I always seem to worry you. Yeah, you sure do, but you know what? I'll never stop worrying, Mitsuki said as tears ran down her face. Why? Because you are my son. Just like Katsuki is mine, you are too. Thank you, really, thank you. With that the two broke the hug. What of the others, are they ready to go home? But you just got here, I still have to run some tests on you. I have to make sure your speed is working properly. I have to see how your suit held up in the unknown environment. But Izuku simply touched Mei's shoulders. Mei, trust me. I know when my powers aren't working right. Besides, considering that they are me, they would want to go back with their friends and family as soon as possible. Mei sighed, fine, but I want to at least run one scan on you. It won't take long. Izuku agreed, let's go then. After running her test and confirming that everything was fine, Izuku was then called to Uwa to tell them what happened with Overhaul. Strangely enough, Izuku had little to say except that it was over, and to not pry any further. They then went to the other Izukus to tell them the news, but they surprisingly decided to wait one day. They wanted to spend a bit of time with this world's Izuku and tell him stories about their lives before they left. Next day, Uwa outdoor practice facility standing outside, Izuku, along with his other selves were talking amongst each other. Seriously? A clone? Asked GL. I mean that's a little cliché, isn't it? GL was referring to a story the Saiyan told yesterday. The Saiyan shrugged, yeah, I guess. But considering that I had to blow myself up to beat him. Or, at least I think I did. I would say it's warranted. I really hope I don't encounter clone, said the king holding his trident. Still, I'm surprised this one is standing, he said, touching Wolverine's shoulder. I mean, you were nothing but a skeleton. Wolverine swatted away GL's hand. It's like I said before, I can't die. Shame we couldn't find out which one of you two is faster, he said, pointing at the Saiyan and Izuku. They both looked at each other before turning to the group. Obviously it's me. The two looked at each other. Huh? You? Please, don't make me laugh. Huh? Let's race then, me and you, they both said in unison. Wolverine sighed, you know what, sorry I asked. Izuku. Mei called out. It's time. Nodding Izuku. Well, I guess this is it. You're finally going back home. Izuku looked around and saw they all had worried looks. What's wrong? Remember what we told you, about how we got here, questioned GL. Thinking back, Izuku remembered, you were either dead or dying, and you're worried that if I send you back, I would be just sending you to your deaths. Every Izuku stayed silent for a few moments before the king spoke, then let death come and take us. But only until we say so. Our story won't end here, I just know it. Wolverine smiled, spoken like a true king. So how does this work? Simple, since you arrived here thanks to a tear in the fabric of reality and since your worlds emit a different frequency than ours, I figured I could vibrate at that frequency and send you home, Izuku explained. And how are you going to find out our world's frequency? Questioned GL. Izuku then pointed at them, you guys, since you are from that world I figured you should be giving out the same frequency. All I have to do is find that frequency and done. Should be as simple as walking through the tear in space and time. So, who wants to go first? The other Izukus looked at each other before one of them raised their hand. I'll do it. Everyone turned and saw that it was the Saiyan. I'm in a bit of a rush on getting back to my world. Besides, if this goes south I should be tough enough to tank it. Izuku nodded, alright then. Walking over to him, Izuku put a hand on the Saiyan's shoulder. Focusing, Izuku began to sense the vibrations coming from the Saiyan. Got it, he said, now time for the hard part. Taking a deep breath, Izuku steeled himself. If he messed this up, one of two things could happen. 1. He either opens the wrong portal and sends them to another Earth that isn't their own. Or second, that their portals become death traps. So with no room for error, Izuku began to vibrate his body. Faster and faster he vibrated until his entire body seemed as if it had turned to light. Mei was standing by with a freeze gun in order to make sure he wouldn't lose control. Come on, Izuku. Rog. Letting out a yell, Izuku appeared from the light and left behind a portal. Falling to his knees, Izuku felt his body ache. That was a lot tougher than I thought. Did you do it? Questioned the Saiyan, helping Izuku up. Izuku nodded, I think so, all you have to do is walk in. Walking over to the portal, the Saiyan reached out and touched it. Yeah, this is it. I can feel it, I can feel Ochako's energy. Then I better open up everyone else's portals now. Taking his time and focusing, Izuku opened up the portals to the other versions of himself homeworld. With the portals now done for everyone, the Saiyan turned to Izuku. Well, I guess this is goodbye. I guess it is, said Izuku. Never thought I would be saying goodbye to myself. Trust us, this is weird for us too, said GL. Thank you. For what? Questioned Izuku. All I did was drag you here to my world's problem. While that is true, we chose to fight alongside you. You didn't force us to do anything, said the king. Well, you guys did try to kill me, said Izuku, rubbing the back of his head. For that I'm not sorry, said Wolverine. We fought you because we thought the person most important to us was in danger. You would have done the same if in our position. You're probably right, Izuku said, looking at Wolverine. If anyone ever hurt May or worse, I don't know what I would do, so can't really blame you for that. Hopefully you'll never have to find out, said the Saiyan. Take care of this version of us, Hatsume. He's fast but he has to learn that he can't outrun everything. May nodded. I'll make sure he learns that. Good, then I'll be going now. The Saiyan looked at the other versions of himself. It's so weird looking at myself. Oh well, at least I know there's a place where I don't screw up. Oh yeah, and Izuku. I would have won. Turning around, the Saiyan jumped into the portal. Izuku watched and a few seconds later the portal disappeared. Do you think he made it? Asked May. I'm sure he did, said Izuku. Well, guess I'm next then. Everyone turned to GL. It's been a wild ride, guys, one I'll hopefully never forget. That's the thing, we might just forget, said the king. Different worlds. Our memories of this world might be erased once we arrive at ours. I didn't even think about that, said May. Damn, so we might forget this ever happened? Sucks. GL slumped over a bit but suddenly sprung back up. Oh well, at least one of us won't forget. Make sure to keep this memory of us, Izuku. I will, Izuku said as he high-fived GL. Take care now. Nodding, GL jumped into the portal and just like with the Saiyan it disappeared a few seconds later. I'll go next, said the king holding his trident. I know I wasn't very talkative, but I enjoyed the time I spent here. May the seas forever guide your way. Izuku shook the king's hand before he too jumped into the portal. Looks like you're the last one, Izuku said, walking up to Wolverine. Guess so. The two looked at each other before shaking hands. You got a good thing going here, kid, remember that. Life hasn't been easy for you, but you sure as hell haven't let that slow you down. Izuku laughed. You can never keep a Midoriya back for long. You take care, alright? Wolverine nodded. You too. And May, make sure to take care of Eri, she'll need someone to look up to. I'll do my best, May said. That's enough for me. Letting go of Izuku's hand, Wolverine turned towards the portal. Later. Wolverine jumped in but as he fell through the portal his senses suddenly warned him that something was wrong. He turned around only to find Izuku standing there, looking at him. What the hell? With that, the final world jumper was now back home. Whether or not they were alive is a story for another time. For now Izuku stood in silence where the portals were. May walked over to Izuku. Are you doing okay? Izuku turned. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking. Want to talk about it? May asked. I'm here if you need me. May. Izuku smiled as he hugged her. Thank you, but I'm fine really. But May wasn't convinced. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, said Izuku, smiling. Never better actually. Done. The Izukus have won. And it seems like they made it back to their world. If you want to find out what happened when they arrived, read my other stories. The next arc will be a really good one, maybe the best yet. Any theories on what's to come are welcome. 299 Chapter 31. Not yourself. Guess who's back again. Alright, so I owe you guys an explanation. So I haven't been updating any of my stories. Sorry about that, I have a good reason for not being able to. Well, to start off, the last weeks of October I was studying for finals for university, so that took all my time. So I thought, hey, once finals are over I'll have a break and that's when I start writing again. Nope, the day after finals were done, which was officially the 16th of December, I started having flu-like symptoms around the 21st. Crap, I'm getting sick, but I think nothing of it. Next thing I know it's worse. So I took a COVID test and what do you know, it came out positive. But after a week of fever, body aches, and feeling like I was about to die I am just about healed. I still test positive but my symptoms are gone and I'm back on my feet. Again, I'm so sorry for being gone for so long, it won't happen again. So without further ado let's just jump into it. Not yourself. After everything that has transpired, Izuku was long overdue for some rest. Physically, he could still run but mentally, he was just exhausted. So the school granted him a few days off. This would also help him catch up with the schoolwork he missed out on while gone. But Izuku could finish his work later, right now he had something he needed to do. Walking up to a familiar path and with the cold wind blowing on his back, Izuku made it to his parents' tombstones. Placing down some flowers and praying for a bit, Izuku sighed, "Hey mom." "Hey dad. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Izuku laughed. "I find myself saying that to you too more and more often. I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear, it's just, life. Life has been a bit difficult recently. Being gone for 5 months when I've only felt 5 minutes pass by, it's as if the world is trying to take away the time I have left on this world. And that terrifies me. While I was lost, I felt something, a sense of doom is the best way I can explain it. I'll be careful from now on, but I can't shake off this feeling." Izuku clenched his hands. "I still have so much I want to do, to see. I even become somewhat of a father figure. Well, more like a big brother. You two would have liked her. Her name is Eri. We saved her from a villain. Ua is taking care of her now, but it was thanks to her I was able to come back. She's been through a lot and I don't know how, or why, but it seems like she's connected to my speed somehow. I won't bore you with the story. What's important is that I'll make sure she doesn't have to suffer. Maybe it's time for someone to stop everything." Taking a moment, Izuku looked up and saw the clouds hovering over. A world with no more suffering, no more pain, one could only dream. As Izuku finished talking to himself, he suddenly felt a vibration from his pocket. Pulling out his phone, he read the notification and noticed that it was Mei, with a text message that made Izuku's eyes widened. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Izuku looked over to his parents' gravestones. Life never stops, I guess. I'll come back soon. In a flash, Izuku took off, speeding past cars and trains. Izuku slid to a stop at UA. Running into every room, he finally found out where Mei was. "Mei?" he yelled out as a white lightning bolt came flying at him. Using his speed, Izuku managed to dodge out of the way. "Izuku!" Mei yelled out. "She's out of control." "What's going on?" he yelled, his shirt burned by the lightning. "Who's doing this?" "It's Eri, her quirk is out of control again." Aizawa yelled as he ran into the room and used his quirk on Eri. Finally powered down, Eri fell to the floor and grabbed the now little horn on her head. It hurts." "Make it stop," she pleaded. Izuku ran over and picked up Eri. She clinged onto his shirt and began to cry. Izuku caressed the back of her head in a soft motion. There Eri, you feeling better?" Still buried in his chest, Eri nodded. Good, good." He then looked at Mei. "What happened?" "I'm not sure, we were talking about your speed when her quirk began to go crazy," explained Mei. "She was doing fine, we even managed to control it a bit." "I see. Hey Eri, you doing better now?" Izuku asked. Eri nodded. "Good. Hey, why don't we do that thing again?" Looking up at him, Eri wiped the tears away. "Can we?" Izuku smiled. "Of course. Come on, hold on tight." Eri held onto Izuku as tightly as she could. He then looked over to Aizawa. "We'll be right back." Taking off with Eri attached to his chest, Izuku ran. This was something that Eri liked doing. Just feeling the wind blow in her face and moving at these speeds just made her feel so alive. Running across the Pacific Ocean, Izuku turned around and ran right back to Japan. With green streaks of lightning following behind him, Izuku stopped back inside UA, with a now smiling Eri. "How was that?" Izuku asked. "It was awesome," Eri excitedly said. "Can we do it again later?" Putting Eri down, Izuku patted her head. "Of course, but you have to promise to listen to Mr. Aizawa. Do you promise?" "Okay, I promise," said Eri. "Good, now go. He's waiting for you." With that, Eri walked over to Aizawa and followed him outside. Izuku and Mei were now alone. Good kid. Shame she had to go through all that. Mei agreed. If only we'd known about her sooner, we could have saved her a lot of pain and suffering. Izuku then thought back to what he said at his parents' graves. Yeah. Mei looked at Izuku and noticed he had on a serious face. "Izuku, you alright?" Snapping out of it, Izuku looked at Mei. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking, that's all. Come on, I'll help you with your lab." "Oh no, you still have until tomorrow to relax. I want you back inside the hut relaxing," said Mei. "But it's boring there," Izuku protested, sounding like a child. "Then go do something else. Anything, just take it easy," Mei said, but as she said that, Mirio appeared. "Hey Midoriya. Got a second? Nezu wants to see you." Mirio then disappeared. Mei sighed. "Guess I was wrong." Izuku leaned over and kissed Mei on the forehead. "See, even super geniuses get things wrong. I'll see you after class." Watching him leave, Mei was about to go back in with Eri when she suddenly found herself on one knee, clenching her chest. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she struggled to stand. Mei tried to push herself up but the pain kept her down. After a few seconds the pain disappeared and she was able to stand but still felt a pounding from her chest. The effects are getting worse, I need more time. Nezu's office. A few seconds had passed since Nezu sent Mirio to find Izuku. He was expecting him to arrive in a minute or two, but much to the principal's surprise the door to his office suddenly opened up. Looking up, Nezu found Izuku sitting down in the chair in front of him. I heard you wanted to see me? As fast as ever I see, Nezu said, fixing the papers on his desk. And yes, I did wish to speak to you. It's regarding you and how you might be able to help us with an operation. Operation? You mean like with the police? Izuku questioned. That's exactly right, said another voice from behind Izuku. Recognizing the voice, Izuku's face grew bitter. You know, I was having a real good day. But you just had to come in here and ruin it, Naomasa. Removing his hat, Naomasa walked into the office. It's been a while, Midoriya, I hope you've been doing well. Izuku stood up from the chair. Whatever it is you need me for, count me out. Walking towards the door, Izuku glared at Naomasa as he walked by. Izuku then reached for the door handle, but as he grabbed it, Nezu spoke, please Midoriya, at least hear us out. You'd be helping a lot of people. Sighing, Izuku turned his head. I'm not asking you to forgive or even like Naomasa, but he is important in this situation. Please, if you don't like what he says then you can leave and we won't bother you again. Just hear us out just this once. Fine. Crumbled Izuku. You got 5 minutes, keep it simple and fast. Naomasa nodded. Well, this concerns your old friend Shigaraki. Izuku froze. It appears that he and his little fan club have been making moves. They have recently been seen meeting up with some dangerous people. Stop with the mysterious crap and tell us who already, said Izuku, now annoyed. Nezu and Naomasa looked at each other. While his words are a bit harsh, I also agree, Nezu said. Placing down a few photos, Naomasa continued. They are called the Meta Liberation Army. A group of radicals who want all rules and regulations on quirks to end. Meaning people would be able to use their quirks as they see fit. Izuku raised an eyebrow, but if those rules are removed then people would run wild in the streets. Precisely, that's why we have put them under strict monitoring. We know they are planning something big but we don't know what. Naomasa said as he pointed at the pictures. Wait, I get that they're dangerous but why tell me this? Izuku asked. Naomasa looked at Izuku. Because we need you to sneak inside their main base and take anything of value. With your speed you should be able to sneak in without being seen. Izuku chuckled. Oh, how the situations have changed. Now you're the ones needing my help. After all that time I spent asking for your help to free my dad, it's almost funny. Midoriya, Naomasa clenched his fist. I know I've failed you and your father and nothing I do can make it up to you, but please. Help me now and we may save others from losing a father. That's when Izuku watched Naomasa do something that he'd never thought he would ever see. Naomasa lowered his head and bowed. Please, help us. Seeing this, Izuku walked up to Naomasa. Fine, just this once. Naomasa looked up. Thank you, Midoriya. Don't, Izuku said. Don't thank me, just tell me when and where. Right, they are in a building a few cities from here. We would like for you to sneak in tomorrow. The sooner we get this information the better, explained Naomasa. Izuku nodded. Makes sense. The quicker the better. Should we inform Mei of this as well? Questioned Nezu. She is the one who takes care of your suit and knows more about your speed than anyone. No, not this time, said Izuku. If this is really as dangerous as Naomasa says it is, then the less people know the better. Naomasa agreed. Then we are in agreement. Tomorrow, meet me here at 10 a.m. From there we will move to the city. Next day, arriving at UA, Izuku had on his hero costume. He slid to a stop and saw Nezu, Aizawa, and Naomasa in front of him. Aizawa? Didn't expect you to be here, Izuku said as he pulled back his mask. Aizawa shrugged. Yeah, well, someone has to look out for you. And as it so happens I've been following the Meta Liberation Army's movements for a while now. Izuku nodded. Good, so where to now? Kira Station, said Naomasa. After we arrive we'll point out the building and you go in. Simple. Cool, I'll meet you guys there. Pulling his mask back on, Izuku took off, leaving only a spark of green lightning. 40 minutes later. Finally arriving at the station, Aizawa and Naomasa saw Izuku was sleeping on a chair. You know, maybe we should have told him to meet us here, said Naomasa. It took him 2 seconds to get here. 1 second actually, and what took you guys so long? Izuku questioned as he woke up. Not all of us have super speed, Midoriya. Come on, head to the roof, you can see the building from there. This time Izuku walked with them up to the roof where they had a clear line of sight to the buildings. See that big one, left side? That's the one you'll be sneaking into," explained Naomasa as he pointed it out. "Get in fast and take what you can. We'll be monitoring you from inside, cameras won't be able to pick you up but it should show us what happens after you leave. Wait here, Aizawa and I will be stationed near the building in case something goes wrong." "Sounds like a plan. When you're all set up just give me the signal," said Izuku as he sat down. A couple of minutes later Izuku got the signal through an earpiece he was wearing. "Alright, Flash, we're in position. Remember, we just need anything helpful. You are only to engage as a last resort, do you understand?" Izuku nodded as he got into a sprinter's stance. "Yeah, I hear you." "Good," said Aizawa. "Go." With the signal now given, Izuku took off as green lightning jumped off his body. Running through the city he made it to the building where the MLA villains were. Phasing through the door he made his way into the building while vibrating his body at a speed which made him seem invisible. "I'm in." "Nice work, now head to the top floor. There you should find the ringleader of this group," said Naomasa. "Take any documents you see." Making his way to the top floor Izuku saw several of what he believed to be members of this so-called army. From a glance he could tell that they were strong and would pose a threat. They were all not moving since Izuku was moving so fast that it was as if time stopped for everyone. Ignoring them for now Izuku found a big door. Pushing it open he found that it was a war room. The place was filled with maps, charts, reports, and littered with paper. "Whoa, who the hell keeps a room this messy?" Izuku asked as he walked in. As he looked around he noticed a map of Japan with 3 X marks drawn on it. One was of Japan's parliament building, the other of Tokyo, and the final one of Ua. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the third marking. What are they planning to do to Ua? Looking around the room he also noticed blueprints of something Izuku could only describe as a bomb. They're planning to blow up these areas. Tokyo itself would kill millions, not to mention Ua, Mei, Kachan, Eri. Izuku then turned his head and looked outside at the villains and felt an overwhelming sense of anger. They want to kill those I love the most. Suddenly Izuku's eyes began to glow green as lightning coursed throughout his body. That won't happen. His mind suddenly went blank. Not if I kill them first. "Midoriya! Midoriya!" yelled someone, their voice getting closer. Feeling his mind come back, Izuku recognized that voice. "Aizawa?" Izuku looked up to see Aizawa, his face filled with horror. "Why are you making that face?" Taking a step forward Aizawa lifted his hand. "Easy Midoriya. Listen to me. I don't know what happened or why you did this but I need you to turn yourself in." Izuku was confused. "What are you talking about?" As he asked that Izuku felt something warm on his face. As he raised his hand to wipe whatever it was on his face off his eyes widened, it was blood. His attention then turned to what was around him. There laying on the floor on the main floor area were the bodies of all the villains. The entire Liberation Army lay dead on the floor in a pool of their own blood. Their bodies either burned to the bone or mangled to the point that they were unrecognizable. Did I do this? Not being able to take it anymore Izuku's eyes rolled behind his head, his body then fell as he passed out. Tartarus Nezu, Naomasa, All Might, and Aizawa were all currently standing behind a reinforced glass looking into Izuku's cell. His cell was different from others. In order to try and keep him restrained the prison asked Ua for help to build a containment chamber for him. With the limited time they had the prison and the school came up with the idea to imprison him. Keep his cell in a constant state of cold, but no ordinary cold would do. The temperature had to be low enough so it would slow Izuku's metabolic system and prevent him from using his speed. That temperature they needed was absolute zero. But most ice quirks could get close to absolute zero but never reach it, so they had to do with what they had. The containment chamber was kept at a temperature of -270 Celsius, a few degrees higher than what was ideal but still cold enough to slow Izuku down. "Are we sure this is safe for him?" questioned All Might looking at Izuku. "His core temperature is much higher than ours, he's going to be fine," explained Naomasa. "How did this happen?" Nezu asked. "This was only going to be a simple recon mission." "We don't know," said Aizawa. "Everything was going fine. At his speed it shouldn't have taken him more than 30 seconds to get the intel and leave. We can't even see what intel was there since it was destroyed. Whatever he saw it changed him, but that doesn't make any sense either. He shouldn't have just snapped like that." "Are we sure about that?" questioned Naomasa. All Might raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, what if this was when he finally snapped? Think about it, he lost his mother at a young age. And in the span of less than a year, found out who killed his mom, had to pick between his dad or his girlfriend, watched his dad die right before his eyes, And from what you've told me, he changed the timeline to one where his mother lives but had to destroy that timeline after everyone in that alternative one died, leaving behind his mother and condemning her to death. Do you honestly believe Midoriya, or anyone for that matter, would stay sane? Maybe whatever he saw finally made him snap, lose control. Aizawa shook his head. No, it's not possible. Midoriya wouldn't just lose control like that. Aizawa, said All Might, turning to his hero friend. After all these years of being a hero, how many villains have you seen that have turned evil after just one bad day? It's a common theme, and what I hope would never happen to Midoriya. He then turned to the others. If Izuku really has snapped, then we need to make sure he doesn't hurt anyone else. His powers aren't like everyone else's. To really understand them and find a way to counter them, we need someone who knows. Nezu nodded. Have you told her what happened? No, said Aizawa. But when she finds out, we'll worry about that later. Right now she's the only one who can help us. But as the heroes were talking, a guard suddenly bursted into the room. Sir, we have trouble. The Hut Mei was sitting down at one of the work benches. It was the weekend and Izuku wasn't there, so she decided to do a bit of fun baby making, as she called it. She had on the TV in the background, listening to the tech channel for anything that might catch her ear. But as she was welding, the channel suddenly changed to a reporter. Huh? This is TVJP with breaking news. There are reports that a large casualty event has occurred. Our station has obtained exclusive footage of the event, and fair warning, these images that you are about to see will be disturbing. The screen then switched to what appeared to be inside a large condo. Standing in the middle of everything was a person surrounded by several others. What happened made Mei flinch. The screen flashed green for a split second and it seemed as if nothing happened, but a second later the people surrounding the one in the middle all had blood spurt out of them. Some of them burned beyond recognition. The TV then turned back to the reporter. As you can see, the scene is quite disturbing. Many are asking who could have done such a thing, and in the blink of an eye no less. Mei's heart began to pound. If we pause the footage right before the person moves, we can see that it is this person. Seeing the person on the screen, Mei got up so fast that she knocked over her chair, along with the baby she was working on. Her eyes filled with shock as the image of Izuku was plastered on the screen, and no. UA student Izuku Midoriya. Mei immediately went over to the main monitor and began to track Izuku. He's at the prison, but why? Izuku wouldn't do that. Slamming her hand into the console, Mei suddenly began to hear explosions from outside. Running into the hut was Bakugo, and he looked pissed. Tell me it isn't true, he yelled, walking behind Mei. Tell me that he didn't just kill those people. No, he couldn't have. Izuku would never do that, Mei yelled back. This has to be some sort of mistake. Someone posing as Izuku. I sure as hell hope so. So what now? Where is he? Bakugo questioned. Tartarus prison. But if he's already there, then that means the heroes have already contained him, Mei explained. As Mei was talking, another noise was heard outside. Hatsume, it's Mirio, are you in there? Bakugo and Mei looked at each other before walking out of the hut and finding Mirio there in his hero costume. Mirio, what are you doing here? Mei asked. Sorry, but I've been ordered to bring you to where Midoriya is. I'm sure you know what's happened and what he did. That when Bakugo cut him off. Allegedly, we still don't know if it was actually him, Bakugo said, standing up for Izuku. Right, sorry. Regardless, the heroes need your help in finding out what happened, Mirio said, finishing what he was saying. Mei nodded. Alright, fine, take me. But Bakugo comes too. He knows less about Izuku's powers than me, but he could still help. Mirio agreed. Fine, I sure hope you can keep up. People are already demanding answers. Walking over to Mei, he picked her up like a carry-on bag. That's fine, I also have questions, said Mei as they all took off towards the prison, with Bakugo following behind with the help of his explosions. A couple of minutes later, Mirio arrived with Mei. Walking through the prison, they made it to where the heroes were. Nezu was the first to speak. Hatsume, we are so glad you're here. Save it. Before this goes any further, I want to know why Izuku was out on a mission alone, said Mei, demanding answers. And why wasn't I informed? You weren't informed because he told us to keep it a secret from you, explained Aizawa. And he wasn't alone. I went with him. But I was farther back and observing him. It still doesn't excuse why he was out there in the first place. He is a hero in training, yelled Mei. That's when Naomasa stepped in between the two. We can point fingers later, right now we need to deal with Midoriya. We need to know why he did this. Can you help us with that? It wasn't Midoriya. I refuse to believe that he did something like that. It had to be the effect of a quirk, said Mei, shaking her head. I'll prove it to you, His suit, where is it? It's in an evidence locker. Why? Asked Nezu. The suit has a tracker embedded in it. We use it to track his speed and vitals. Bring me the suit and I'll prove to you Izuku wasn't responsible. I will also need access to a computer. With that, Mei walked over to the glass to see Izuku sitting down in his cell in sub-freezing temperatures. I also don't like seeing him that cold for too long. It might be an effective way of holding him, but if he's subjected to that temperature for too long it will begin to affect him. The heroes all nodded and went out to get what Mei asked for. It was now only her and Bakugo. He wouldn't do this, Hatsume. It had to be some sort of mind control. He wouldn't willingly do this. Mei placed her hand on the glass, the cold chill hitting her hand even through the thick glass. I know. A couple of minutes later Mei was taken to another room where Izuku's suit was and all the equipment she needed to access the suit. She was accompanied by Aizawa, who stood over her as she worked. Aizawa, what do you think happened to Izuku? Mei asked as she worked. Aizawa took a moment. Honestly, I think he was hit by a villain's quirk. He wouldn't have done this. I agree. And the suit will tell us just that. Mei said as she removed a memory chip from the chest piece. How? Aizawa asked. The suit doesn't just monitor his vitals, the mask comes with an EEG. It monitors his brain for any abnormalities, such as the effects of a quirk. Mei explained as she plugged the chip into a laptop. Quickly accessing the files and timelines, she came up to the point where it all happened. There. Aizawa leaned in. His vitals are normal, brainwave activity, normal, everything is normal. Aizawa couldn't believe it, so he wasn't hit by a quirk, he did this on his own free will. No, I refuse to believe it. It had to be some sort of glitch, a malfunction. It had to be. As Mei was panicking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from her chest. Gasping, Mei clutched the area over her heart as she fell off the chair and to her knees. Hatsume. What's wrong? Aizawa asked as he checked on her. Mei put up her arm, stopping Aizawa. It'll pass, give me a second. Moments later Mei breathed a sigh of relief. Aizawa helped her to sit down. What happened? It's like you were having a heart attack. Sweating and out of breath, Mei looked up. Kind of. Remember back when Izuku was fighting alongside his counterparts? There was a blast that was aimed at the building Eri and I were in. There was no time to get into the safe room, so I made time. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. I made a serum that temporarily granted me Izuku's speed. Hatsume, Aizawa couldn't believe it. I know this is ironic coming from someone who works at UA, but that has to be the most irresponsible thing you've ever done. I know, it was an untested sample, so I wasn't sure if there were going to be any side effects. Guess they are. I can feel it, the cardiac cells around my heart are bursting. And before you ask, no RC can't help. Those cells don't regenerate, so it's only a matter of time. 2 months at most. Mei said, looking down at the floor. We had to tell someone, maybe Ua can find someone who can help, Aizawa said, trying to stay hopeful. But Mei shook her head. Trust me. I looked for every possible outcome, calculated everything down to the decimal. It's just something that is going to happen. Oh well, the last thing I want is to see Izuku locked up. I will find out what happened. However, as Mei was talking, the entire prison began to shake. What the hell? What's going on? Yelled Aizawa as the walls began to crack. Mei took cover under the table and then, it stopped. Mei got up from underneath the table. What just happened? I don't know, but let's get out of here and make sure Midoriya is still secure. Aizawa and Mei then ran at the door. Aizawa reached for the handle, but before he could reach it, an explosion rocked the prison. The door Aizawa was reaching for was blown off its hinges and hit the hero into the wall across from it. Mei was also thrown back into the equipment she was using and was hit pretty hard in the ribs. Smoke and dust filled as everything began to calm down. Aizawa groaned in pain as he picked himself. Hatsume. With blood running down her head, Mei grabbed her side. I am fine. We need to get back to Izuku. Slowly walking out of the room, the two were surprised at the sheer damage to the prison. Wires were hanging from the ceiling, shattered lights littered the floor, pipes were bursted as they stuck out of the wall, and the floor was cracked, even split open in some areas. Somehow making it back to where Izuku was being held, they burst through the door only to find something that Mei would never forget. Standing above a broken and bloody Bakugo was Izuku, his hand around his friend's throat as green lightning sparked around him. Midoriya, let him go, yelled Aizawa as he jumped into the air with his capture weapon at the ready. Izuku simply looked up and smiled. Using his free arm, Izuku created a whirlwind that knocked the hero off course and onto the floor. Coming to a stop, Aizawa winced in pain. But as he was about to get up, Izuku came running and kneed Aizawa in the face. "Don't get in my way again." He then turned to Mei and began to vibrate his hand. "Izuku, stop, you don't want to do this," Mei said as she took steps back. "Oh, I think I do," said Izuku, walking towards her. As he inched his way towards Mei, several prison officers suddenly ran into the room with guns drawn. "Freeze! Wait, don't shoot," Mei yelled out, but it was too late. Shots began to ring out throughout the room from each of the guards' guns. Izuku turned with his green lightning burning from his eyes. "Idiots." Getting up, Izuku stood in place as the bullets reached him, and at the last second he lifted his hand and grabbed the bullet out of the air. One by one and at super speed, Izuku moved his hand around and caught every single one of the bullets the guards had fired. A few seconds later, the clicking of empty chambers was heard with Izuku still standing firm, not a scratch on him. Opening his hand, Izuku let all of the now crunched up bullets fall from his hand. As they hit the floor, Izuku spoke, "My turn." Mei's eyes widened. "Izuku, no, don't kill." But as he spoke, everything slowed down around her. Now the only one moving at normal speed was Izuku. Casually walking up to one of the guards, he reached out and pierced the man through the chest. He then pulled his hand free and revealed the man's heart. Not as impressive as I thought. Here, you can have it back." Adjusting the man's arms, he made it so that he had his hands cupped together in front of himself. Izuku then placed the man's own heart into his hands. He then moved on to the others. It took a total of 0.89 seconds for Izuku to get through the 12 guards that rushed in. "Them!" Mei yelled out, as time reverted back to normal. "Too late, far too late." Mei looked over at the guards to find them dead or dying. "Why you? You aren't Izuku." "The Izuku I know would never do this. He only really wanted to kill one person, who hated him. It can't be, Melissa." Mei then found herself face down, her face firmly planted on the ground. "Smart as ever, Mei," Izuku said as he slammed Mei's face into the ground. "Maybe too smart." The green spark in Izuku's eyes turned bright red. This wasn't Izuku, it was Melissa. "How? You shouldn't have been able to come back," Mei asked as Melissa kept pressing down on her head. "Catch me and I'll tell you everything." Melissa then let go of Mei. "In the meantime, I'll continue to kill and kill and kill some more. All while using this face." The red in Melissa's eyes then turned back to green. "And if you want any hope in stopping me, you'll have to kill me." Running out the room, Izuku laughed as he ran around the prison, killing every single guard and inmates alike. Leaving the bodies behind, Izuku vibrated through a large metal door. "You're looking better than I expected." The light in the room turned on, revealing AFO, his body bound and chained, leaving him unable to even lift a finger. "The little speedster." "No, you aren't him. Who are you?" Izuku smiled. "Don't worry about that. I only came here to get something you stole from me." Appearing in front of AFO, Izuku reached out and touched his chest. "Yeah, you still have it." "Have what?" AFO questioned, but before he could get an answer, his entire body began to tighten up to the point of pain. Groaning in pain, AFO watched as Izuku was taking something from him. By the end, Izuku pulled his hand free as green lightning sparked around him. "Yeah, that will do. For now at least. Now you have no use to me." Vibrating his hand, Izuku slashed his hand towards AFO so fast that he couldn't even see him move. "Time to go, things to do, people to kill." "Well, it's not like it matters to you." As Izuku walked away, a loud thud was heard. Turning, Izuku smiled as the severed head of AFO rolled on the floor. "You're dead, and soon your little pet will be too." An. Done done done. Welcome to the final arc of the Green Blur. Yes, I'm sad about it too, but I think it's time to end this story. But I will make it my best work yet. Melissa is back and she wants blood. But just how is she back? What plans does she have in store for Izuku and Mei? Is Izuku gone? Find out next time. In the meantime, stay safe. 299 Chapter 32. That's all it took, And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on the last chapter. It really means a lot. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. That's all it took. It was now the start of a new day. Mei was currently sitting up on the bed of a hospital. After Izuku's attack, Bakugo and Aizawa were taken to the hospital. Their wounds ranged from internal bleeding and bruising, to Bakugo's level of injuries, which included several broken bones, lacerations to his arms, neck, and face, internal organ damage. "He's lucky to be alive," said Aizawa as he had casts on both of his arms. "He killed every prisoner and guard, but let ourselves, Nezu, All Might, and Naomasa alive." Mei slightly looked outside the window. "You're wrong. We are lucky anyone is still alive." Aizawa sighed. "Guess you're right. So what now?" How do we stop him? We don't. Melissa won't stop until she gets what she wants, Mei said as she turned away. We should start by telling everyone that it wasn't Izuku who killed everyone. Even if we told everyone they wouldn't believe us, said Aizawa. Mei shook her head. We still have to try. It wouldn't matter. Aizawa got up from his seat. The Hero Bureau has already marked Izuku as a top priority. Mei raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? It means every hero across Japan will come looking for him with two methods of dealing with him. Capture or kill. Mei looked at Aizawa with a disturbed look on her face. I know, but there's nothing we can do. Izuku is too dangerous. If he can't be taken in, we will have to deal with him by force. Japan has already asked for help internationally. But you can't. Izuku is still in there. He left us alive, didn't he? He has to be still in there, Mei protested. He's gone, Mei. Aizawa said. We may not have the speed or strength to take him down, but you can make something that can, can't you? Are you asking me to build something to kill Izuku? Mei questioned. Aizawa nodded. If it comes down to it, yes. Mei threw the sheet off of herself and angrily walked over to the door. I'll build something to separate the two and that's it. I won't kill Izuku and I sure as hell won't let any of you do it either. Watching Mei leave, Aizawa then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, it's me. No dice, she won't help us. It's unfortunate, but we will do what we have to in order to stop Midoriya. Well, if we can't rely on her, there's always Dr. Shield and his daughter. Good, get in contact with them. I'll see what I can do about Hatsume. Back with Mei, she was angrily walking down the halls of the hospital when she made it to a room. Opening up the door, she found Mitsuki and Masaru around an awake and alert but quiet Bakugo. Mitsuki turned and went over to hug Mei. Oh, thank goodness you're all right. Mei couldn't hug her back due to her injuries, but she felt her warmth just the same. Yeah, how's Bakugo doing? Physically he's doing fine, said Masaru. But he refuses to talk about what happened between him. Izuku told him something. Mei thought. Can I talk to him for a few minutes? Mitsuki and Masaru nodded. We'll be talking with his doctor if you need us. With that the two left the room, leaving only Mei and Bakugo. It wasn't Izuku, Mei said as she walked closer to Bakugo. It was Melissa. She somehow took over Izuku's body or something. I still don't know how, but she's the one who killed everyone. She's also the one who talked to you. Whatever it is she said, it's all lies. Bakugo chuckled. Really? You expect me to believe that? What Izuku said to me, only he could have known. What the hell did he say? Mei asked. Bakugo clenched his fist. Nothing at all. Bakugo, if he told you anything at all, I have to know. Maybe we can stop him from killing others. Mei said, trying to make Bakugo tell her. Bakugo bit his lip. He messed with me, not just by using his speed but mentally. Flashback: Bakugo was alone with Izuku, Nezu, All Might, and Naomasa had gone out to check on something. Standing there in front of the glass, Bakugo couldn't help but feel sad for Izuku. Come on, you damn nerd, this isn't like you. Izuku was rocking back and forth trying to warm himself up when he suddenly stopped. I know you're there, Kachan. So come to see me in this sorry state? Funny, this is how I see you every day. Bakugo flinched. What the hell did you say? Izuku looked up at the glass, which wasn't see-through, it was one way. I know about that extra training you do after school. You train and for what? For the off chance you get stronger, faster. You're strong, I'll give you that, but compared to me, something like you. Well, you don't matter and you never will. So you can train that quirk of yours all you want to make bigger explosions, but there's one thing you'll never be able to do. Be me. Izuku then began to laugh. Funny, I almost feel sorry for you. Bakugo's anger then took over. Slamming his fist into the glass, he caused an explosion. But being that the glass was made to withstand the cold, it wasn't going to break. Shut the hell up. Bakugo yelled as he kept firing off explosions. You think you know me? Fuck you, Izuku. As the explosion hit the glass, Izuku could be seen smiling. That's it, just a bit more. Looking at the glass, he noticed that the frost on the glass was melting, meaning thermal energy. Then a single drop of water formed. It trailed down the glass and onto the floor. Izuku smiled as he saw the water there. Activating his speed, Izuku began to vibrate his body at super speeds. The temperature slowed him down, but with Bakugo's explosion conducting heat, it changed the temperature of the containment cell a bit, but enough. Soon the air began to condense into pools of water, and that's exactly what Izuku wanted. Kicking it up a notch, the entire building began to shake. Normally, as Izuku moved at high speeds, he couldn't produce heat because of the protective shield around him. But this wasn't normal Izuku. As he sped up, the temperature of the cell rapidly increased. Raising the temperature of anything causes it to build energy, and with all of the energy building inside of the containment chamber it only had one place to go, out. The entire room erupted into a massive explosion that shattered the glass panel, sending Bakugo slamming against the wall. That's when the alarm started blaring. Bakugo didn't even have time to fall to the ground as Izuku ran in and grabbed him by the neck. "Not so strong without your quirk, Hakachan. Look at you. My hand around your throat and your life in my hands. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Don't worry though, I'm sure someone will take pity on you, but I sure as hell won't." Back with Bakugo and Mei, what followed Bakugo couldn't remember. He felt pain after that but nothing more. Since he was in the hospital he figured it was bad, and that's all I remember, said Bakugo. Now look at me. Bakugo, that wasn't Izuku. That was Melissa, Mei said, trying to say anything to comfort him. At this point I don't care who it was. We need to stop Izuku, but how the hell are we going to do that? He can kill us at any time he wants, said Bakugo. Mei thought about it. The only way to fight speed is with speed. Both All Might and Nezu were currently sitting in the principal's office. Both were hurt but their injuries were easily healed enough where they could move and be released from the hospital. What do we do now? Asked All Might. Nezu clenched his paws. Our only hope is to take down Midoriya before he hurts anyone else. But we need speed. Mirio has my power, but he lacks the speed to catch Midoriya. All Might explained. If we can't catch him then all this means nothing. Nezu nodded. Think you can help us with that? Sitting across from the two was Melissa. Midoriya destroyed what was left of my research. Even if I were to start the process of replicating it, I would need more samples of his blood. And I don't think Midoriya will be keen on giving us blood, said All Might. Hatsume might have some, we can ask her. But Nezu shook his head. She already refused to work with us on taking down Midoriya. She won't help us with this. We don't have much of a choice now, do we? We need his blood in order to have a chance. If she won't willingly give it to us. Melissa paused for a moment. Are you suggesting we take it by force? All Might asked, surprised. If that's what it takes, yes, Melissa said, her face serious as can be. Nezu nodded. It might be our only option. All Might turned to Nezu. You can't be serious. Forcing others to do something they don't want to and stealing, we'll be no better than the villains we fight. But if we don't, more people will die, Melissa said, getting up from her seat. I don't like it as much as you do, but we don't have a choice. It's either this or we wait until Midoriya kills us. Biting his lip hard, All Might didn't like this, but Melissa was right. Fine, but let Mirio do it. He won't hurt them without a good reason. Very well, have Mirio move in as soon as possible. Once Hatsume is out of the hospital it will be the first place she'll go, and if her past is any indication, she intends to leave as soon as possible. Also, tell Mirio to be careful. That hut they have is pretty well fortified, said Nezu. All Might nodded. Then he'll go today. I don't want Mei to find out what we are doing. 1 hour later, just outside the hut standing across the street from the hut was Mirio. Still can't believe they actually built something within all this trash. Focus Mirio, we don't have time to waste. Get in there and find where Hatsume is keeping the vials of Midoriya's blood, said All Might from an earpiece the young hero was wearing. Right, sorry about that. Alright, here I go. Activating his quirk, Mirio suddenly had blue lightning jumping off of his body. Running straight to the beach, Mirio used his quirk to phase through the trash. Once though, he was in the clear and approaching the hut. However, just as he was about to slip in, turrets appeared from the ground and began to fire. Mirio jumped back. Looks like they fortified this place, he said as lasers were being fired at him. Shit, no choice. Take them down, All Might instructed. Nodding, Mirio jumped at the turrets firing and began to destroy them one by one. A few seconds had passed when Mirio destroyed the final turret. Done, now to get inside. Falling through the sand, Mirio then suddenly appeared inside of the hut. Looking around he noticed a lot of machines, some built, some finished but no sign of any blood. Hatsume needs a refrigerated place to keep the blood. But it also has to be somewhere that isn't easy to access. Mirio then focused his attention to the floor. Laying down, Mirio stuck his head through the floor and saw that there was indeed another part to the hut. Falling through the floor, Mirio landed inside another room. This one was full of what he assumed to be prototech. Come on, where is that blood? Mirio then felt something cold run down his spine. Turning, he noticed that the cold air was coming from behind one of the panels. Grabbing the ends of it, Mirio ripped the panel off the wall and revealed a safe. All Might, I think I found where she stored it. Good, grab it and go. All Might said as he got up from his spotter position from atop a roof. But as he was about to give Mirio more instructions he heard explosions. Looking down the main road, All Might took out a pair of binoculars. Looking through them his eyes widened. Shit. Mirio, hurry, we have incoming. It's Bakugo and Hatsume. Damn it, fine, no need for stealth anymore. Using the power he got from All Might, Mirio punched the safe with enough force to break it open. Reaching inside he noticed that it was a refrigerated safe and inside were 2 vials of Izuku's blood. Jackpot. Reaching in he grabbed them both. I have them, All Might, getting out now. Mirio jumped back up towards the main area of the hut, but as he did an explosion hit him directly in the face, sending him crashing into a pile of components. Dropping the vials they were then picked up by Mei. Nice hit, Bakugo. With his hands still smoking, Bakugo smirked. He kicked our asses before, I always did want some payback. Pushing off the pile, Mirio was now face to face with the two and saw that Mei was now holding the vials of blood. Hatsume, I'm sorry about this, but I really need those vials. Mei clenched the vials. No, I won't let anyone else gain speed. Hatsume, give me the vials. Mirio said as he took a step forward. We need that blood to take down Midoriya. That's when Bakugo stepped in between them. She already said no, now back off. That's when All Might came on the radio. Mirio, as much as I hate to do this, we need that blood. Incapacitate them if you need to, but just get that blood. Nodding, Mirio took a deep breath. Sorry, but this is for the good of everyone. Hatsume, you better not give him that blood, Bakugo yelled, but that's when Mirio made a move. Bakugo blinked and in that split second Mirio appeared beside him and managed to land a hit to his ribs. The pain was amplified thanks to his prior injuries. Falling on the floor hard he grabbed his side, but he wasn't out. Managing to reach over he pointed his hand towards Mirio and fired off explosions. The room filled with smoke causing visibility to drop. Forcing himself up, Bakugo readied himself. Come on, you tin looking ass hero, show yourself. Looking for me? Mirio asked as he appeared from the ground. Bakugo swung around wildly and fired off more explosions. This time he managed to blow a hole in the wall, but once again Mirio had disappeared. You're strong, I'll give you that, but you lack experience to catch me. Appearing in front of Bakugo, Mirio pulled his fist back and punched Bakugo in the stomach, rendering him unable to fight. Slowly bringing Bakugo down, he then looked around to see that Mei was still standing inside the hut. I'm surprised, you didn't run. Was there a point? You could have caught up to me in a second, Mei said as she held the vials close. Hand over the vials and I won't hurt you, Mirio said as he stepped forward. Like I said before, that's not going to happen. With one hand behind her back, Mei hid the fact that she had a controller. Pressing on the buttons, she activated the hut's defenses. From the corners of the room 3 solid laser beams shot out, and trapped Mirio where he stood. Unable to move, Mirio then looked up to see Mei had drawn a freeze gun. Izuku wasn't the only one I made plans to take down. Smart, but did you make these plans before or after I got All Might's quirk? Questioned Mirio. Won't matter, Mei said as she squeezed the trigger. With no other options, Mirio had one idea. Sorry about this. With blue lightning jumping off his body, Mirio fully activated All Might's power and with a simple flick of his finger he caused a massive shockwave. The wave ripped apart the hut from the inside out, sending all of Mei's and Izuku's hard work either into the sea or into the pile of trash. Mei herself was thrown into the sand outside the hut. Bakugo was saved by Mirio as his unconscious body flew into the sea. Groaning in pain, Mei got up and checked on the vials in her hand. The glass was cracked, but fortunately there was no spillage. She tried to put them into her pocket, but that's when Mirio appeared and grabbed her wrist. That's enough, Mei, give me those vials. Mei used her free hand and managed to punch Mirio across the face, but it didn't even faze him. She tried to pull away, but his grip was too much. You won't get these vials, Mei said as she tried to pull herself free. The wounds on Mei then began to open back up, causing blood to stain her clothes and bandage wrap. Hatsume, enough, you're just hurting yourself. Lifting her off the ground with ease, Mirio tossed her aside. But still Mei refused to let go of the vials. You can't win against me, Hatsume, give up. Using his quirk, Mirio planned to phase through her hand and snatch the vials. Spitting out sand, Mei still had one more trick up her sleeve, literally. You may be right, but I don't need to beat you. From her sleeve a small dart appeared. Using her free hand she grabbed said dart. All I need is to be faster. Jamming the dart into her thigh, Mei groaned in pain as she pushed down and injected herself. Mei's eyes widened as she felt it course through her veins once again. Then came the lightning. Mirio was inches away from grabbing the vials when all of a sudden they disappeared. Missing completely, Mirio slid across the sand. What the? Mirio stood up and turned only to find Mei standing there with pink lightning jumping off her body. What did you do? Mirio asked as he jumped at her once again. Mei didn't even move as Mirio approached, but at the last second she disappeared once again. This time appearing behind Mirio, she managed to touch his arm and vibrate herself and him. Destabilizing Mirio, he fell to the sand grunting and unable to use his quirk. How? Stepping beside him, Mei looked down. I'm not a fighter like you or Izuku, but I know how things work. Your permeation quirk allows you to phase through objects by shifting your molecules. All I had to do was shake them hard enough where they pack together and negate your power. I still don't know how you got that super strength, but it doesn't matter if you can't touch me. You can't stop Izuku, not by yourself, Mirio said, struggling to pick himself up. We have to work together. Mei looked away for a second before sighing. I know. Mei then powered down. So I'm proposing this. I'll help you bring in Izuku, not kill, if and only if we do my plan first. I know Izuku is still in there, all I have to do is separate them. Mirio stood up. Will you give us that speed serum if we help you? No, Mei said firmly. This power is much too dangerous for anyone to use. Even I'm not immune to its effects. However, I have a plan to separate Izuku. Mirio then got a communication from All Might. After his conversation, Mirio nodded. Alright, you win. But I can't guarantee anything yet, we have to talk to Nezu and the police first. The pink lightning around Mei soon disappeared. Good enough. Bakugo was then heard groaning in pain. Mei turned and quickly ran over to help him up. Looking up, Bakugo noticed that Mei was different. She may have turned off the lightning around her, but her eyes still sparked pink. That's when Bakugo put it together. What did you do? I'll explain later, but right now I managed to talk him down. Mei said as Bakugo got up. I know how to save Izuku, but we need their help to pull it off. Bakugo nodded. Alright, let's do it. Mei was surprised. Just like that? You believe me? I have no reason to not trust you. Bakugo said. Besides, when it comes to the nerd, I know you'll always do what's best for him. Mei smiled. But don't think this conversation about how you got super speed is over. You said there were going to be side effects. That's when Mei stopped him. I'll explain everything later, but right now we need to move fast. How fast can you set up this meeting? Mirio thought about it. Later today. School is going to start back up tomorrow, so everyone will be at UA to discuss what to do about Midoriya. Good, then let's go. We'll also need to increase UA's defenses in case he attacks. I have what we need at UA, so it works out. Mei said as she looked at the now destroyed hut. And now I have to rebuild that. Come on Mei, All Might just arrived with the car. He'll take us to UA. Mirio said as a tank-looking car rolled up. Once inside, Mei and Bakugo were taken straight to UA, where they had their injuries taken care of by Recovery Girl and were sent to meet with the others. Inside a large conference were Nezu, All Might, Aizawa, Melissa, and Naomasa, who was representing the police. Hatsume, let me apologize about earlier. Nezu said as he stood up. What Mirio did was because of what I authorized. Forget it for now. We need to focus on Izuku. Mei then pulled out the 2 vials of blood. I heard you needed this. Melissa nodded. We do. We need it to replicate Midoriya's power and give it to Mirio. Only he has the best chance to take down Midoriya. Thought so. You're going to synthesize the blood like you did last time. It won't work. Mei said. Or rather, you can't use it. And why is that? Nezu asked. Is there something wrong with using it to gain speed? Yes, actually, a lot of things are wrong. Mei said, as she turned to All Might. When you used the serum in your fight with AFO, did you feel different after? All Might nodded. The time duration of my transformation was shortened. I was already running on fumes, but I still had a few minutes left. That's one of the effects of the serum. It accelerates everything. Fortunately, thanks to your other state, it seems like all the damage was done to your buff form. Mei explained. Count yourself lucky you got away with just that. Wait, during the incident with Overhaul you reported using speed and again now against Mirio. What's happening to you? Naomasa asked. Mei lowered her head as she didn't want to say what was happening to her. Unfortunately, Aizawa was in the room. She's dying. Everyone was shocked, but no one was more shocked than Bakugo. What? It's true, even now my heart is slowly dying. Ever since I used the serum during the fight with Izuku's other selves, I could feel the cells around my heart slowly deteriorating. Last time I checked I had about a month left, But after I used it against Mirio, I'd say 3 weeks. Mei said. Bakugo then got up from his seat and grabbed Mei by the shirt. Bakugo's head was slightly lowered so his eyes were covered, but Mei could see him shake. Was it out of rage or grief? She couldn't tell. She expected him to yell, but instead he let her go. What's your plan? You said there was a way to separate Izuku and Melissa? I can build a machine that can separate Izuku's speed energy from Melissa's. Mei explained. Every speedster we encountered has their own speed signature. I used to be able to track Izuku, but it seems like he has ripped out the tracker from the suit and his speed signature has changed. If we can get Izuku to run into the machine, we should be able to separate him from Melissa. That's easier said than done. Aizawa said. At Izuku's speed it will be impossible to trap him, he will see it coming from a mile away. Mei then pulled out a vial from her pocket. That's where this comes into play. The speed-granting serum. I'll use it and fight Izuku. Bakugo slammed his fist onto the table. Are you crazy? If you use that you'll just accelerate your own death. But what choice do we have? Mei yelled back. Look, I don't like it as much as you, but let's face facts, I'm going to die. The least I can do is die knowing that Izuku will be back to normal. She then turned to everyone else. Please, I have to do this. Nezu didn't like the idea, but what choice was there? With a heavy heart he sighed. How quickly can you build the machine? 2 days. I can get it up and running in 2 days. Mei said. Once the machine is complete we move. This will have to be a coordinated assault. Even the slightest misstep can be our last. But as they were discussing a plan, the alarms in Ua began to ring. What the hell? Nezu, what is that? Naomasa asked. Nezu quickly ran over to the computer and brought up the school's security cameras. He scanned each image but couldn't see anything. The cameras aren't picking anything up, but the motion sensors did. Mei's eyes widened as she was the only one who could see what was going on. It's Izuku. But as she yelled out a loud "Krakum," echoed throughout the room. Sorry, but you don't have 2 days. Izuku said as his green lightning sparked around the room. Mei activated her speed, but before she could even move, Izuku appeared in front of her and punched her in the gut. Not so fast, Mei. You may have my speed, but you are centuries early if you think you can face me. Izuku. Bakugo yelled. Izuku turned to Bakugo. Oh Kachan, you're moving around well. How are those injuries I gave you? Small explosions rippled from Bakugo's hand. Why you? I wouldn't do that if I were you. You might accidentally hit her, Izuku said as he turned and showed that he had Eri in his arms. Shock filled everyone's face. Help me, Eri cried out, scared at the sight of Izuku. He hurt the number guy. All Might raised an eyebrow. Number guy? Who's the number? That's when All Might figured it out. Mirio, what did you do? Izuku smiled. He was such a terrible choice if you ask me. I mean, come on, his quirk was strong enough. Why give him more strength? Oh well, we've seen the last of your quirk anyway. What do you want? Aizawa asked. Oh, nothing much. I was just bored waiting for you, so I decided to give you guys more motivation. It's not like it matters anyway. So I'll be taking her, Izuku said, pointing at Eri. She may be small, but she has her uses. I hear her quirk is rather powerful. You wouldn't, Nezu said. You care too much for her. Do I? Maybe the people of Osaka can help you with that, said Izuku. Oh, and don't count on those foreign heroes to help. They are occupied at the moment. Anyway, you have 1 day to find me. After 1 day the entire planet will know my name, if you know what I mean. Izuku was about to leave with Eri, but before he could move, Mei got back up with super speed and managed to land a hit to Izuku's face. It wasn't a hard punch, but it was enough to stagger him long enough to grab Eri from his arms and kick away. Slamming against the wall, Izuku grunted in pain. Why you? But as Izuku looked up, he was met by Bakugo's hand in his face. Izuku watched as Bakugo fired off an explosion. But at the last second Izuku phased through the wall at his back and disappeared. Remember, 1 day. With that, Izuku ran out of Ua. Mei quickly reached into her pocket and pulled out the vials of Izuku's blood. Bakugo, catch. Make sure no one gets it. She then tossed them before chasing after Izuku. Mei quickly followed and began to chase him across the city. At one point she managed to reach him, but as she did, Izuku turned around and punched her away. Mei staggered back but quickly recovered and gave chase again. Izuku, she yelled out, but instead of a response, Mei watched as Izuku stopped suddenly and lifted his arm. Mei then ran into Izuku's arm, clotheslining her and causing her to crash into a store. Glass and wood was scattered around her as she tried to get up, but before she could, Izuku appeared and pressed his leg on her chest, forcing her back to the floor. You may have my speed, but you have 0 experience, Izuku then began to twist his leg, causing Mei to grunt in pain. But I understand, since you're so eager to die. Izuku then raised his hand and began to vibrate it as his eyes sparked red lightning. Then I'll gladly indulge you. Slowly lowering his hand, Izuku was inches from killing Mei when he suddenly stopped. And no, he grunted out. He then grabbed his wrist as if he was struggling to stop himself. No. Backing away slowly, Izuku sounded as if he was in pain. Mei quickly sat up and saw the red lightning in his eyes flash green for a split second. Izuku, come on, fight it. Izuku grabbed his head as his entire body began to vibrate. This went on for a few seconds before the lightning turned back to red. Sorry, but Izuku can't come out to play right now. Care to leave a message? Melissa said, regaining control over Izuku's body. He gave me quite a scare there. For a second I thought he was going to force me out. But we can't be separated, not anymore. I will get Izuku back, Mei said, standing in front of Izuku. Melissa began to laugh. Well, you're welcome to try, but you already know the only way to stop me is to kill me. And we both know you won't do it. That just means all those kills, all that death I've been spreading, that's on you. All you have to do is kill me. Appearing in front of Mei, Melissa grabbed her hand and pressed it up to Izuku's chest. Come on, do it. Vibrate your hand into his chest and kill us. Do it and you can stop everything, right here, right now. Mei looked at her hand, it was trembling. She could put a stop to this right now. All she had to do was vibrate her hand and it would be over. Come Mei, one life. Take one life to save millions. Don't you think he would want you to take that deal? He made that choice when he decided to go back in time to save his mom. Now you make your choice. Sweat began to drip from Mei's forehead. Come on Mei, do it, Melissa yelled. Do it, kill me, come on, kill me. Every emotion swirled around Mei's head, so much so that it was overwhelming. With Melissa constantly yelling at her to kill him and with her own feelings getting in the way, Mei screamed. In the end, Mei ultimately pulled her hand back and fell to her knees as tears ran down her face, unable to kill Izuku. Melissa smiled, and that's why you'll lose. You don't have the guts to do what needs to be done. Now live with the thought that everything that is going to happen is now your fault. Once one day has passed, come and find me. I'll be where it all started. Melissa then walked by Mei as she sobbed. Oh, just so you know, Izuku wanted you to do it. In a flash of red, Melissa was gone. It would take Aizawa and the other heroes 1 hour to get to Mei. Once they were, however, Mei simply got up and stood in place for a few seconds before walking out of the now destroyed store. Her head was down so no one could see her face. Aizawa then approached. Hatsume, are you alright? Stepping on a glass mirror, Mei looked down to see her own reflection. The broken pieces made it seem as if Mei's face was shattered in different places. Which wasn't entirely false. Yeah, I'm fine. She said, I just need some time, that's all. But Aizawa could tell she wasn't fine. What did Melissa say to you? Mei clenched her fist. I could have stopped him. I had him right in front of me. Melissa said that if I wanted any hope in stopping her I'd have to kill Izuku. Why didn't I do it? You already know the reason why, Aizawa said. It's like you said before, Izuku is still in there. Besides, saving lives is easy. Taking one should never be easy. You still care for Izuku, despite what the world thinks. You won't stop caring. Don't lose hope just yet, we still have a chance to save him. You're right, Mei then sighed. He shortened the time we have to 1 day. I still have Izuku's speed for about another hour so I can build the machine quickly. But as Mei was talking she suddenly felt her chest tighten. Falling to her knees she began to cough. Aizawa rushed over but as he checked on her he noticed that blood stained the floor. Mei was coughing out blood. After a few seconds of coughing Mei stopped. Looking down at her hands she noticed the blood. It's getting worse, isn't it? Aizawa asked. Mei wiped the blood off herself. Yeah, it is. To make things worse, the time I thought I had left is over, his speed is gone. And I think the next time I use the serum will be my last. Can we slow down the process? Anything? Asked Aizawa. No, I already told you there's no turning back and I won't let anyone else take the serum. Mei said as she stood back up. Let's go, I got what I needed. Aizawa was confused. What did you get? Mei smiled. Melissa's Speed Force residue. Done. Melissa gave them 1 day. But 1 day, will it be enough time? Can Mei build the machine in that short amount of time? Find out what happens next time. 299 Chapter 33. Free? And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on the last chapter. As you know, we are in the endgame now. There are now only a few chapters left. And let me tell you, shit hits the fan fast in this one. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. Free. Mei returned to Uwa with what she wanted, but as they got there they also received terrible news. Mirio was dead. He died trying to protect Eri from Izuku. All Might mourned the loss of his student, his successor, the one who was meant to stop All for One, maybe even stop Izuku. But none of that could happen now, not with him gone. With tears in his eyes, All Might walked over to Mei. Will this all be worth it? Mei lowered her head, not wanting to look at the hero. I don't know. I see. All Might then walked by Mei. For his parents it won't be. Aizawa then walked over to Mei as All Might left. Hatsume? I don't want to hear it, Aizawa. Let's just get this done. With that, Mei went over to the labs. Taking off her clothes, she put them on a specialized scanner. She then went over and began the process. Good, there's enough speed force residue to splice the two. The process of fully identifying it should take about 4 hours. I need to start building the machine. Will you be able to finish in time? Asked Aizawa. He only gave us 24 hours. Honestly, no, but I can build a bare-bones version of it. Mei then went over to her workstation. It won't be sturdy enough for 2 tries, however, so we'll only get one shot. If we fail, then we're probably dead anyway, Aizawa said as Bakugo walked into the room. Hatsume, here. The blood. Bakugo then handed over the vials of Izuku's blood back to Mei. Taking them, she nodded. Thanks, I need this to complete the machine. So now what? Aizawa asked. He said he'll be waiting for us, but we don't even know where. I know. Mei said, working on the blueprints for the machine. I know exactly where he'll be. What he'll do in the meantime, even I don't know. We should focus on coming up with a backup plan, in case the machine doesn't work, Aizawa suggested. Bakugo agreed. Maybe we can get some people from 1A to help out. Hatsume, are you fine on your own? Mei nodded. Yeah, I'm good, go do whatever you want. The two nodded and went back to where the others were, leaving Mei to work on her own. As she sat alone, she couldn't help but throw a wrench at the wall out of frustration. Please Izuku, hold on a bit longer. Back in the conference room, Nezu was arguing with Naomasa about what to do next. If we send people after Midoriya, they will die. Nezu yelled. Look around you, Nezu, people are already dying. We have to act and act now. The backup we sent from across the world isn't coming. I just received news that they were killed by Izuku before they boarded the plane. Naomasa yelled back. We are out of options and out of time. Nezu closed his eyes. Do what you want, but Hatsume has a plan. You're putting the fate of the world in the hands of a 14-year-old kid? Naomasa asked. You of all people should know better than that. Yes, I do, but without access to Midoriya's blood our options are limited. Nezu explained. Hatsume has already made it clear she won't let anyone else take it. And even if she did, the side effects would significantly lower someone's life expectancy. But if we don't do anything, everyone will die. Naomasa said. Fine, if you won't do anything, the police and the government will. With that, Naomasa stormed out of the room. Nezu sighed as he was now alone. Why is everything going so wrong? 12 hours later, it was now around 3 a.m. and Mei was still working on the device. The scan had long been finished and Mei was currently building a sensor to identify the different signals. But there was one small problem. In order to set it for Izuku's specific DNA, she needed to use one of the vials of blood. Now with only one vial left, Mei had to be careful. If she failed to properly calibrate the machine, then she would need the second vial. But she also needed the last remaining vial to make the speed-granting serum. As carefully as she could, Mei used up the first vial. The machine blinked a couple of times before staying solid. Success. Breathing a huge sigh of relief, Mei collapsed on the chair. Oh, thank goodness, it worked, it actually worked. But her work was far from over. Now able to separate the two, she needed to build a machine for it. Mei could have used the machine they used to pull Izuku out of the Speed Force, but that machine was destroyed trying to save him. Fortunately, she had the blueprints. Unfortunately, her condition was worsening. Mei tried to lift up a heavy piece of equipment but felt tightness in her chest, causing her to drop the equipment. Sweat dripped down her face as the pain subsided. Lifting up her hand, she noticed that it was trembling. I can't keep this up much longer. She reached out for the piece of equipment but found that someone else was lifting it up. You're slowing down, let me get that for you. Mei looked up to see Melissa, this world's Melissa, standing in front of her. I don't need your help. No, you need it. You just don't want it, Melissa said, placing the equipment down. Look, I get it, you hate me. But right now I'm the only person who even has some sort of idea of what you're doing. You need my help. As much as Mei hated to admit it, Melissa was right. This wasn't the same Melissa who was currently taking over Izuku. Fine. Mei said. Help me get those parts sorted. Melissa nodded and quickly got to work helping Mei build the machine. While they were working on that, Mei was working on synthesizing the blood. It was now 8 a.m., and the deadline for Izuku's ultimatum was 1 p.m. They were running out of time. Mei and Melissa were frantically trying to put the machine together. Unfortunately, they still needed to put the machine at a spot where Izuku could run over and activate. Fortunately, Bakugo had an idea. He proposed to put it under the sand at the hut. The destroyed ruins would serve as cover and it was close proximity to the ocean. They just needed to clear out any and all civilians from the area. No, the entire county had to be evacuated. Working with Class 1A and the police, they managed to clear everyone out in time. It was now 10 a.m. Now somewhat finished, Mei and Melissa had to get it to the beach without damaging it. But it weighed a ton and was delicate. However, they had someone with the right quirk for that. Uraraka was tasked with taking the machine to the beach. Her quirk would allow for easy transport and minimize the potential damage. Mei followed close behind as Uraraka was taken carefully to the beach via car. Hey Hatsume, do you think this thing will actually help Midoriya? Asked Uraraka. Currently fiddling around with a tablet, Mei answered, it has to. I'm going to get Izuku back. You really do love him, don't you? Uraraka asked. Mei stopped her work. Yes I do. What about you? I heard you had a crush on Izuku. Uraraka blushed. Well, I guess a little. He was always kind to me, helped me train, and was just good to be around. But I knew he liked you. I was never meant to be with him. We were in the same class, yet it felt as if he was in a different world. She then looked at Mei. Promise me you'll do everything in your power to save him. Mei nodded. I will. I'll give up everything to save him. Good, then I'll leave the rest up to you. Oh, and when this is over, let's all get together and celebrate. Uraraka smiled. Mei did as well. The two liked the same person and they both knew they wanted the same thing, to get Izuku back. It took 2 long hours to get the machine to the beach, and the time was 12 noon, 1 hour left. Mei and Melissa quickly set up the machine and connected it to the hut's generators. Now with enough power they were good to go. Once done, Aizawa and Bakugo appeared. Are we ready? Almost, just need to finish this up and we should be good to go. Mei said, fine-tuning a few settings. Hatsume, are you sure you want to do this? Bakugo asked. You'll die. I know, Mei said, not stopping her work. And once I save Izuku, my work will be finished. She looked up at Bakugo. Besides, this is to save everyone. One death won't change much. Done with the fine-tuning, she walked over to Bakugo. I finished the machine. Once the sensors detect speed energy, the barriers will activate and trap Izuku inside. Once inside, I'll activate the machine and separate the two. And what happens after Melissa is free? Aizawa asked. Simple, I'll kill her. Mei said, casually. Izuku won't be able to and no one else will be able to catch her, so, I'll do it. I should have enough speed to do that. Aizawa's eyes widened. Will you be able to do that? Take another life? Mei stopped. Honestly, I am not so sure, but if it's only her, then yes. I'll make sure she never hurts Izuku or anyone else again. I would rather see her in prison, but at this point Melissa deserves far worse, Aizawa said. Alright, so there's nothing we can do, right? As much as I hate to admit it, we are basically useless. We can't even keep up with the nerd once he runs, and now you'll have speed. We'd just get in the way, Bakugo said, painfully. I would have liked for someone else to have speed with me, but I only had enough blood to make enough serum for me, Mei said, holding the serum in her hand. She then looked at the clock. 30 minutes left. Alright, it's time. Mei turned to leave but was stopped by Bakugo grabbing her arm. I know I haven't been the best of friends to you, but all. As Bakugo was speaking, Mei hugged him. Just, shut up. This sentimental stuff doesn't fit you, and I'll miss you too, Katsuki. Remember to give Izuku what I gave you. Breaking the hug, Bakugo nodded. I'll see you on the other side, Mei. Now go save that damn nerd. Mei smiled. You bet. She then turned to Aizawa. Teaching a member of the support course was rather fun, Aizawa said. It was an honor, Hatsume. The honor was mine. Try to be too hard on Izuku once he's back, Mei said. With that, she walked down the edge of the beach and looked at the horizon. Taking a deep breath, she took out the serum. Well, one final run. Jabbing the serum into her arm. Mei shut her eyes due to the pain. But as she injected herself, her eyes snapped open, pink lightning sparking from them as speed coursed through her body. Tossing the vial aside, Mei now stood, sparks of pink lightning jumping off of her. She also changed her clothes. Her workshop clothes were replaced with a version of Izuku's suit, with pink lightning running down the arms, legs, and across the chest. Looking back, she saw Aizawa and Bakugo. "So where is he?" Bakugo asked. "Melissa said she would be in the place it all started," Mei answered. Bakugo realized what she meant. "He went home," Mei said. Izuku went home. In a flash of pink, Mei disappeared. A second later, she stopped in front of the door of Izuku's old home. Opening the door, Mei walked inside. Normally, if a home was left alone for so long, it would have collected a lot of dust, but this time, during the time of its abandonment, Mitsuki and Masaru kept renting the place. They hoped by doing so they would keep the memory of Inko and Hisashi alive. Walking through the living room, she noticed that Izuku wasn't here, so she went to check out the rest of the place. As she walked down the hall, she noticed that the door to Izuku's room was open. Pushing the door, she saw Izuku standing staring out of the window. "You're early." Stepping inside, Mei approached cautiously. "I couldn't wait anymore." Izuku smiled, so impatient. "You could have spent the remainder of your time saying goodbye, putting your affairs in order. Yet you came to me ready to do what exactly?" "I'm here to get Izuku back," Mei said, as Melissa scoffed. "You make it sound so easy." Melissa turned around. "So, how do you plan on doing it exactly?" "A quirk. No, there wouldn't be such a quirk, at least not in this time." "It doesn't matter how I'll do it. All that matters is that I will do it, and once I do, I'll kill you myself," Mei said, charging up her speed. Melissa smiled. "Oh? You, kill me? Now that's a thought? Enough, I'm going to drag you straight to hell." Mei then began to run at Melissa. "Oh, this is going to be fun." Pulling down her mask, Melissa ran. The two female speedsters met in the middle and locked hands. Pink and red lightning sparked around them as they struggled against each other. "Remember, Mei, whatever you do to me, you also do to Izuku." Pulling her head back, Melissa headbutted Mei, causing her to stagger back. As Mei tried to regain her footing, Melissa came in and punched her hard in the chest. The hit was hard enough to send Mei flying through the wall that led outside. Falling 3 stories, Mei hit the floor. "Come on, Mei, is that the best you can do? Don't you want to save Izuku?" Melissa taunted as she ran down the building. Mei looked up just as Melissa touched the pavement. Seeing a chance, Mei quickly got up and threw a punch. But Melissa just casually stepped to the side and dodged her punch. Oh, so close. Raising her own fist, Melissa hit Mei across the face. Mei countered, but once again Melissa dodged. "Stop holding back, Mei." Another punch came in. "This isn't a game or one of your inventions. You're fighting to live." "Shut up," Mei yelled as she clapped her hands together at super speed, causing a shockwave. Melissa went flying down the street as every single window in a 20-block radius was shattered. Sliding across the floor, Melissa jumped back up. Not bad." Wiping away dirt from her face, Melissa smiled. "But you'll need more than that to take me down." Melissa then watched as Mei turned and ran away. Stunned, the villain gritted her teeth. "Why you, come back here." Chasing after Mei, Melissa quickly caught up. "Thought you can outrun me? Think again." Now side by side, Mei and Melissa began to push, punch, and kick each other as they raced across Japan, leaving nothing but their lightning colors behind. Mei knew that she needed more than just speed to take Melissa down. Fortunately, she had that covered. As she went in for a punch, Mei used her other hand to reach into her belt and pull out a small blue ball. Melissa was too busy dodging the punch to notice the ball being tossed at her. By the time she did notice, it was too late. The ball exploded, causing a blue mist to cover Melissa, and immediately it began to turn to ice. Melissa glared at Mei as her entire body was frozen in place. Seeing her chance, Mei turned around and wanted to grab Melissa by the arm, but as she reached out, the ice shattered. "You and your gadgets. There's a reason why your name is forgotten. But your future." Melissa vibrated her hand and tried to pierce Mei's chest. However, at the last second, Mei twisted her body. Melissa's hand managed to cut her side. "It's quite sad. Starting with your relationship with Izuku." Mei grabbed her bleeding side. "Shut up." "Oh, what's wrong? Don't want to know your future?" Appearing in front of Mei, Melissa punched her across the face. "Well, too bad." Melissa then began to punch Mei in the chest. "It all starts going wrong once you get out of UA. You start working with a top company and Izuku becomes a hero." Mei swung her arm, but Melissa dodged under and countered with a hard uppercut to the chin. "But one of your inventions gets into the hands of the wrong people. Countless people die because of what you created. The two of you then start drifting apart, and eventually, it happens." With red lightning sparking from her fists, Melissa began to appear from every side. "He finds someone else, someone he actually loves. Ochako Uraraka. Ring any bells?" Now she really made him happy. Blood splattered as Mei could do nothing but try and defend herself. Your reputation tanks and your life quickly starts to fall apart while Izuku's keeps getting better. Eventually you become nothing. Melissa then punched Mei hard in the stomach, a tiny historical footnote in everyone's story. Running around in circles, Melissa used her speed to rapidly throw punches. You are nothing, now and until the end of time. Falling to her knees, Mei had blood running down her nose, mouth, and from all of the cuts Melissa inflicted. Melissa now stood over Mei, her fists now covered with Mei's blood. Now look at you, broken and bloody. Did you honestly believe you could win against me? Spitting out blood, Mei smirked. Honestly? No, but I didn't need to win, I just needed to stall you. Melissa raised an eyebrow, but before she could ask what that meant, Mei's body began to melt. What? Parts of Melissa's body began to melt off. Guess you should have checked who you were fighting. Lifting her head up, it was revealed that it was Toga. How is this possible? Melissa yelled, grabbing Toga. How did you get this speed? Toga smiled. Mei wasn't the only one to take his blood. Suddenly a black portal opened up underneath Toga. As she fell through, Toga flipped Melissa off. That's when several other portals began to open up, all surrounding Melissa. Loud roars then began to echo throughout as Nomus came out in the dozens. Melissa looked around at the beasts. You sent these things to fight me, you insult me. Running around, Melissa began to kill each and every single one of the Nomus that came through the portals. As the bodies fell, Melissa stopped, but that's when she was suddenly tackled from behind. It's like Toga said, it was just a distraction. Pushing Melissa from behind, Mei began to run, pushing through until she managed to slam into the side of a building before coming out on the other side. Melissa tried to vibrate her way out of Mei's grasp, but every time she did, Mei could counter-vibrate and keep her in place. How? Countering my vibrations is tough enough, but doing it while running, for you it should have been impossible. Mei smiled as she slammed Melissa through another building. I watched and learned from the best. And if I want to learn more, I need him back, even if that means I had to get a bit rough. Melissa then tried to elbow Mei in the face to free herself, but even with a bloody nose, Mei held on. They then slammed into a wall of ice and fire, which was thanks to Todoroki. Throughout the entirety of the city, Mei ran around pushing Melissa through whatever she could find. Finally circling back, Mei went straight to the beach. With blood streaming behind them, the two made it to the beach, where Mei threw Melissa into the sand. Rolling to a stop, Melissa got up, her face, or rather Izuku's face, now bloody and bruised. You got guts, Mei. Teaming up with the UA's enemy, now that's something else. But I saw it coming from a mile away. Mei narrowed her eyes. Then did you see this coming? Pressing a button, a force field suddenly appeared around Melissa. Touching the force field was enough to cause a spark, forcing Melissa back. Fascinating. A containment chamber made of unstable atoms. Impossible for any speedster to escape. Try to phase through it and your atoms will be ripped apart, explained Mei. But that would kill Izuku too, wouldn't it? Questioned Melissa. What's stopping me from doing just that? This. Pressing another button, Mei caused two containers to appear from the sand. The containers jumped into the air and let out more of that quick freezing mist, but this time it only covered the legs. Now frozen in place, Melissa had nowhere to go. You won't be getting out of here. That's when Mei turned on the machine to separate the two. The engines powered up the platform, causing it to rise underneath Melissa. Standing atop of it, the next phase of the process started. Blue light then shined, but Melissa calmly lifted a finger and pointed it at Mei. Your plan? It's a good plan and it would have worked on me, but you forgot one thing. Oh yeah? And what's that? Mei asked. I'm not the same Melissa you and Izuku fought before. As Melissa pointed at Mei, the speedster began to vibrate her body. Inside the hut, several warning signals flashed as the machine began to break down. Mei saw this and panicked. It's too late, the machine will separate you two before you get out. Oh, is that so? Melissa's eyes then glowed red. Let's test that. Shielding her eyes from the light, Mei could only watch as Melissa tried to escape. That's when one of the generators underneath the hut exploded. Mei watched the smoke rise. Shit. I need her to stop vibrating. But if I rush in there, I'll be torn to shreds. Sections of the force field then began to fail, opening up small holes. Come on, Mei, think. But as she thought of a way to stop Melissa, an explosion erupted from behind her. Mei turned only to find Bakugo flying past her. Sliding through one of the narrow gaps in the barrier, he caused a massive explosion. Give us back the nerd, he yelled as smoke filled the force field. Mei was stunned. No, Bakugo. Get out of there. She ran at the shield, but it sparked, forcing her back. The smoke cleared, revealing Bakugo had made it behind Melissa and put her in a choke hold. His arms and legs wrapped themselves around Izuku's body, preventing him from moving. The blue light burned Bakugo as he too now bathed in the rays. "Are you out of your mind? If you stay here you'll die," yelled Melissa, unable to shake off Bakugo. Bakugo simply smiled. "That's good, that just means I'll have a welcoming party ready when you get to hell." Melissa's eyes widened as the blue light covered her. "Bakugo," Mei yelled from outside the shield. "Hold on, I'll get you out." "Don't," yelled Bakugo. "Don't you dare drop the shield. We got him right where we wanted him. I know what I'm doing, just promise me you'll take care of him. Oh, and tell my parents I'm sorry." Tears ran down Mei's face as the light engulfed Bakugo. Thanks to the holes in the shield, the light escaped and fired off in every direction. Mei had to dodge out of the way as the light swallowed up everything, blinding everyone around. After a few seconds the light slowly began to disappear. Mei rubbed her eyes as her vision began to return. There where Melissa once stood was nothing but a crater, with neither Izuku or Melissa in sight. Where is Melissa? Izuku, did my machine work? Frantically looking around, Mei could see a body laying down on the sand. Running over, she flipped the person over and showed that it was in fact Izuku. But was it Izuku or was Melissa still in control? Cautiously Mei reached out to shake him, but as she did Izuku turned around and grabbed her by the neck. Izuku began to laugh as he picked himself up and Mei off the ground. "Looks like your machine failed. Bakugo died for nothing it seems." Mei's eyes filled with horror as this wasn't Izuku, it was Melissa. Izuku's face was warped. His right side was Melissa's while his left was his own. Struggling to breathe, Mei spoke, "How?" Melissa's eyes shined red with lightning. "Doesn't matter how. All that does is the fact that it failed. And now, your one and only chance wasted. I was going to let you live long enough to watch this world burn, but I think I'll kill you now." Feeling the hand around her neck tighten, Mei's eyes began to close. "I failed. Bakugo is dead, the machine is destroyed. Melissa is going to win. She's going to kill everyone. Izuku, I'm sorry." As Melissa smiled and laughed, the sand underneath her suddenly disappeared. What? Falling, both speedsters fell into the ground. Melissa looked up at the edge of the hole only to see Shigaraki, "It's now or never, hero." A blur suddenly passed by Shigaraki. Melissa's eyes widened as she saw who it was. "You have to be kidding me." Putting her arms up, Melissa was then hit by a powerful punch that sent her crashing into the bottom of the hole. The person then grabbed Mei and using the blowback of the punch jumped back to the surface. Mei slowly opened her eyes and noticed an all too familiar face. All Might? How? "No time to explain, it's over, Hatsume. You had your chance, it's time to end this once and for all," said All Might, putting Mei down. "Does that mean what I think it means?" asked Shigaraki. All Might nodded. "Kill him." Shigaraki smiled. "All right, I've been waiting for this. He killed my master." The villain took a step, but as he did a red blur appeared in front of him. "Your master was weak and insignificant, just like you." Melissa then thrusted her hand into Shigaraki's chest. Ripping out his heart, she then used her other hand to vibrate it and slice through his waist. All Might gasped as he watched as the villain was sliced in two. "You have your powers, it must have been Eri. I knew she still had her uses." Turning to the hero, Melissa crushed the heart in her hands. "But you should have stayed out of this. Mirio learned that the hard way." Putting his guard up, All Might gritted his teeth. "I'll kill you." The hero threw himself at Melissa. All Might pulled back his fist, but he didn't even get the chance to throw it when Melissa appeared in front of him. "I respected you, All Might, I really did. You were a legend. But to me, you're nothing but a relic of the past." Reaching out, she touched All Might. "Now die." Melissa then began to vibrate All Might's entire body until, pop. Mei watched in horror as this happened in front of her. "Now what are you going to do, Mei? Your invention couldn't stop me, the heroes couldn't stop me, and now even the villains couldn't. So tell me." Melissa then walked over to Mei and got in her face. "What are you going to do?" Clenching her fist, Mei angrily swung and phased her hand into Melissa's chest. "Oh? Are you actually going to do it?" Melissa asked. "Is this where you kill us both?" Mei hesitated. She didn't want to kill Izuku. No, rather she wouldn't. "No, this is where I save him." Phasing another hand into Melissa's chest, Mei began to vibrate her arms. Pink lightning struck down around the two as Mei tapped deeper into the speed force. Melissa was confused. "Huh? This is your plan? To shake me out?" Mei lifted her head and looked right at Melissa. Her eyes burned pink as sparks appeared from her arms. "No, I'm forcing you out." The lightning around Mei began to burn brighter as her speed increased. Soon the ground underneath them began to crack and break from the sheer pressure Mei was giving off. The blue sky turned pink as Mei sped up to a level she thought impossible for her. With her hands still inside of Melissa's chest, Mei began to feel around. She needed to find him, find Izuku. Melissa then began to freak out. She could feel it, she could feel something was wrong. Her hold on Izuku's body was slipping, and no. What are you doing? Stop this. Melissa tried to counteract Mei's speed, but as she did, the lightning forced her to stop. But this speed came at a price. As Mei continued to speed up, the strain on her heart also increased. Spitting out blood. Mei felt her heart rate slow. Just a bit more, she yelled out as blood splattered onto the floor. Melissa also noticed and smirked. What's wrong, Mei? Can't keep this up. Fine, let's see who can outlast who. Will my body win, or will yours give out? Feeling a sharp pain from her chest growing, Mei knew that it was now or never. Finally feeling something in her hand, Mei's eyes widened. There, she then began to pull with everything she had. Melissa panicked. No, I will not lose to you. This body is mine. This body was never yours. Now give me Izuku back. Grunting in pain, Mei focused, and with one final pull she pulled out Melissa from inside Izuku's body. The entire area around them was engulfed in a storm of pink light, knocking over cars, buildings, and unending the very ground itself. Smoke and debris filled the air, making it hard for anyone to see. Mei was facing up as she began to cough out blood. Slowly the smoke began to disappear and Mei could see in front of her. There were now two figures. Both laid on the ground motionless. Izuku? The dust cleared from one of the bodies, revealing it to be Melissa. Tears then watered up in Mei's eyes. Then that means. She looked at the other figure and saw the all too familiar color of green. Izuku. Limping her way over, Mei fell to her knees and gently flipped him over. Izuku's face was full of pain, but he still managed to open his eyes and saw Mei over him. Mei. The tears started to fall as Mei heard his voice. Izuku, it's you, it's really you. Izuku raised his arm. It trembled as he touched Mei's face. You're bleeding. Mei laughed. I am fine, you should worry about yourself right now. The others, oh God. Izuku's face widened as he remembered. What have I done, all those people? Helping him to his feet, Mei supported Izuku and kept him from falling over. That wasn't you, Izuku, it was Melissa. Come on, I'll take you somewhere safe, then I'll come back and kill Melissa. But before Mei could even take a step forward, a hand reached into her abdomen and turned her organs into mush. Mei's eyes widened as she felt her insides reduced to nothing. Sorry, were those important? I skipped anatomy so I wouldn't know. Melissa stood behind Mei as she pulled her hand free. Mei fell to her knees, and before she could fall forward, Melissa pressed her foot onto her back and kicked her into the dirt. What was that about killing me? Melissa mocked as blood spilled onto the floor. Izuku turned around in pure horror. Mei! He yelled and tried to reach out for Mei, but Melissa slapped him away. You stay right there, Izuku. I have some unfinished business with Mei here. Melissa then reached down and lifted Mei off the ground by her hair. Your connection to the Speed Force was impressive, for someone who got their speed artificially. But speed comes at a price for those who didn't get it like me or Izuku. So besides your intestinal tract, what else is dying? Your lungs. No, you would have been out of breath. Oh, I know, it's your heart. No speed means your heart gives out, right? Melissa smirked as she began to activate her speed. Mei's eyes widened as she felt what was going on. Melissa was taking her speed. The pink lightning for Mei's eyes began to fade before completely disappearing. Once finished, Melissa dropped Mei, and just like that, no more speed. Falling to her knees, Mei felt her heart begin to pound, her chest tightened, her vision narrowed. But her only thoughts were of Izuku. Looking to her left, she saw him lying on the ground. She tried to get up, but her legs wouldn't respond, so she began to crawl. Little by little, Mei made her way to Izuku. With each distance she moved, her heart slowed down. Mei was inches away from reaching him. She reached out but collapsed before getting to him. Izuku heard the thump and painfully began to turn. The separation from Melissa left him weak, so he had very little strength, but seeing Mei changed that. He got to her and saw that her breathing was staggered. Mei. Izuku, it hurts. Mei reached her hand out, to which Izuku quickly grabbed. You're cold. Why are you so cold? Izuku questioned. It's her heart. Melissa said, watching the scene unfold. Thanks to the speed serum she took, the cells around her heart are rupturing. I didn't even need to scramble her insides, she was already dying. Izuku's eyes widened. And no, how? Why? That's when it hit him. My blood, you used the untested sample. May smiled. I did it to save you. You're the only one who can take Melissa down. Maybe I can save you now. Maybe if I. But as Izuku was speaking, May squeezed his hand. You can't, I already tried. Tears ran down May's face. But thanks to you I lived a good life. I love you, Izuku. Always remember that. Using the last bit of strength she had left, May sat up and kissed Izuku. After a few seconds, May closed her eyes and fell into Izuku's arms. May, come on, don't do this. May. Well, would you look at that? Yet another person you loved dead. Melissa said as she walked towards Izuku. Why is it that everyone you ever loved and cared about ends up dead, Izuku? I'll tell you why. It's because of who you are. You are nothing but a curse to those around you. Your friends, May, All Might, Bakugo, all dead because of you and you alone. Even me, you made me into what I am now. All those deaths, all those families you tore apart, all because of you. As Izuku wept, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at the sky above. You're right, everything is my fault. I've done so much wrong to this world, it's time to correct it. Starting with you. Suddenly a green bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. The shockwave sent Melissa flying back as the very ground broke apart. Getting to his feet, the sky filled with dark clouds as lightning struck around the world. Izuku then turned and looked at Melissa, his eyes burning green with rage and lightning. I don't care what happens to me anymore, you're dead. Melissa smiled as she generated red lightning from her body. That's the spirit. I'll make sure to wipe you from the history books. Done. And here we go. Izuku versus Melissa in a final showdown. Izuku is pissed and has no more to lose. How will this turn out? Find out next time. Until then, stay safe. 299 Chapter 34. Singularity. And we are back, with only one more chapter to go, so I won't bore you with anything else, so without future ado, let's just jump into it. Singularity. Lightning crackled around the two speedsters. The two looked at each other and without saying a word they then ran at each other. Izuku pulled his arm back and before Melissa could reach him managed to connect. Melissa grunted in pain but she pushed through and managed to get in a hit of her own. She then kneed Izuku in the abdomen before grabbing him by the head and pulling his head down right onto her knee. Staggering back, Izuku had blood running down his nose but he quickly countered by grabbing Melissa by the arm and flinging her into a nearby building. Slamming against the wall, Melissa grunted but before she began to fall, Izuku came in and used his speed to slam into Melissa. At that speed, Melissa was sent flying through the wall and several more buildings before popping herself up and sliding to a stop. But as she lifted her head, Izuku was already in her face. He then continued to send Melissa flying through several more buildings. Melissa did try to escape but every time she tried, Izuku was already in her face. This went on for a while. Eventually the two made it to the sea. Rolling around in the sand, Melissa was finally able to stand up only to be face to face with Izuku. Well, isn't this a surprise? You gotten faster. Well, actually I already knew that. I was part of you for a short while after all. Izuku stayed silent. Nothing to say. Not even a joke or I'm going to put you down? Nothing? How? Izuku asked. How did you come back? I threw you into the Speed Force last time we fought. You shouldn't have been able to come back from that. Melissa smiled. Oh, but I did. It wasn't easy, but once again it was thanks to you I was able to escape. It's true that you threw me into the Speed Force but I was able to leave when you time traveled. If it wasn't for you I would probably be still inside of that awful place. Every second was pain. I watched different versions of myself die. I felt what they felt, saw what they saw, experienced what they experienced. But then it all came crashing down. The Speed Force broke while I was inside of it. I don't remember exactly how it happened but I came back to this world. I had several opportunities to kill you, especially when you fought your other versions. But I also knew that you got faster, so even if I had a chance you would just stop me. Melissa then began to laugh, so I came up with another plan. I thought, what would happen if you weren't a hero? What would happen if the world thought you were a monster? Slowly I began to put my plan into effect, but ultimately I failed and you kept your self-righteous bullshit. Then it came to me, a new idea. What if I became you? You took over my body. How? Izuku asked. I spent so much time in that place I learned everything there was to know. I learned things you could only dream of. One of those is entering someone's body without them knowing and talking over. Melissa smirked. And all of that wouldn't have been possible without you, Izuku. You made me kill those people. Izuku looked at his hands in disgust. But isn't this what you wanted, Izuku? Questioned Melissa. Think of it, with my help you were creating a world where no one has to suffer. And all you had to do was get rid of the problem. I didn't want this, Izuku said. What you made me do. Melissa rolled her eyes. There you go again, shifting the blame onto others. None of this would have happened, Izuku, if you weren't around. I guess in a sense, I'm the hero. At least that's what everyone will see. I can read the headlines now. Mysterious speedster takes down the hero turned villain, saves countless. No one would believe you, Izuku said, his lightning crackling around him. Would they? After everything you've done, people think you're the villain now, Izuku. Melissa lifted her arms. Look around you. This destruction was caused by you, not me. You. Would Mei actually be happy to see what you've become? Izuku hung his head. Mei's gone, and if she's gone, you don't get to live. Suddenly running at Melissa, Izuku grabbed her by the neck and ran across the water. I don't care what others say or think about me. To hell with them. I'm killing you even if it means destroying this world. Now to the west coast of the United States. Melissa managed to break free. The two then raced through the city of Los Angeles and ripped it to shreds. With no moral compass to hold him back, Izuku didn't care. If something was in his way, he would simply run through it. Going further inland, the two made it to Yellowstone. As they ran by the volcano underneath, the park began to rumble. The Yellowstone supervolcano was now active. Plumes of gas and ash began to rise from the ground as the two ran around. Leaving the area, they made it to the Great Plains, but thanks to their speeds they passed by, causing a powerful gust of wind that completely destroyed the crops. Finally making it to the East Coast, the two fought inside the city of New York. After leaving destruction behind, they then traveled to Europe. Destroying everything in their path, the world plunged into chaos. Cities burned down, homes fell, people ran for their lives from something they couldn't even see coming. Back at UA, the entire school was bracing for more destruction. We had to get out of here, yelled Kirishima as the ground shook. And go where exactly? Asked Jiro. Midoriya and Melissa are running around messing everything up. Nezu, isn't there somewhere we can go? Aizawa asked. The principal thought about it. No, every countermeasure we have is for a Nomu attack. It won't do anything against Midoriya or Melissa. So we just stay here and wait to die? Momo said, her face filled with despair. That's when this timeline's Melissa walked forward. There is something we can do. Aizawa turned to Melissa. What? If you have any ideas, I'm all ears. That Melissa that is running around is my descendant, right? Well, what if she was never born? Melissa questioned. Class 1A looked at Melissa. What are you saying? Mina asked as the building shook. Kill me, Melissa said. Kill me and you get rid of that Melissa running around. Are you crazy? Yelled Aizawa. It's the only way, Melissa yelled back. Cause and effect. Kill me and you save the world. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Do it. Aizawa, you know I'm right. The hero looked at the girl. She was willing to let herself die in order to stop this all. Aizawa sighed. No, there's enough death already. Plus we don't even know if it would work. Hatsume said time travel changes everything. While it's true that it may work, there is also a possibility that it won't. You'll die for nothing. Melissa bit her lip, but that's when Aizawa walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. We'll find another way. Maybe Hatsume left something at her workstation. But as they were talking, Izuku and Melissa came running right past Ua. The main building was ripped away as they ran by. The building the class was in had its walls ripped off, causing some of those inside to be sucked out thanks to the wind. With pieces of the building landing on them, Aizawa appeared and pushed a slab of concrete off of himself. Damn it. Those two aren't holding anything back. Blood then began to run down Aizawa's head. We have to stop them, but the only one who could do that is gone. I'm sorry, Aizawa. The hero turned to find Melissa standing there with his knife in her hands. But this is for the greater good. Aizawa's eyes widened as he threw his capture weapon at her. With Izuku after circling the earth several times, Izuku was locked in combat with Melissa. Each were getting strikes in, but neither could find the chance to kill the other. But as they fought, Melissa noticed something. What's wrong, Izuku? You're slowing down. Shut up, Izuku yelled, punching Melissa across the face. The two continued to run, but Izuku knew that it was true. He was slowing down. Was it because he barely escaped from Melissa's grasp, or was it something else? Damn it, I need to end this. Melissa was currently running across Japan when she suddenly fell. Unable to control herself, Melissa crashed into the ground. Izuku, who was following close behind, slowed down. What the hell? Getting to her feet, Melissa's body began to spasm. What is? Some sort of trick? Izuku asked. Lifting her hand, Melissa smiled as she knew what was going on. She did it. I can't believe it. Confused, Izuku wasn't sure what was going on, but that's when a voice called out to him, "Midoriya." He turned to find Uraraka. It was this Melissa, she. That's when Izuku pieced it together, "You're being erased from existence. Without this timeline, Melissa, you will no longer exist." Melissa began to laugh. "Well, this is something I didn't expect. To think my ancestor would be crazy enough to do that." She then looked over to Izuku. "That's it then. But I'll see you soon, Izuku." Soon Melissa's body began to fade away before disappearing into thin air. Falling to his knees, Izuku, "It's over." He then thought back to everything he did. Everything Melissa forced him to do. "What do I do now? Bakugo is gone. All Might is gone. Mei is gone. I have nothing." That's when Uraraka walked up to him. Falling to her knees, she lifted his head, making him look into her eyes. "You'll rebuild. It will take some time and you'll never get over it, but you're alive." Helping him up, Uraraka smiled. "You still have friends who care about you, so don't give up just yet." With tears in his eyes, Izuku nodded. "Good, now let's go back to Ua. The others are waiting." The two then turned and began to walk away. Uraraka helped Izuku up as they walked. But before they could get 2 feet away, a hand pierced Uraraka's back and appeared in her front. Izuku's eyes widened, then quickly turned and saw Melissa's glowing red eyes. "I told you I would be back." Pulling her hand free, Uraraka gasped before falling onto the ground dead. "Did you honestly think you would get rid of me so easily?" Izuku looked at Melissa. "Why you shouldn't exist anymore." "It's like I said before, Izuku. Time travel is a bitch, and the more you do, the less the rules apply." Melissa explained. "I'm so far removed from the time stream, nothing can affect me anymore." Clenching his fists, Izuku's face turned to anger. "Enough." Running at Melissa, Izuku pulled back his fist and delivered a hard right jab. The impact caused a shockwave from the sheer speed. Izuku then clenched his left fist and connected with another hit. He then raised his leg and kicked Melissa in the chest, causing her to fly back and skid across the floor. Coming to a stop, Melissa had blood running down her lip. Licking it off, she smiled. "Now we're getting somewhere." In a flash of green, Izuku once again appeared in front of Melissa, but as he threw a punch, she suddenly disappeared. Izuku's eyes twitched as he noticed her disappear. "I think that's enough of tossing me around," Melissa said, spitting out blood. "It's time to move on to the next stage." "Do you think this is a game?" Izuku yelled, charging Melissa. He pulled his fist back, but as he threw it forward, Melissa caught it. "Yes, I do. And now it's my turn." Pulling Izuku in, Melissa cracked him across the face before grabbing his arm and throwing him. Izuku bounced off the floor one time, but before he could land, Melissa came in and grabbed him by the head and slammed him into the ground. "Now that your reputation is in tatters, I can finally kill you. But unlike the others, I'm going to enjoy this," Melissa said, pressing Izuku's face into the ground. "I've been waiting for so long to do this." "Keep waiting," Izuku said as he escaped Melissa's grasp and kicked her away. Izuku then turned and ran as Melissa quickly gave chase. With a slight head start, Izuku managed to stay out of reach of Melissa. Putting a bit more spark in her legs, Melissa jumped forward and punched Izuku behind the head. Izuku countered by matching speeds and delivering several rapid-fire punches to Melissa's side. Both speedsters weren't backing down. The two went back and forth, tearing up parts of their costumes, opening wounds, and causing blood to splatter. Ua, looking outside of the destroyed classroom, Aizawa could see the flashes of green and red, Midoriya. But as he watched, Aizawa suddenly got a call. "Naomasa, good to know you're still alive." "Aizawa, you need to get out of Ua. The military has ordered a strike on Midoriya's position," Naomasa yelled. Aizawa's eyes widened. "But that's right next to Ua. That's why I'm telling you now. Get out of there." The call then suddenly cut off, leaving Aizawa to look into the sky. He saw several small dots heading right towards them. He then turned to those remaining in the class. "Get everyone down into the shelter now." As Aizawa ran down to the shelter, he suddenly got another message on his phone. Reading the message, he couldn't believe who it was from. "No way." Without saying a word, Aizawa turned around and headed down the opposite way, away from the shelter and towards the support department. With Izuku, the two speedsters were still locked in combat as the first mortar shell fell a few blocks away. Izuku turned and watched the explosion, his face bruised and bloody. He then looked to the sky to see more shells coming down. Fuck. But as he looked up, Melissa came in and put Izuku into a choke hold. "Looks like the government has given up and said screw it. They know they can't stop us and decided that blowing this up is the only way. Can't say I blame them." Melissa then forced Izuku to look at UA. "Take a good look, Izuku. You get a front row seat to UA's downfall." Izuku watched as more bombs fell around him as well as Ua. From where they were, Izuku could see the main building get hit by a bomb before crumbling to the ground. Melissa smiled. How many students and teachers were in there? Gritting his teeth, Izuku reached out and grabbed Melissa by the mask and pulled it down over her eyes. Unable to see, Melissa let go of Izuku to get the mask off of her eyes, but as she pulled it back, Izuku began to rapidly hit her in the stomach. Finally able to pull the mask off, Melissa tried to hit Izuku with a hard right, but Izuku was quick enough and dodged under it. Shifting his body to the left, Izuku countered with a hard left to Melissa's ribs. Audible cracks were heard as the punch hit at supersonic speed. Melissa immediately fell to her knees as she grabbed her side. "B bastard." Towering over her, Izuku's eyes glowed green. "Get up, we aren't done here." Melissa glared at Izuku. "You think you can do this to me?" As she spoke, Izuku punched Melissa across the face even faster than before. "Shut up," Izuku commanded. That was for Uraraka. While on the ground, Izuku kicked Melissa away. That was for Bakugo. Sliding to a stop, blood dripped from a cut across Melissa's head. "You took everything from me. And for what? Look at you, on your knees, broken and bruised." Quietly at first, Melissa began to laugh. Broken and bruised, yes, but not defeated, not by a long shot. With both her hands touching the ground, Melissa began to vibrate them, causing the ground to shake. Izuku struggled to stay upright, but that was the least of his troubles. The ground then exploded outward, sending Izuku, along with a large area of earth, into the air. Still standing on a slab, Izuku looked around at the hundreds of pieces of broken rock, trying to find Melissa. Where is she? Not seeing her, Izuku figured it out. Below. Looking down in time, Izuku was surprised to see Melissa come up and connect with an uppercut. Izuku flew into the air, but as he did, Melissa got behind him by stepping on the small rocks flying around. "You should have killed me when you had the chance." Raising her fists high above her head, Melissa double fist punched Izuku in the back, which sent him crashing down onto the floor. The rocks that were floating around, thanks to their super speed, flew around Izuku as he laid on the ground. But much to Izuku's surprise, as he looked up, he not only saw Melissa standing there, but rather there were two of them now. Surprised? One asked. "I know, crazy, right? That is the one true weakness with you, Izuku. You can never be at two places at once. Want to guess who's the real one?" Izuku stood up and in a flash of green stabbed one of the Melissas in the chest. "Don't care. You're all dead anyway." The Melissa he impaled faded into nothingness. Izuku then turned to the other Melissa, but before he could move, he was suddenly hit by two streaks of red lightning. Flying back, Izuku hit a wall before landing on the ground. "You can't take all of us," Melissa said, surrounded by several dozen versions of herself. The clones all had glowing red eyes and all had lightning jumping off their bodies. "This another one of your tricks?" Izuku scoffed. "Actually, it doesn't matter. Bring it, I'll kill all of your copies." Every Melissa around Izuku smiled. "We'll see about that." Several clones of Melissa ran at Izuku. Our speedster managed to dodge them and quickly stab them in the back with his hand. For the most part, Izuku was doing rather well against several clones and managed to take down several, but that changed when one of them managed to punch him in the side. Izuku grunted in pain but didn't even have time to recover when another clone came by and punched him across the face. Izuku desperately tried to fight back but soon found himself being overwhelmed. Defeated and with blood running down his nose and face, Izuku was being held in place by two clones and dragged towards the true Melissa. "You fought well, Izuku, I'll give you that much, but it's over." Izuku chuckled. "Such a sad excuse of a human. Couldn't find a way to take me down, so you had to do this." Melissa knew what Izuku was doing. "You're trying to provoke me. A desperate attempt, it won't work. Besides, it doesn't matter how I kill you, it's the fact that you die that matters." Izuku glared at Melissa, but also saw something, or rather someone standing on the roof of a broken building. "Fine, go ahead and kill me. At least I'll die knowing that I was and still am better than you." Melissa snapped and punched Izuku in the stomach. "You are not better than me. Your entire life has been driven by me. Every action you ever did was because of me. You live because of me." "No, you were never anything to me," Izuku said. "You're just a sad, pathetic excuse of a speedster who got their feelings hurt and never moved on. That's why you'll never be better than me." Melissa stayed silent for a second before raising her hand and vibrating it. "Yet you're the one who's going to die." Moving her hand closer to Izuku's chest, Melissa was just about to kill him when the sound of an arrow being released was heard. Melissa didn't even turn around but instead reached out her other hand and caught the arrow. "What the hell was that supposed to do?" she questioned. Turning, Melissa looked up at the building to see Aizawa, the teacher. "Interesting. He's survived this long. I shouldn't be surprised. He dies at the age of 89. But that's before. Melissa motioned towards Aizawa. The clones of herself nodded and began to run, reaching the building. Some scaled the wall while others went inside. But as they did, the arrow that was still in Melissa's hand let out a hissing sound. The tip of the arrow then opened up, allowing a small cloud to cover Melissa's face. Smoke? No, this is something else. Melissa's eyes slowly began to widen as she noticed what this was. Quickly grabbing Izuku, she pulled him into the cloud, allowing whatever it was to get into him too. The clones of Melissa were just about to grab Aizawa when they all suddenly disappeared. It worked. It actually worked. Down with Izuku, he managed to push himself away from Melissa. But noticed something was wrong with him. He couldn't feel it. He couldn't feel his speed. What did you do? Melissa smiled. It wasn't me. It was Mei. Looks like she left one final parting gift for me. Izuku thought back. That project Mei was working on. She never told me what it was for, but she said it involved nanobots. Proud of what Mei built, Izuku smiled, clever as ever. As he smiled, however, Melissa came in and punched him across the face. Why are you smiling? We just lost our speed for a while. And I don't need it to kill you. Izuku regained his balance and charged Melissa. Tackling her to the ground, Izuku began to pummel her. Did you forget? I didn't always have my speed. So I still remember how it felt. But you've had your speed for years. Melissa then rolled and managed to get Izuku off of her. The two then went back and forth once again, but this time they moved at normal speeds. Running through the debris, Aizawa was trying to make it to Izuku. Climbing over a piece of concrete, he jumped down and saw Melissa standing over Izuku, her hands dripping blood. No, he yelled out, jumping from above. Pulling out his knife, Aizawa wanted to surprise Melissa, but his plan failed. Melissa vibrated her body and forced the nanobots inside her out. Now back at full speed, she grabbed Aizawa's knife and slashed up. As Aizawa landed, blood splattered across the floor. Falling to his knees, Aizawa groaned in pain. So close, yet so far, Melissa said, holding the bloody knife. Aizawa lifted his head. Blood from his eye poured down from the slash wound. So tell me, where did you get that arrow? Mei is dead and you aren't smart enough to make them. A final stash Hatsume had hidden at UA. She thought of everything, Aizawa said, grinning. Well, isn't that sweet? Too bad it didn't last long enough. Melissa then grabbed Aizawa by the neck. Once I'm through with you, I'll make sure to pay a visit to your students, or what's left of them. She then phased into his chest and was about to vibrate his heart when another hand reached in and stopped her. Melissa turned around, but as she did, a loud crunching sound was heard. Melissa screamed out in pain as she fell to one knee. With her eyes filled with agony, she looked at her knee and saw bones popping out. Izuku had just shattered her kneecap. Melissa then looked up and was met by Izuku's glowing green eyes, blood dripping down his face with every breath he took. Looks like you, but as Melissa was talking, Izuku used his speed and grabbed her arm and began to vibrate it. Melissa's bones shattered as her entire arm began to shake. After a few seconds, Izuku let go. Melissa's arm bled and was bruised, broken beyond recovery. No more games, no more talking. I'm going to kill you right here, right now, Izuku said as he grabbed Melissa by the hair and lifted her up. You can't kill me, Izuku. Remember? I don't fit in any timeline, meaning I exist outside of time itself. You kill me now, but another me will take my place, explained Melissa. Izuku wasn't even fazed. Is that what you think? Thrusting his hand into her chest, Izuku caused Melissa's body to vibrate, causing sparks of red and green lightning to jump in every direction. Aizawa, who was still on the floor, was blown away from the shockwave Izuku produced. From space, a large green and red dot was seen. Seconds later, Izuku removed his hand, causing the lightning storm to calm down. Slowly the smoke cleared, revealing Melissa down on both knees in front of Izuku. Melissa looked at her hands. What did you do? I grounded you to this time. That means no more clone tricks, no more time travel, but most importantly, no more coming back when you die, Izuku said as he stepped forward. This time, when you die, you stay dead. Melissa's eyes widened in fear. She tried to run, but as she tried to get up, her leg gave out. Why isn't it healing faster? I stole some of your speed while I was at it. You won't be as fast as before, Izuku said, stopping in front of Melissa and stomping down on her broken knee. Grinding and twisting his foot on her injury, Melissa screamed out in pain. Fuck. Izuku then kicked Melissa in the chest, sending her flying back several feet. Coughing out blood, Melissa looked up to see Izuku walking over. I've been waiting so long for this moment. Melissa's eyes filled with fear. Wait, Izuku. You don't have to do this. You won, it's over. You already proved that you could kill me when you want. Please, let me live. Izuku stopped. What did you just say? In a flash of green, Izuku suddenly appeared over Melissa. Clenching his fist, he delivered a powerful blow to her face. You don't get to ask that. Not after everything you did to this world, to me. Struggling to speak, Melissa raised her hand, trying desperately to protect herself. You're a hero, aren't you? You aren't meant to kill. Think of what Mei would say. Hearing that name, Izuku's eyes glowed brighter than before. You don't get to say her name. Raising his hand, he began to vibrate it, but right as he was about to bring it down, a hand grabbed his arm. Turning, Izuku was surprised to find Aizawa was the one who grabbed him. What are you doing? With blood still running down his eye, Aizawa shook his head. You won, it's over. Izuku yanked his hand free. Over, after everything, that's what you say? She ruined millions of people's lives. You both did, Aizawa yelled back. The glow in Izuku's eyes died down. Both of you ran around the world destroying cities, homes, ruining people's lives. Izuku lowered his hand. And no, I had to catch her. Yes, but you were careful before. Now look at you. In order to get one person, you sacrificed the lives of countless. Aizawa said. I know what this means for you. I know the feeling of wanting revenge. She killed your mother, she's the reason why your father is dead. She's the reason why Bakugo and Mei are gone. You've lost enough, Midoriya, it's time to stop. Izuku looked at Aizawa for a second before narrowing his eyes. No, there's nothing you can say now that could make me change my mind. Everything is her fault. Student and teacher went back and forth all the while Melissa was on her knees looking at the two. Hiding her right hand behind her back, Melissa smirked. This is better than I expected. Izuku's morale is tanking, he's getting confused. She then began to vibrate her hand. The perfect time to strike. Getting to one knee, Melissa managed to thrust forward her hand, aimed right at Izuku's chest. Die. Izuku, who was still looking at Aizawa, didn't even turn around when he reached out and caught Melissa's hand. While holding her hand, Izuku turned. You never change. Melissa smiled. That's right, I'll never change. I'll keep trying to kill you. I'll kill everyone you ever met. Maybe I'll bring another version of you and kill them too. This dance between us can only end one way, Izuku, till death do us part. Izuku looked at Aizawa. It doesn't matter what you or the rest of the world think about me. She dies today. Pulling Melissa's arm up, Izuku forced Melissa closer to him. Now face to face, the two looked each other in the eyes. Melissa smirked. Well, what are you waiting for? Finish. But before Melissa could finish her sentence, Izuku turned her arm around and placed her into a rear chokehold. This time you won't be coming back, and if for some reason you do, I'll kill you again, Izuku said as he tightened his grip. Melissa smiled. I win. Using his speed, Izuku moved his hands and snapped Melissa's neck as a loud crack was heard. Letting go of Melissa, her body fell onto the floor as the red sparks of lightning she always had began to fade. Once they were gone, Izuku fell to his knees. It's over, it's finally over. Tears began to form as the weight of the world finally came crashing down onto Izuku. Aizawa walked over to Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. With tears streaming down his face, Izuku turned to his teacher. It's over, Izuku said, repeating it over and over again. The teacher could do nothing but hold his student, but their moment was cut short when the ground began to shake. Izuku got up and looked around to see what remained of the standing buildings crumble and fall. What's going on? Aizawa asked. Wiping away the tears, Izuku reached down and touched the ground. No, my fight with Melissa destabilized the Earth's core. It's vibrating, the entire core is vibrating. It's causing earthquakes, tsunamis, and several natural disasters around the world. The ground underneath Aizawa stopped shaking. Is there anything we can do? Izuku stood back up. No, we did too much damage. Millions of people are dying, and it's all my fault. So this is what Melissa meant when she said she won. I killed her, but I also destroyed the world. Aizawa looked around at the destruction. The echoes of children crying were heard. The yells of men, women bounced around the now destroyed city. He then looked at Izuku. There's still something we can do, you can do. Izuku turned to his teacher. What? Maybe I can run around saving people, but even then tens of millions have already died. Then it's time to reset. Izuku's eyes widened. Aizawa, you can't be suggesting, but as Izuku was speaking, Aizawa cut in and nodded. I am, he said, as serious as can be. Change the past. Start again. Done. Izuku has won, it's over. But is it? The world is destroyed, everyone who he loved is gone, and there's no hope for the future. What will Izuku decide to do?
Find out next time in the final chapter. Until then, stay safe. 299 Chapter 35, Another Chance.
And we are finally here, the final chapter. I'll have a message at the end, so stay tuned. Another chance. Izuku stood stunned at the suggestion. You can't be serious.
I am, said Aizawa. It's the only way you can save people now. No, it's too dangerous. You already know what happened when I changed the past. Izuku said, turning away. I can't.
Can't or won't? Questioned Aizawa. This is the only answer, Midoriya. You have to do this. Izuku clenched his fist. I can't do it. I promised Mei after I changed the past that I would never do it again, no matter what happened.
Aizawa raised an eyebrow. A promise. That's why you won't do it. Look around you, Midoriya. This world is in shambles. Countless heroes are dead, civilians, all gone. Think about it.
I have thought about it, Izuku yelled. Ever since Mei died in my arms, I thought about doing it. I want her back. I want to say things to her that I couldn't before. But if I change the past, I won't know what or how our futures will be. It could be worse than this. Maybe we can still save people, save who we can, and go from there. Sitting down on a broken piece of concrete, Izuku pulled back his tattered and blood-stained mask, the green from his suit so faded that it was barely still able to be called green. Midoriya, Aizawa walked over to Izuku and took a knee. I can't save anyone anymore, but you still can. You've sacrificed, suffered, and endured so much. You've done your fair share, and no one has the right to ask you for anything. But I'm asking anyway. Midoriya, please, save this world. Izuku hung his head. Even if I did do it, there's a chance I'll make things worse. I already watched one world being destroyed, and now I'm watching this one. My choice has caused this. I won't risk doing it again.
I see, so you really are still human. Aizawa said as he stood up. Izuku looked at his teacher confused. Ever since you told us about your time travel adventure, I asked myself, is this kid still human? You run faster than anything on this planet, and can manipulate time and space as you please. Those are things only a higher power can do, yet here you are, making bad choices and regretting it. You're not afraid of changing the past, you're afraid of making the wrong choice.
Izuku stayed silent for a few seconds before answering. Can you blame me? Melissa was right. Everything is my fault. What if I screw it up again? What if I just make people suffer again? You might. Aizawa said. You might end up taking over the planet, or something even worse. But you could also make it into a world where it's peaceful. That's just something that we'll have to figure out by ourselves. Izuku looked at his teacher and thought long and hard about it. He thought back to when he first met Mei, the time he spent with Bakugo, when he took the entrance exam, meeting Class 1A, fighting villains, anything and everything. Sighing, Izuku stood up and nodded. Alright Aizawa, you win. Aizawa then reached out his hand. In case this is the last time we speak, I just want to say thank you, for everything. You are one hell of a student. Izuku smiled as he took Aizawa's hand and shook it. Thanks Aizawa, and for what it's worth, I enjoyed learning from the best. Letting go of each other, Izuku pulled down his mask. I'll be seeing you soon, Midoriya, Aizawa said. Getting into a sprinter's stance, Izuku looked ahead. With green lightning sparking from his body, Izuku took off, leaving behind a small dust cloud. Running past the destroyed cities, Izuku made it to the water and kicked it up a notch. His body started to generate more lightning as he vibrated his body at just the right frequency to force open the source of his power. Pushing through the pain, Izuku appeared before the realm between time. Seeing another version of himself pass him by, Izuku took a deep breath. Mom, Dad, Bakugo, Mitsuki, Masaru. I do this for you and your futures. Mei, I love you and I'm sorry. I won't be able to keep my promise to you. But a future without you in it is no future at all. Outside, Aizawa fell to his knees exhausted. He looked towards the east and saw a glow of green light shining. It was blinding and looked as if the sun fell from the sky. He got closer and soon began to engulf all of Japan. Aizawa smiled as the light drew closer. This is amazing. The light, it's almost calling to me. Is this what you saw, Shirakumo? Aizawa laughed. I wonder what kind of future awaits us. The light swallowed up Aizawa and left nothing but emptiness in its place. Mei laid on the ground motionless but with a smile on her face as the light swallowed her too. Next was Ua. The students that survived were all huddled in the basement trying to keep themselves safe as the light came in. Eventually the entire world was engulfed in a blinding white light. USJ, Bakugo, yelled Kirishima as he watched the Nomu rush his friend at full speed. Not having time to react, Bakugo could do nothing as the Nomu threw its claws towards him. But at the last second All Might appeared and managed to get the boy out of the way. "Do not worry, my young student, while I'm here. No villain will harm you. Now please get to the entrance, the others shall be joining us shortly." Getting to his feet, Bakugo nodded. "Come on, we'll just get in his way." The others, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Sue all nodded and followed Bakugo towards the entrance stairs. All Might and the Nomu now faced off, and in one quick motion they clashed in the middle. Their fists clashing caused a shockwave to ripple throughout the USJ. Back with the students, Sue took the lead and was the first to make it to the stairs, and was quickly followed by Todoroki and Kirishima. Finally it was Bakugo, but as he took the first step he stopped and looked back. His eyes couldn't even see the two titans going at it, they were simply moving too fast. He's not the number one hero for no reason. Just you wait, All Might. I'll catch up to you one day. With this pledge to become the number one hero, Bakugo turned towards the stairs, but before he could even take a step forward a bolt of green lightning struck down. The bolt of lightning knocked the student to the ground as a blinding light shined throughout the USJ. Bakugo shielded his eyes, but as he did a voice called out to him, "Kachan, Kachan." The light soon dimmed to a level where you could see. That's when Bakugo saw someone inside the storm of green light. What the hell? Standing before Bakugo was a boy. He wore a green costume with a bolt of lightning on his chest. "Bakugo, it's me, Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. I've been your friend since we were little. We used to play by the river, collect hero trading cards. You are my best friends." Bakugo looked at this person with confusion in his eyes. Is this another trick by the villains? I won't fall for it. Getting up, Bakugo readied his explosions. "I don't know who you are." Sadness filled Izuku's face. No, please, you have to remember." But as Izuku was speaking a bolt of lightning hit him, causing him to grunt out in pain. "Please, remember me." Izuku reached out for his friend, but it was no use. The lightning struck him again, and before long it pulled him back into the storm in which he came from. 1 second he was there, and the next he was gone. Dumbfounded, Bakugo couldn't believe what he just saw. "Bakugo, are you alright? Who is that?" Kirishima asked, running back down the stairs. "I don't know, but he looked like someone I knew," he said as he tried to remember who that person was. Hospital. 2 days later, Aizawa was in bad shape. His heroic actions at the USJ saved his students, but he also sustained injuries. His optical bones were broken, he had a skull fracture, and both of his arms needed to be placed in casts. Fortunately, however, Recovery Girl was there to save him months of recovery time. But he still needed to keep his face and arms wrapped up until he was able to be healed completely. Laying down on the bed at the hospital, Aizawa sighed. "Well, at least the kids got out of this okay. Physically okay, but mentally, that's another story. We'll need to bring in some counselors." Letting out a sigh, Aizawa looked over at the nightstand near his bed and saw a small circular disc. He reached out for it, but as he did a bolt of green lightning struck just in front of his bed. Startled, Aizawa got up as the room was brightened by green light. "Aizawa," a voice said, appearing from the bolt. Once again Izuku appeared, but this time his face looked tired. "It's so good to see you. You remember who I am, don't you? You helped me shape me into the hero I became. You taught me how to fight. You were there when I lost my dad." Izuku then reached out and smiled. "Please, help me, remember me." Aizawa stood there still surprised by Izuku's sudden appearance. You're a friend," answered Izuku. "You helped me before, you can do it again." But Aizawa's eyes glowed, signaling that he just activated his quirk. "I don't know you." Bakugo said he saw someone covered in green lightning at the USJ. "You must be with the League of Villains." Izuku's eyes filled with sorrow as he was once again struck by a bolt of green lightning. "Eraserhead, please, it's me, Izuku Midoriya." The speedster reeled in pain as the lightning tried to pull him from this time. "That disc, I gave it to you after I changed the past. Please, you have to remember." Aizawa was even more confused. He looked at the disc. "The disc? How did you?" But as he looked back to Izuku, a flash of green shined throughout the room, and just like that he was gone. "What is going on? That boy, he looked familiar." Izuku was gone, pulled into the Speed Force and being held there as it tried to assimilate Izuku, turning him into the Speed Force itself. Since the Speed Force spread its influence through time and space, Izuku could see the other versions of himself, the ones he fought alongside with. He saw their lives, their loves, everything Izuku wanted but now seemed to be far from his reach. The times he appeared in front of others was when he fought back against the Speed Force, for the only way to stay grounded to his proper time was to have a lightning rod, someone to hold him there. With every ounce of willpower Izuku had to break free from the Speed Force, and he did, shattering the bonds that held him but only for a few moments. Izuku would go on to visit several others. All Might, Nezu, his adoptive parents Mitsuki and Masaru, but nothing. He even showed his face to some villains like Shigaraki, Muscular, and even All for One, but they all said the same thing: "We don't know you." With his hope of being remembered shattered, Izuku had fallen into the void of the Speed Force and began to accept his fate. With tears in his eyes Izuku remembered his friends. "I'm sorry guys, if I didn't do what I did none of this would have happened." Clenching his fist Izuku charged his lightning. "But I can at least give you guys hope for the future. A beacon. A symbol you can try and remember me by." Hurtling his lightning through the Speed Force, it landed on someone in the new timeline. Someone who had a small horn growing on their head, someone who had a strong connection to the Speed Force. But Izuku still had one hope left, one final person he could reach out to and hope they remembered. However, if he failed it would be goodbye forever. His body was already slowly fading every time he appeared in front of someone, and this would be his final try before fully becoming the Speed Force. But he knew it was impossible. But even so, Izuku wanted her to be the last thing he saw. Taking a deep breath Izuku closed his eyes. "The Speed Force already has a hold of me. Fine, that just means I have to go faster, faster than the Speed Force itself." Opening his eyes and with green lightning jumping off his body Izuku took off. The hut Mei was working on one of her babies, "Just a bit more, and done," she said, taking off her goggles and lifting the small device up. A self-sustaining generator that can supply the world with clean, renewable power. I'll call it, the Ark. But after thinking it over she tossed it behind her. "Nah, that's dumb. I think someone in America already did that. Oh well, time to think of a new baby, but first, food." Getting up Mei walked over to a fridge. Opening it up she grabbed a half-eaten sandwich and sat down for a bit. As she ate her eyes wandered around the hut. "Man, why did I build this place so big?" she asked. "It's like I built it for 2 people. After finishing her sandwich Mei stretched her arms out. "Well, time to get to making some babies." She began to walk over to the workstation when a loud boom echoed throughout the hut. Mei's eyes widened as Izuku touched the floor. His body looked as if it was barely holding on, parts of his arms, legs, and face seemed to flow away. "Mei," he said, his voice calm. "Sorry for showing up like this, but I needed to see you one last time." Mei grabbed a wrench that was on the bench. "How did you get in here, and who are you?" Izuku smiled. "Still as feisty as ever I see. You won't remember me, so there is no point of telling you. All you need to know is that I'm someone who loves you. In another time you and I were a couple, a team. You helped me when I was at my lowest, you guided me through the darkest points of my life. You taught me that my powers weren't a curse, that they were a gift meant for good." "I don't remember any of this," Mei said, taking a step towards Izuku. "I know, and it's okay. I just want you to know that I love you." Tears then began to well up in Izuku's eyes. "I love you more than life itself, and I'm sorry. Sorry that I broke our promise. But I did so for you. Now I will die so you can live. Find happiness, find love, find everything and anything you want. And remember, never look back." Suddenly Izuku reeled forward in pain as the lightning began to pull him back. Mei rushed over to him and reached out her hand as he began to fade away. Izuku looked up to see Mei running over to him. "I love you Mei, goodbye." With tears running down his face and a smile Izuku faded into nothingness. As he disappeared however Mei managed to grab his hand. "I got you." She tried to hold him, she tried to help him, but it was no use. Izuku was gone. Mei was speechless, but as she thought of what just happened something cold was felt in the palm of her hand. Opening her hand Mei was surprised to see a ring. A green ring with a bolt of lightning on the front. This ring, that boy wore it. Inspecting it more, Mei noticed that there was a small symbol underneath it. "My brand? How? I don't remember ever making this." Looking at the ring once again Mei found herself trying to put it on. Sliding it onto her ring finger. Mei half expected something to happen but nothing. Nothing. Maybe I can find something out that kid if I break this open. But as Mei was speaking her eyes widened. What is this? Playing inside her mind were memories of a different time, a different world. Memories in where she knew that boy, a world where they were together, where she fought alongside him. A time where she too had the power of super speed. A time where she fought a girl named Melissa. And a time where she was in love with Izuku. After saying his name a bolt of lightning crashed down where Izuku once stood with a loud crackdoom. Smoke rose up from the impact and from it Izuku stood. "I am back, I'm really back." "Izuku!" Mei cried out. The two looked at each other. Izuku, throwing herself at him. Mei hugged him tight. It's you, Izuku, it's you, oh god, how could I forget you? Izuku hugged her back, pulling off his mask. He tossed it aside and he too began to cry. It's okay, Mei. It's okay. You remembered me. You're the only one who actually remembered me. Thank you, Mei. Izuku's words were cut off as Mei kissed him on the lips. After a few seconds their lips separated. Shut up. Just shut up and let me have this. After embracing for so long the two managed to calm down enough to go and sit down. So what happened? The last thing I remember is seeing your face. Mei, you died. Izuku said, sadness filling his voice. It was the result of taking the speed serum. My blood killed you. Mei reached out and touched Izuku's hand. That was not your fault, Izuku. You hear me? I decided to take it and I knew the risks going in. My death was not your fault. You understand? Izuku nodded. Good. Now, what happened next? I fought Melissa and I won. I actually beat her. Izuku explained. But as a result of chasing her around the world multiple times we managed to destabilize the Earth's core to the point beyond recovery. The world was ending. But that's when Aizawa of all people gave me an idea. You turned back time again, Mei said, her eyes widening at the sudden realization. You promised me that you'd never go back to change the past. You should have. Should have what, Mei? Let the world die. I wasn't going to let it happen, not again. Izuku said, gripping his hands together. Besides, a world without you is meaningless to me. I had no choice. Mei sighed, I know Izuku, I know. But this will lead to problems later down the line. Izuku nodded, yeah, I know. I could have just made things worse but I'll deal with that when it comes. What about the others? Bakugo, Mitsuki, Masaru, Aizawa, they all don't remember you. What now? Mei asked. Do we try to make them remember you? Izuku shook his head, as much as I want to, it's best if we keep my existence a secret. The Flash is dead to them. Mei didn't like that, it's not fair, you saved me, saved all of us, and they'll never thank you for it. I don't need their thanks, as long as they are alive and well that's good enough for me, Izuku said, smiling. So what now? Mei asked. What becomes of the Flash, of Izuku? Izuku stood up, the Flash will still be a hero, but this time one that shows up when he's needed. As for Izuku, well, grabbing Mei by the waist he pulled her in close, he'll make his own future. Mei smiled as she threw her arms around him, I like the sound of that. 13 years later. Yes, I know. Development of the Neuralink is slow but we will be ready by the summer, I can promise that. Said a voice behind a chair inside of a tall building. I assure you our products will be secure and safe for your patients. Trust me, this baby will revolutionize the medical field. The chair then turned revealing a much older Mei. Her hair was now a bit longer than shoulder length and the goggles she wore were now gone. Placing her hand on the desk, the shine of a green diamond ring was seen. Yes, I understand completely. Of course, goodbye now. Mei sighed as she hung up the phone. Man, who knew running a company would be this hard? Just then there was a knock at the door. Now a bad time? Izuku asked, peeking through the door. Mei smiled, depends, you here to give me a shoulder massage? Izuku then appeared behind Mei, for you, anytime. Feeling her shoulders loosen, Mei relaxed. That's nice, say, where's the troublemaker? Well, about that, I just found out something interesting about her, Izuku said nervously. Did she get in trouble at school again? Mei asked. I told her not to build any more slingshots. No, that's not it, Izuku said. Hikari, you can come in now. A small laugh was heard coming from the open office door. Mei raised an eyebrow but before she knew it something plopped down onto her lap. Mei looked down to see Hikari, 5 years old, her daughter. She had short messy pink hair and one of her eyes were green like Izuku's, while her other one was a green-yellow like Mei's. Mama, she cried out. Mei was stunned. Wait, did she just? Was that what I think it was? Izuku smiled. Hikari, show mom what you showed me. Hikari nodded and jumped off of Mei's lap. You watching, mom? Look, the child then clenched their tiny fists and began to generate green and pink lightning from her body. Mei's eyes widened. She has, are lightning colors, does that mean? Hikari smiled as she began to run around the office as the duo-colored lightning sparked around. Izuku could see the lightning strike the room, knocking over books and making a mess. In a flash, Izuku caught up to Hikari and lifted her up. Alright Hikari, that's enough. You showed mom what you can do. Let's stop before you make another mess. Powering down, Hikari smiled as she raised her hand. Okay, what did you think, mommy? That's amazing, Hikari, Mei said, running over to them. You're just like your dad now. We should celebrate. What do you want to eat? Hikari's eyes shined. Really, I can pick him? Okay. I want pizza from that one place with the funny tower. Izuku smiled. That's Italy. Alright then, you stay here with mom while I go and get the pizza. In a flash Izuku took off for Italy. In the meantime Mei and Hikari talked about her new powers. So how did you find out you had super speed? I was playing tag with Akame and she was winning. So I wanted to go faster so I tried really hard and boom. Hikari raised her arms into the air. It felt really cool when I moved fast. Mei smiled. I see, just be careful when you use your powers, you could hurt someone. Hikari nodded. I will. I promise. Good, maybe we can get your Aunt Eri to help you control your speed. Mei said. She's got a lot of experience with speed too. Yay, Auntie Eri. Hikari said joyfully. I like it when she's around. Maybe Dad can show me too. I'm sure you'll be happy to. Come on, let's go wash up before your dad comes back. Taking Hikari by the hand, the two went to wash their hands. Once done they began to walk back towards the office when they heard a ruffling inside. Sounds like your dad is back, let's race. Mei took off sprinting towards the office but Hikari smiled as she zoomed past her own mother. I won. You sure did. Mei said, patting Hikari's head. Time to eat. Mei then pushed the door open. Izuku, did you get the pepperoni one? You know that's her favorite. But as Mei looked inside her heart sank. And no. Mom? Who's that? Hikari asked as red lightning sparked around the person. Hello Mei, it's good to see you again. The person said as a smile grew on their face. They then picked up a picture Mei had on her desk. I see you got married to Izuku, congratulations. But that's not the most surprising thing of them all. You have a daughter, how nice. Mei got in front of Hikari. Hikari, run. Run as fast as you can, get as far away as you can. Hikari looked at Mei. Mom, do it now, Mei yelled. Hikari flinched and immediately took off. How are you still alive? The person said, finishing Mei's question. That's something I want to know as well. You know, considering Izuku snapped my neck. The person suddenly appeared in front of Mei, their eyes glowing red. You should have stayed dead, Melissa. Melissa's eyes stopped glowing. Ah Mei, you just broke my heart, so how about I take yours? Mei's eyes widened as she felt Melissa's hand vibrate into her chest. She managed to look down as Melissa pulled her hand free and ripped out her heart. I waited so long for this. Falling to her knees, Mei gasped and grabbed her chest, and watched as Melissa held her heart. Her vision began to blur as she slowly died. Hikari, Izuku. Don't worry, they'll join you shortly, Melissa said as she turned. Now, he should be getting here in 3, 2, 1. The office was then illuminated by a flash of green. Sorry about that you two, they made a fresh pizza for me. But it's nice and fresh so eat up. Izuku turned around and expected to see his family there but what he saw made him drop the pizza. Mei? He rushed over to check on her only to find her not breathing. No, what happened? Who did this? That was me, said a voice behind Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened. That voice, no it couldn't be. He turned around but as he did a hand phased into his abdomen. Melissa. Hello Izuku, she said, vibrating his insides into mush. Goodbye Izuku. With her other hand Melissa vibrated it and slashed at Izuku's neck. No, Izuku yelled out, his body dripping in sweat. Izuku, it's okay, you're okay. A voice said beside him, you're safe. He looked over to find Mei by his side on the bed. Mei? You're alive? Mei nodded, yes, need proof? She reached out and grabbed his hand and placed it above her heart, still beating. See? Feeling her heartbeat made Izuku calm down a bit, having that nightmare still. Yeah, Izuku said, lowering his head. She's gone Izuku, and she's not coming back, Mei explained. Izuku calmed down. You're right, I'm sorry I woke you. It's fine, at least you didn't wake up Hikari, Mei said smiling. Now get some sleep. But as they were about to lay back down Izuku's phone began to beep. He reached over and read the alert. Earthquake in Los Angeles, 8.7. Mei sighed, as much as I want to keep you all to myself the world just won't let me. Go, they need you. Izuku nodded and kissed Mei on the forehead before leaving. Changing into the costume Izuku pulled down his cowl and beelined it to Los Angeles. Mei got up off the bed and walked over to the window and saw Izuku's green lightning shoot down. The world is unpredictable, always changing due to the actions or inactions we take. But there's one thing that will always remain the same, Mei said, pressing her hand on the glass. No matter what time, universe, or reality, Izuku will always be the Flash, the fastest man alive. Well, that's it then. The last chapter. I really enjoyed writing this story and I really appreciate everyone who took the time to read it. Thank you, but now that this is over I can now focus on my other stories. Thank you once again, and I'll see you next time.